Everybody tuning in here, welcome into the stream. Y'all already know what's going on today. I'm in quite a good mood, so we're gonna have some good debates today. My energy is high. I got like 10 hours of sleep last night. I'm fucking ready to rock and roll, okay? So if you're just tuning in here and you're excited for some debates, make sure to let me know by double tapping on that phone screen. Tech, thank you for the ICU, and sharing out this live with a couple of friends. If you don't have any friends, copy that link. Y'all already know, but anywho, if you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that comment section right freaking now. We are going to go ahead and pull up our first guests to debate. Sorry, my main account up here before we do move on to our first guest. But for the first 500 of y'all, it is so good to see you all. And Joe, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. First dono of the day. Joe says, let's go. Absolutely. Let's get some W Joes down there in the chat. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, y'all already know. Let's go ahead and get our first guest up here for the first debate of the night. What's going on, Nova? How old are you? Ben,
you should know how old I am. You want to debate the president? I'm right here to bring the heat.
Oh my God, that is a good impression, sir.
There's no impression here. This is my burner account, okay? You got a problem, my policies, kid. We'll bring it on.
What
you want to face
fuck?
the source of your problem? I'm right here.
Yo, that's kind of crazy. Chat, that's it. Okay. Yeah. So why did you try to overthrow the election in 2020?
I had nothing to do with it whatsoever. My supporters were a little crazy. I told them to stand back, stand by, wait for my commands, but they didn't listen. And Nancy Pelosi, she didn't do nothing. I told her I sent the National Guard to help her out, but she denied my request. It's all her fault. I have nothing to do with it.
Dude, that's actually like, okay, obviously, like you're just impersonating Trump, but that's like too good. I'm so sorry. Like, how many followers do you have? Yo, you have like fucking, like, dude, that's like a good enough impression to get like mainstream attention.
You gotta stay in character. Let's continue with this. So you try to debate me. You try to.
We're moving on to the next guest here because we do just want some actual debates. But yo, to that last guest, I actually did hit you with a follow. Please follow me back. I'm gonna DM you, right? Because dude, that is a really fucking good impression. Please follow me back. What's up, Tandy? How do you? All right, they automatically left. Yeah, dude, W impression. Holy crap, that was like really good. Anyways, moving on to our next guest here. For everybody coming up into the live, y'all, for the first 1,000 people in here, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that comment section. What's going on, Princess? How old are you? Princess, all right, Princess isn't here. We're just going to go ahead and start loading up from the chat, guys. So if you do want to come up and debate, let me just see a MAGA down below. We're still just trying to get our first debate of the day going on here. And yeah, no, that wasn't AI. Yeah. What's up, John? How old are you?
Hello?
Hi, what's up? How old are you? John, yeah, I certainly am. Hi, how old are you?
Hey, 33.
33. Are you voting for Trump?
I most certainly am.
All right, why's that, John?
Well, I think a number of different issues. I think probably the issue at the forefront of most people's minds and the policy, I would say, is abortion. And if Kamala Harris is supporting abortion, I would say for most Christians, and myself included, that would be a tough one to concede to. So that's probably the main one. I mean, there's other policies, whether it's corporate tax rate lowering or digging for fuel, things of that nature, but abortion is probably the one that is a little bit more.
Yeah, so I absolutely do think that all 170 million American women and girls should have access to abortion through federal protections. I think that is like the baseline, right? We shouldn't be saying that women in California or women in Colorado should have access to healthcare that women in Kentucky or Iowa don't, okay, right? And I also don't think that you should use your religious beliefs, which are unfounded, unsubstantiated with evidence, and are completely faith-based, to tell other people what they can and can't do with their bodies. I mean, like, for instance, during like Emancipation era slavery here in the U.S., I mean, like, Christians would use Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, where God says slavery is okay, to justify the enslavement of African Americans, right? And it's just ultimately the same logic you're using here, as it's just an unfounded belief, evidentiary speaking, and it's only founded on the basis of faith.
Well, I would say it's a little disingenuous when you say health care, like women have access to health care. All that is a euphemism for murder. So
yeah,
no,
so
I don't
think that abortion is murder, but the only reason you do is because of your religion, right?
No, I mean, even science believes and says that life begins at conception. You have unique DNA.
Yes. Do
So
you think
based
that
on
any
your own
life is
standard, you're
murder?
incorrect.
So is self-defense murder?
I'm saying taking the life of an unborn child in an unjustified manner or in a way that impedes that child's life is murder.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't value all life the same. In fact, I value the life of a fetus after about 18 through 24 weeks, once it has the ability to deploy consciousness, and prior to that
What is
point
your
is when I
opinion?
think it's
Why is your
absolutely
opinion?
one second. And prior to that point, I absolutely do not think there's anything immoral with accessing said forms of healthcare. In fact, I think it is wrong to legislate on said access to healthcare because it destroys the family unit and it shifts the American focus away from financially well-off adults planning to have children that desire to raise that desire to start a family, to forcing like these 18, 19, 20-year-old girls to not have access to, healthcare for the reason that we have these Christians with unfounded beliefs, evidentiary speaking, just legislate on the basis of their emotions and supposed relationship with an imaginary creator.
Okay, that's a lot of false paradigms there. But what I'm trying to ask you is, you say that you don't value life after a certain point. Who cares? That's just your opinion. You're wrong.
And John, you're coming here telling me with this imaginary God that only exists in your prefrontal cortex that gives you enough reason to legislate on something that they can't do, but then me saying, because of my opinion, allowing them to make the choice for themselves is
I'm
incorrect?
happy to go down that route, but what I'm saying is science tells us there's a unique genetic code at conception.
Absolutely. Human life begins at the moment of conception. 110%.
Then by definition, not by any argument I need to provide, by definition, you are killing the child. But you don't
Yes,
like...
by definition, you are absolutely killing a fetus. Absolutely. What I'm saying is that there's nothing wrong with killing the fetus.
Wickedness, my man, Dean. That is wicked for you to sit up here and applaud that.
Actually, no. Well, see, what I consider to be wicked, John, is not the killing of a unicellular form of life that has no conscious experience, does not have first-person subjective experiences.
What do you mean by
harm
unicellular?
or pain? But then specifically, well, I said multicellular, but yes,
You said
conceived zygote is
unicellular.
unicellular. Yeah, do you think that, like, after the moment of conception, it's a person?
Yeah, life begins. There's unique genetic code at conception.
Unicellular
And then
zygotes
you are
people?
applauding as if you are giving a...
Can you answer my question, John?
What I'm trying to say is you are applauding the taking of a life of a child as if it is a corollary with giving humanity a
I'm
cure
asking
for
you if a
cancer.
unicellular zygote is a person.
Yeah, the moment here's when I believe life starts. It's at conception when the unique DNA is present. It's as simple as that.
So unicellular zygote, that's like what occurs after the moment of conception. So just to clarify, that is a person, right?
Yeah, and taking that life is it is absolutely with no qualification murder.
It is a person. So I just want to clarify, John. You think that that right there is a person?
I can't hear you or see you.
1 second. It's kind of cutting off because of the green screen. There you go. So just to clarify, you think that right there is a person?
Let me ask you a question. Is there a unique genetic code if left untouched with
hey, John, I'm just asking you, yes or no. This is a person.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so do you typically misconstrue like microbial forms of bacteria for people? Because that's not a human zygote, that's a bacteria cell.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know what the pictures look like, but
So do you typically misconstrue bacteria for people?
I can't even see the picture. It's like you're showing some purple thing.
See, here's the absurdity in this argument. I don't know about you, but I don't typically like mistake literal bacteria cells for people. You just did, and that's the absurdity. And you do also say it's murder. So do you think that women with IUDs are murderers because sometimes, specifically speaking, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, but then prevent the implantation of the now conceived zygote into the uterine lining, killing it?
Now, listen, you already know my standard that life
I'm asking
begins
you a
at
question.
conception.
Are you going to answer or are you going to not
And
answer?
if you take the life of a child after conception, that's murder, man, and that's wicked. And
So,
for you
John,
to
are
sit
women
up
with
here and
IUDs
applaud
murderers?
that, for you to sit up here and applaud that.
I mean, for you to sit up and just refuse to engage in conversation is quite telling of how.
Well, you already know
educated
my
you are on the
position,
topic.
so asking me other
So actually, I don't. Are
auxiliary-
women with IUDs murderers or not, John? Are you here to engage in a conversation? Or are you here to repeat the same sentence over and over again? You're fucking with your mic, John. You gotta raise your phone off whatever the hell you're bumping it on and answer my question.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. So are women with IUDs murderers?
No.
Wait, but the IUD can and does kill conceived zygotes.
Okay. Well, I mean,
John, you're doing the thing with your mic again, buddy.
can you hear me?
Just stop moving your
Here,
phone.
hold on.
Stop
Let me
moving your
fix
mic.
my. Can you give me 2 seconds to fix my phone?
Yeah. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, y'all, for the first 1.6 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes. Also, do share this live with a couple of friends here. And C-Bar, I really appreciate you for that, Marvelous. How is John? John is acting a little bit wild today. What the hell is he doing? I have no clue what John's doing, guys. We'll give him a couple seconds.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah. So do you think
Okay.
that women with IUDs are murderers?
Well, if,
You're going on pause, bro. This guy has no fucking clue what the hell he's doing. He's
listen,
lost.
if it's preventing
think of like a
the
confetti.
conception of the sperm to the egg, that's in form of a contraception.
Yeah,
And
so
the egg has not been fertilized, then no.
In some cases, the IUD will allow for conception to occur, but then kill the unicellular zygote by not allowing it to implant into the uterine lining.
Yeah, and my standard's the same. So if an egg is fertilized with a sperm and there's a unique genetic code, that's horrendous.
So you think that women with IUDs are murderers because sometimes IUDs will kill those conceived zygotes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, should all murderers go to jail?
I think first and foremost, we should ban all abortion and taking the life of
Yeah.
unborn children.
But should all murderers go to jail?
Sure.
So you think that women on some forms of birth control should go to jail?
No, I
Well, they'd be murderers.
am
under your-
saying that we should put policies in place to prevent that from happening.
I'm just really curious here because it
Because that-
seems like
there-
you
there's
could
a
track the
fundamental difference that
conversation
you're not
logically
recognizing,
speaking.
is
So you
that
first of all
is-
said that women with IUDs are murderers, and then you said that all murderers should go to jail. So the obvious conclusion, logically speaking, would be that women with IUDs should go to jail. Like if a woman were to use an IUD
And
in
do
your
you
eudaimonic
really think the
worldview, they'd be
majority
in
of
prison.
abortions are happening through IUDs?
No,
they're
an
not.
IUD is
So
not
let's-
an
let's-
abortion. We're
let's
just
talk
following
about
the logical
reality. The most
consequence
of
of your position.
74% of abortions are happening based on inconvenience.
Odinson, I appreciate you for the anart. So we're actually not even talking about abortions. We're talking about IUDs. I don't know why you can't.
No,
track
that I
I'm just
started
being very
off by saying
simplistic
you
here.
started off
So
by
you first
asking
said
me
that women
why
with
I am
IUDs are
voting
murderers,
for Trump, and I said
then
abortion.
you said that all murderers should go to jail. So just to clarify, in your like eudaimonic worldview, if a woman were to use an IUD, she should go to jail, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not answering your silly question.
Okay, so then you don't think
Because
that all
that-
murderers should go to jail. Or Pat, I appreciate you for the boxing
Because
love.
of
I appreciate
convenience.
you so much for the love. Okay, so what is it? Do you think that all murderers should go to jail, meaning that you think women with
No.
IUDs should go to jail, or do you not think women with IUDs should
For
go
the
to jail,
sake of your
meaning you
silly,
don't think all murderers should go
silly
to jail?
childish questions, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, it seems like you're not following the logical consequence of your position here. I'd also like to clarify that this is a quote-unquote silly, childish question. This is a logical consequence of your position, and this is how we show positions absurdity, right? Because
And
when
what?
you
Okay,
posit
let me
the
ask
idea-
you.
Hey, John.
Can I ask you?
Because when you posit the idea that once there's a conceived zygote, right, that is a human life that is just as deserving of value as you or I, well, this would lead us to the conclusion that when an IUD, right, a form of birth control, kills those conceived zygotes, that is just as bad as putting a gun behind either your head or mine and pulling the trigger. And if it is the case that the women with those IUDs are murderers, all that I'm asking you here is should they go to jail?
Okay, are you done with your rambling?
Well, I mean, it wasn't a ramble. It was incredibly clear what I'm asking of you. I even explained to you how this is a thoughtful and, obviously pressing analogy. And I explained to you how it isn't a silly, childish question, but rather a logical consequence of your position. I wish that you'd keep up.
And you have continual logical inconsistencies in your own position as well, which you fail to admit.
Such as what?
That your standard for when we should not take life is somewhere between 18 to 25 weeks or whatever you
Anya,
said.
appreciate you so
based
much for the
on
$1 on PayPal.
A arbitrary standard. And so
No,
are you
it's
going to
not
sit here and
arbitrary.
condemn abortion at 9 months? Would you sit here and stand with me?
Yeah,
and say,
elective lethal abortions at 9 months are immoral, John. But also, I don't hold an
by
arbitrary
what standard? By what standard?
Well, by my standard, that isn't arbitrary, that being I value any form of life that has a conjunct between past or present and future subjective experiences. So it's not
That wouldn't happen
arbitrary,
in
it's
10
very
weeks?
definitively clear.
That wouldn't happen at 10 weeks where you can have a heartbeat, the baby can feel. I've seen my child at 8 weeks in the womb.
Yes.
They
So
can
just
feel
because you have a
pain.
heartbeat does not mean that you have first-person subjective experiences. Brain dead patients have heartbeats, but they don't have first-person subjective experiences.
They do, and they also have potential for all of that. So for you to say just because you don't have memories or whatever is an unjustified life, that is a silly standard.
So
of
do you
when to
think that
take
it's
life.
murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
No, because they have life. They have a heartbeat. They have everything that they need to stay alive. And
So it is murder, right?
no, I mean it is
Oh.
murder.
Okay, so it's murder
already
to
said
pull the
that.
plug on brain dead patients. So do you think that
By your
that should be
standard, you
federally
would be
legalized
okay
as
with
well?
that. Because whatever standard you apply in the womb, you could also apply out of the womb. by
Yeah,
your
that's
child's
kind
standard.
of that's kind of like the point here is that it is intuitively not wrong to pull the plug on like brain dead individuals who have no,
Why is it
future
intuitively?
subjective
By what standard?
experiences. Right. Well, it'd be operating off of my standard, but I'm just seeing if you'd agree with me here. But you
No,
actually
but that's
seem to
your
disagree.
standard. Who cares about what you say? That's not objective. That's
Well,
subjective.
I was asking you if it was in accordance with your standard as well, but it isn't. So do you think that it should be
no,
made federally
but
legal
what
to pull the
is
plug on
your
brain dead
standard
patients?
of morality?
What is my standard of morality? Well, I
Yeah,
told
because you
my
keep going
conduct
back
for
and
moral
forth and
value.
saying this something's good, something's wrong, or whatever. What is who cares? By what standard are you using?
By what standard? Like, are you asking for my normative theory of ethics? If so, that's going to be Rossian pluralism. And Kelly, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. That's
Those
very
are
kind of you. Thank
is
you so much for the
anything
love.
as objectively right or wrong.
And so I don't think that morality is objective. Absolutely not.
Okay, so then why are you up here condemning or trying to prove anybody with any point? Because if it is subjective, my point is just as valid and your point, regardless if there's any type of
So,
justification.
I actually think that your point is invalid due to its internal inconsistencies, reductio ad absurdisms, and logical consequences in which we'd say are absurd.
But who
right?
cares?
And we've already detailed this.
I'm glad you said that because here's the irony. You are acting as if I should believe you and I ought to believe you based on a logical
Thank you so much
consistency.
for the-
But
Yeah,
if
so
my
you ought-
moral
so you
standard
ought to believe me.
is
Yes,
subjective, who
exactly.
cares? Who cares
I mean-
about logical consistency?
JR, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. So logical,
cares?
consistent. So I mean, I think that you're getting a couple things confused here. So when we're talking about like my metaethical position, that being moral subjectivism, this isn't going to entail that a logical inconsistency is not going to be measured from an objective standard, because we'd be evaluating logical inconsistencies, descriptively speaking, using an objective standard, that being the classical 3 laws of logic. But meanwhile, like the
Why is that an objective standard?
Subjective standard. Why is that an objective
okay,
standard?
for two questions.
Because like the laws
One,
of
why is
logic
that
are
an objective
objectively true,
standard?
mind independently. Are you? What,
And
like,
two, why am I obligated to believe anything, even if it's an objective consistency?
Yes,
That's
well,
where
I
you
mean, to your
fail
point
to-
number one, why are like the laws of logic objectively true, right?
No,
I mean,
what
they're just
imposes
true
them?
mind independently. It's
What
self-evident.
imposes them? Yeah, if they're mind independent.
They're self-imposing the 3 classical laws of logic. What?
So we
Do you
created
know what
them?
do you know what the 3 classical laws of logic are?
Yes.
What are they?
Law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, and
Law of identity.
law of identity. And
you go.
my question there is, what imposes those upon humanity? Is
Wait,
it
they're
when-
self-imposing as if they're evident of reality.
Say that again.
Yeah, so they're just self-imposing, right? They're just necessary truths of the universe.
So that's kind of a nonsensical statement.
No. Do you think God is a necessary truth of the universe?
Well, he's the ultimate presupposition. by
Yeah.
which we
So like you're acting as if, right, like using
the
under like
laws of
severe
logic
Platonism
aren't-
that
they
the
aren't
necessary
entities.
truths of the universe
They are
is
concepts
trivial
of
and
the mind.
unconcerned. But then when you hold to the claim that you see God in that same sense, you sound absolutely absurd. Big
No,
John, I just want to clarify here. Do you think slavery has always been wrong?
No, hold on. Let's unpack this a little bit because you're jumping all over the place. Okay, so when you say laws of logic can you clarify your point so I don't misinterpret you?
Yeah. So like the laws of logic are necessarily true of reality. Like they're just necessary truths. I hold on to moral Platonism. Like descriptive Platonism.
And laws of logic impose or instantiate causality. That doesn't follow.
Wait, when did I say that the laws of logic
They would have
instantiate
to.
causality?
Or laws of logic is what cause uniformity of nature.
Where does that come from? That
Uniformity laws of logic are contingent and predicated upon things like uniformity of nature,
no uniform
categories.
No, Uniformity of nature would be contingent upon the necessary laws of logic. Because when you're referencing contingent truths,
Oh my
you're just saying what
goodness.
could possibly be different. Could the uniformity of nature be possibly different? Yes, of course, right? But could the laws of logic be possibly different? No,
No,
that means
you're
that
not
they're necessary
understanding.
truths.
I'm
Can
saying,
necessary
yes,
truths be
obviously
contingent?
Nature can be different.
Hey, John,
but I'm
can
saying the
necessary truths be
principles by
contingent?
which-
John,
by
can
which-
necessary truths be contingent? Yes or no?
Say that again.
Can necessary truths be contingent?
Well,
No,
they're
that's a category error.
contingent.
That's descriptively false. That's a contradiction. Because the definition of contingent is what could possibly be different. And
Yeah, but
can
what you're
necessary
failing
truths
to
possibly be
understand
different?
is
Hey, John, can
what you
necessary
say-
truths possibly be different?
Listen, all you are doing
No,
is just asking
can
yes or no
necessary truths
questions
be
and then
possible?
moving on to another stupid question. Let
No,
me
not at all.
answer.
You said that the necessary truths of the laws of logic are contingent. What is a contingent truth?
No, that's not what I said. I said what you need is for a force. Laws of logic need to be imposed. You need something external to laws of logic to cause them, impose them on a personality or
Can you give me a reason to believe
human.
that?
And your worldview cannot account for that
Wait, can you give me any reason to believe that?
because it's arguing from absurdity.
Wait, and what's absurd about there being necessary truths of the universe?
Meaning you don't have the preconditions to be able to
Wait, do
validate
you think that
your
do you think
step.
that God is a necessary truth of the universe?
He is the truth. It's not a necessary truth. He is the ultimate presupposition by which we come to know truth.
Wait, so if
And
God
we're
is
able
not a
to act
necessary
and
truth, would
operate
you say it's possible for
in-
God not
in-
to exist?
With rational minds, we're able to make aesthetic judgments, moral judgments based on his ultimate
Hey,
standard.
John, if you said that God is not a necessary truth, would you say it's possible for God not to exist?
Say that again?
Is it possible for God not to exist?
No.
So then God is a necessary truth.
He is the source of truth.
Is God a necessary truth or not, John?
Well, in that context, yes.
Okay. All right. So what self-imposes God?
Himself.
Okay. So, but you said that me saying
Because
this
he
about
is
the
an
laws of
entity.
logic was an absurdity.
Listen,
But then
listen
when we're
closely.
referencing God, it's
Listen
not
closely.
absurd.
He is an entity that is differentiated between an impersonal, immaterial idea of laws of logic. Laws of logic, you don't just go somewhere to like Home Depot and pull up a pack of the law of non-contradiction. That needs to be imposed by an external force upon the human mind. Your worldview is like you're shopping through Costco and you're adopting all of these Christian realities. And then when I go and check out and I ask for your receipt, you just say, no, I have them because they're mine. No, I say, and here's my question. No, show them to me with your receipt. And you just say, no, they're mine because I say they're mine. And you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, so I'm trying to explain to you how this worldview like works. I mean, I understand that you probably came up here thinking you'd be able to dunk on me. Using,
I'm
like,
not trying to
incredibly
dunk on you.
trivial,
I'm just trying to
Hey,
honestly
John, do you mind if I
have you
finish
engage.
real quick?
Let me just say one thing. I'm trying to be cordial.
I mean, I was
am just
trying to
trying
finish
to
there. You
get you
did
to be a
interrupt
little bit
me. I
more
would like to go ahead and
sophisticated.
finish.
Okay, let me just say one thing, and I'll let you speak.
Well, I mean, you did
I'm not
interrupt me. I
trying
would
to
like
dunk
to be
on
able to
you, Dean.
finish before
Dean.
you interrupt me. I will allow you time to speak after I can finish, but
All right,
I
go
don't
ahead,
really
go
like
ahead.
it when you interrupt me.
All right, go ahead.
All right, phenomenal, right? So then additionally, so what you're trying to argue here, it's called the precept argument for the Christian worldview. And basically the precept assumes that in order to instantiate the laws of logic, that there must be some ultimate truth apart from the laws of logic, right? But the way in which I define the laws of logic is through a Platonist worldview. Do you know what Platonism is? Mm-hmm. Right. And under the Platonism worldview, we basically look at the laws of logic as the necessary truths of reality, right? And they don't need to be actualized by a mind to be correct. And this basically refutes a presuppositionary argument as transcendentals, such as the three classical laws of logic, can exist external from a mind, right? And
But that's
the way
my
that I know that
question,
this would be
Dean,
true
is how is the
what is
laws
the
of logic-
contradiction between
Sorry.
transcendentals and the atheist worldview. If you can't provide a contradiction, then that means it's not impossible to be the case, which completely outrules your claim that God necessarily exists. So please explicitly state the contradiction between transcendentals, such as the classical laws of logic, and the
Transcendentals.
atheist worldview.
It's pronounced transcendentals first and foremost. And where
Thank
you're
you.
wrong in your idea and conception of Platonism is that laws of logic are not personal, meaning they are irrevocably bound to a mind.
Yeah, and I'm
without a
refuting that.
mind, you do not have laws of logic to be able to be exercised.
And the reason
What
I'm
you're
refuting
trying-
that is
Hey,
because
I didn't
you would
interrupt
say that it'd be
you. I didn't
impossible for
interrupt
it to be
you.
the case that that's false.
I
so
didn't
please supply
interrupt
the
you.
contradiction of it being false.
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay.
What you are trying to say as laws of logic are out there in the ether somewhere and they're like zapped into our mind as some type of like alien external force that we get to somehow experience and utilize in our day-to-day life, when you don't get to do that based on the definition of what laws of logic are. They are immaterial, eternal, immutable.
Sharp, thank you so much for the boxing gloves.
And they are bound to a mind. Without a mind, you do not have laws of logic.
Yeah,
And so ultimately, and this is the last thing I'll say, ultimately what you are saying is the human mind is what is ultimate. The infallible, decaying, even can be easily duped human mind is what is ultimate. And I'm saying that human mind is not what instantiates transcendentals or uniformity of nature or laws of logic themselves. That is basic
So, John,
philosophy.
I'm trying to explain to you, right, the issue in your stance, right? Because you're saying that it's necessarily the case that transcendentals, such as the laws of logic, are predicated on the existence of a mind. And I'm telling you that you have provided me no reason to believe that this assumption is true. And you will have to provide reason for me to believe that this assumption is true by providing me with
I'll happily do so.
Hey, John,
Can I do so?
by providing me with a contradiction between the existence of the laws of logic and the atheist worldview. Do you know what a
Okay.
contradiction is, John?
Yes.
And that is
Can
A and not A. So
Yeah,
what
so
is
what
the
you're
A and not
performing here-
A of the existence of the laws of logic and the atheist worldview? Please make
So
this
what
contradiction
you're
explicitly
doing
clear.
here, if you don't realize it, I'll happy to explain it. You are stating a performative contradiction. Do you know what that is?
No, that is literally non-existence. That is pure gibberish.
No,
You
like
are
if I
talking about
told
analytical
you,
philosophy here.
listen, if I told you, I never use words when I speak. What's wrong with that statement?
That in itself is a contradiction.
Okay, congratulations. Thank
Because
you. That's what I'm
speaking would
trying to get at.
necessarily imply the use of words.
Yeah. Now, what you just told me is laws of logic are not bound to the mind, and to which I respond, please
No,
show
actually,
me the laws.
I didn't make a
please
statement.
show me the
I
laws of
actually
logic.
specifically asked you to dictate the contradiction between the existence of the laws of logic and the atheist worldview.
Bud. Hey, Bud, show me the laws of logic that are separate from the mind. Please do so, and I'll have
Yeah, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, the
Where
law
is
of
it?
identity.
Do I go to Home Depot and I get it? Do I look under my couch?
So do you know what immateriality
Where do I get it?
is? Is there
Where
gonna
do I
be-
get it? Apart from
Okay.
the mind, where do I get laws of logic, my man?
So John, once again, this is also self-refuting for the reason that you'd be like trying to instantiate the idea that there's going to be physical existence of immateriality. But
yeah,
you
that's
never
what
did
you're
answer
saying.
my question.
Do I go up a hill and I find the law of non-contradiction? Do I go grab it, or is it irrevocable to the mind?
Yeah, so John, what's immateriality? I just want to clarify if you know what that is.
That which is not material.
That is what, and is immateriality, is that located in with physical properties?
It is. That's my point.
Wait, are you saying that immateriality can have physical properties such as an X, Y, and Z
to a
axis?
mind. No, immateriality.
Can
does not
immateriality have an
physical
X, Y, and Z
properties.
axis?
No.
So when I
Absolutely
say
not.
that the classical laws of logic are immaterial by virtue of existence, and then you ask me where are they located, this is
No,
a
no, no,
category
no, no,
error,
you're
as
not
immateriality is
understanding.
not located on an X, Y, and Z
You're
axis.
not understanding.
You're not understanding. And also, I do want to point out for everybody
Listen,
watching
Dean.
that he has still not answered my question. I want to make the big question here so incredibly clear so everybody can recognize that John is not answering it. So what you are trying to instantiate is that the laws of logic are necessarily predicated on the existence of a mind, that being God's, okay? And I need you to prove this. So for everybody watching, I'm not going to fault y'all for not understanding analytical philosophy, right? It took me years. It took me school, college, right? Like, I don't know, over 100 credit hours to get to where I'm at. But basically, when John makes the claim that yes, the laws of logic are necessarily predicated on the existence of a mind, this would mean that the laws of logic are impossible to exist without said predication on the existence of a mind. And when we make a claim of impossibility, we'd be speaking within the mode of logical impossibility. And the way in which you would prove logical impossibility is by the existence of a contradiction. So I am now asking you to justify your assumption by giving me proof through the explicit stating of the contradiction between the existence of transcendentals such as the classical laws of logic and the non-existence of your supposedly necessary predication of a mind. So please make that contradiction explicitly clear. And for everybody watching, you may ask, what is a contradiction, Dean? A contradiction is A and not A existing simultaneously. A squared circle would be an example. So what is the contradiction, John? Can you make the justification
Yeah,
for your
so
basis
the
assumption
immaterial,
explicitly
A
clear?
equals immaterial. And by definition, if the A has any correlation with material, then it would by definition not be A. So that would be exactly the contradiction, is that you do not, immaterial does not equal material. So what you're trying to say is there's these ethereal laws of logic, immaterial notions, mathematics, a set of judgments that are just floating around in the ether somewhere. And we are somehow able to grab a hold of them, or I walk up the mountain and I grab a hold on to the laws of logic.
Actually, false. I'm going to go ahead and correct you there. You are absolutely false. You are
That's what
saying
you're
that
saying.
the contradiction between the existence of the laws of logic and the atheist worldview is that under the atheist worldview, the laws of logic would be material. And John, this is false 110% no. I believe
So,
the atheist
for
worldview to
everybody
be true,
listening,
and I believe
let
the
me
laws of
clarify
logic
this.
to be immaterial.
For everybody listening-
So now that we've clarified that this is not true under my worldview, now that we've clarified that this is not a valid contradiction, please provide it to me. As we see, the presuppositional argument for the existence of a necessary mind, that
Okay.
mind being a god, ultimately fails within this respect, because the proponent of the God worldview can never make that contradiction explicitly clear. So, as you have not given it to me yet, I shall ask again. What is the contradiction between the existence of transcendentals, such as the classical laws of logic, and the atheist worldview?
Yeah, it's a performative contradiction or an
A
informal
performative
contradiction.
contradiction does not exist. That is not a thing within analytical
a
philosophy. That has never been referenced within academia. That is absolutely a word that you just made up. And you are saying that I'm referencing an informal contradiction. No, sir. I am referencing a formal contradiction. A formal contradiction, as defined within analytical philosophy, is going to be the truth of A as well as a conjunct between the non-truth of A. And this is what I'm asking you for. So just to clarify, John, no, you're wrong. I am not asking you for an informal contradiction. I am asking you for a formal contradiction, and in all meanings of the word. Sir, what is the formal contradiction between the existence of the laws of logic, transcendental such as these, and the non-God worldview?
Okay, let me.
You're
just
getting
speak.
sat the fuck
Listen-
down.
Listen, let me speak without you cutting me off. Okay, I'm trying to be cordial and allowing you to speak. Just give me like 30 seconds. Okay.
Of course, John, but if you say
So
something
when it comes to
obviously false and
contradictions,
ridiculous, such
a
as me
performative-
asking you for an
Listen.
informal contradiction, I will correct you. But go ahead and speak.
Okay, I will say two preliminary points and then finish with what you are happy or what you want to suffice to everything that you are asking for. First, a performative contradiction and an informal contradiction are just as detrimental to any worldview as a formal contradiction. Let me just use one example. If I go and buy a house, and I'm looking at a house, and a formal contradiction would be something that I can see that's obvious. The roof is gone, okay? An informal contradiction is everything looks good to me, except I get, someone who's doing an audit on the house, or a professional framer or a guy that's looking at the foundation. He says, man, there's some serious internal problems here, that which you cannot see with the eye. I would not buy this house. That would be a parallel or a metaphor for an informal contradiction, and where I would not buy the house because there are serious problems that are irreconcilable. Now, if you're looking for a formal contradiction, it's simply this, that in your worldview, you cannot provide the preconditions necessary to instantiate laws of logic. Now, you can just simply say that laws of logic are what laws of logic are, and it's my presupposition. But your presupposition is not an entity that imposes itself, nor is it an entity that imposes causality, uniformity of nature, all of that, which is such a contradiction. It's laughable.
Yeah, so John, first of all, can you name one school of thought or one class of logic that would recognize informal contradictions? You can't, because they don't exist. You just made that
Everybody.
word up. No, name one.
Modal logic.
Modal logic does not recognize informal
Yes,
contradictions.
absolutely. There
Okay,
is
can you give me the name of a philosopher?
Well, you
who's
asked
written
for
on
a formal. I
modal
gave
logic,
you a
which is-
formal contradiction. So go ahead and go to bat at that.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you for the name of like a school
No,
of thought
no,
or a
big
class
boy.
of logic that would recognize
You
informal
asked.
contradictions.
You asked for a formal contradiction. I sufficed, and I
No,
gave it to you. So
an
let's deal with that.
informal. Yeah, an informal contradiction. Because I'm trying to understand what that is. I'm pretty sure you just made that up.
Well, does it matter if I gave you a formal contradiction?
So you did make it up. Yeah, let's
No,
talk
I
about
did
the formal
not.
contradiction. Okay, then what's the name of one school of logic, one school of thought or like class of logic that would recognize the
Dean,
existence
you
of
are
informal
jumping around
contradictions?
like an Easter bunny.
No, John.
You asked for a formal contradiction to your worldview. I gave you a formal contradiction. I can reiterate it if you want.
So, John, yeah, with all due respect, right, we could talk about the supposed formal contradiction, but I just want
That's
to
what you asked for, Dean.
Literally making shit up. So
That's what you asked
did you not
for.
say that I proposed some type of informal contradiction?
Everybody's saying W. John because I gave you what you asked for, and you're not engaging.
Okay, I'll go ahead and engage with a formal contradiction that you think you set forth because you don't want to justify the existence of the informal contradictions. The only reason I asked that question.
Did you ask for informal or formal?
John, real quick. So the only reason I asked you for a school of thought or class of logic in which would recognize informal contradictions is because they don't exist and you made that word up. Anyways, now when we're speaking about formal contradictions, no, there's not going to be a formal contradiction between the existence of the laws of logic and the non-existence of the predication of a mind. So you are attempting to say that a
can I
formal
ask you a clarifying
contradiction.
question?
No,
What
hey
do you
John,
mean by that?
hey John, hey,
I'm just asking what you mean. When
What
you
I mean
say,
by the existence
slow
of the laws
down,
of
just
logic
slow
and the
down. I
non-existence
want to
of a
understand
mind?
your position. So when you say that part again,
Oh yeah, so I don't think that a formal contradiction exists between the existence of transcendentals such as the laws of logic and the non-existence of a mind.
so there can be laws of logic apart from a mind.
Yeah, duh.
Okay, every
Right? And the only reason that I'm saying this is because you're saying that it is
please show
necessary for
me.
a mind to
That's
exist.
my question then. This is my last question because
no,
if
no,
you
John,
can't answer
I'm
this,
literally trying to show you, but what you're doing is you want to interrupt me whenever I speak. So I'm just gonna have to put you on mute so I could continue speaking to show this to you, right? Because you are making the assumption that in order for the laws of logic to exist, so does a mind. Assumptions don't get us anywhere.
okay.
Like,
Here's
in order
the last
for you to
question I
prove
have.
that
You
this
can
is
move on to
necessarily
someone
true,
else.
no, you have to prove this assumption. Give me reason to believe that your assumption that the laws of logic must necessarily be predicated on the existence of a mind. Give me any reason. Like you understand that that is an assumption, right? So what's the proof
listen.
for this assumption would be a contradiction in the negation. Can you agree with me that?
It is true, and listen.
Hey John,
very carefully.
I'm asking you a very clear
Yes,
question.
let me-
What do you say the proof for your statement that the laws of logic are necessarily predicated on the existence of a mind would be the impossible of the negation?
Yes, which is true by
and how
definition.
do we prove an impossibility of a negation? How do we prove impossibility?
Because
John?
it's true by definition.
John,
you
how
show
do we,
me?
John,
Listen,
how do we prove
let me ask you,
impossibilities?
let me.
No. You're answering my question. There's only one way to analytically prove impossibilities within the realm of logical possibility. So how do we prove impossibilities within the realm of logical possibility, John?
So, Dean, I mean, this
You're not
is a
answering
joke.
my question.
Listen,
no, this is a joke. You're
show
fucking
me
joke.
Laws of
The
logic
only
that
one
are
way to
separate from a
prove
mind.
impossibility is going to be by contradiction. So what is the contradiction that exists between the existence of the laws of logic and the non-existence of a mind? You can't name
That
it.
one
See, you can't name
precedes the
your
other.
presupposition.
Yeah, that one precedes the other. You
False.
do not have
Give me
laws of
reason
logic
to
apart from
believe
a
your
mind.
assumption. You do not have reason to believe that in order for the laws of logic to exist, one must necessarily be preceded upon by a mind.
Here,
That is the flaw within your argument.
Question. I'll ask one question.
No,
I'm
do we
happy to
understand?
leave.
No, John, I want you to recognize that you're not proving your assumptions.
Listen, okay.
You are currently making the assumption that in order for the laws of logic to exist, they're predicated on the existence of a mind. I want you to prove that by giving me the explicit contradiction between the existence
All right.
of the laws of
All right, I will.
logic
Okay.
without the predication of that of a
Okay,
mind.
give me 10 seconds without interrupting.
Yes.
If you answer this question correctly, I will concede and say you win, and I will revoke everything I say. Okay, here it is. Simple question. All 4,000 people watching, listening, I'm happy to have you guys answer this too. Please show me laws of logic without using your mind.
Oh, show you the laws of logic without using my
Where
mind?
are they? Are they in Home Depot? Are they in the hill? Are they on a
so
bed?
laws of logic are immaterial. Asking me to show you a physical location of the laws of logic is a category error. I'd be rejecting P2 of the presupposition
What is
argument
What is
for the God
immaterial?
argument here.
Meaning it's bound to a mind, Dean.
Immateriality would be explicit or outside of like material reality. And no, I do not believe that immateriality is going to be bound to a mind. Is there going to be necessary truths of the universe?
Think these things through. I appreciate your time, man. But if
Hey, no,
that's your worldview,
John,
that's
actually,
ridiculous.
you need to think this through because I'm the one educating you right now. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't leave and run away because I'm actually educating you on this right now.
I'm not
So
running,
immateriality is not bound to a mind. And see, this is where the presupposition argument ultimately fails. It's because the proponents of the worldview that would say that immateriality is bound to a mind actually can't justify that assumption. assumption. This is why no analytical philosophers, even within the realm of theism, hold to the presupposition argument as being a good argument. Right? The only Christians that you see running the presup argument are going to be white belts, such as Doth Darkins, white belts that are like on YouTube with 5K subs. Like, I'm telling you, the reason that no analytical philosophers, even within the realm of theism, run this argument is because that assumption cannot be justified. No, immateriality is not
laughable,
predicated on
man.
the existence of a mind, and you cannot prove
You can
that.
talk like
It is
Speedy the
laughable.
Rabbit. You can talk like Speedy the Rabbit all you want, but everything that you just said was based on the foundation of an absolute absurdity. So
What's the absurdity in saying that
congratulations.
immateriality can be existed?
Yes,
can be
please
exist-
show it to
can
me.
exist necessarily
Please. Where-
outside of the mind?
Yes, outside of the mind, please. Is it in a test tube, Dean? Where do I go get the laws of logic? Where
You don't
can I
get the laws
physically
of logic.
touch
They
math?
exist.
Where can I physically touch math?
Exactly. You don't physically touch math as there.
Exactly.
Exactly. And what's going to be the what's going to be
And
the what's
how
gonna be
do
the
we know that?
justification
How do
for
we
assuming that this is
recognize
gonna
it
be
based on
predicated
a
the
mind? A
Wait,
mind.
we could recognize truths based on a mind, but the existence of the truth is not self-recognized. Like, you understand that, right? Like, when you say that we only can
if that's your
recognize them based
worldview,
upon
I have
mind-
nothing else to say. If that's
Well, I mean,
what your stance
so,
is, I have
so
no-
John, I'm just literally giving you moral Platonism, and like, you are unable to refute it by justifying your statements. You're saying that you have nothing else to say because you can't justify this idea that
It's like-
immateriality is necessarily justified on the existence of a mind. You could only make that assumption. You can't prove it, and this is why I completely refute your worldview. Is because you have no evidence for this assumption. You assume that immateriality is going to necessarily exist predicated on the existence of the mind. This is just as silly as me saying that you, John, necessarily exist predicated on my existence. The only reason you exist, John, is because of me. Right? That's necessary. Can you disprove
look
that?
how angry you're getting.
Oh, I'm not getting
Talk
angry. I'm just
fast,
trying to
you're a
educate
smart
you.
whippersnapper, but when you peel the
Hey, John,
when
can you
open the
disprove that your
hood,
existence is necessarily predicated on my existence?
Can I say the analogy again without being interrupted?
Can you disprove that
Trying
your
to say
existence is
it's like
necessarily?
you're going to Costco, you're adopting all these Christian things, laws
Okay.
of logic.
Hey, John, I'm gonna go ahead and ask
Listen,
you to like just. So, like,
and then
respond
when
like
I
me.
ask for your receipt, you say, no, these are mine. You're acting like a Christian made in God's image, and that yet you reject him. And I ask for your receipt of how you get laws of logic, how you get aesthetic moral judgments, and you say, no, those are mine. Well, I say, listen, brother, if you say they're yours, show me the receipts, or else you've stolen them from the Christian worldview. And that's all you've demonstrated today is you've stole them from the Christian worldview.
Okay, so I mean, we could talk about the Christian worldview here. Do you think that slavery's always been wrong?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when God said that slavery isn't wrong in Leviticus 25
based on
verses
your,
4, hey,
listen,
John,
we've already
John,
talked about this. There is no.
So when God says that slavery isn't wrong in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, he's lying. Yeah, I don't know how you interrupted me here. Go ahead. Yeah, he tells the Israelites that they could own the non-Israelites as human property for life.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does God give a universal prescription for slavery for all men in all time?
No, he gives a
Okay,
particular
thank you.
description
Thank
for
you.
slavery for the
Thank
ancient
you.
Israelites. So
Thank
you said
you.
slavery's always been
So
wrong,
that-
which would include the context of the
But like,
ancient
here's the
Israelites.
irony. Here's the
So if it
irony.
wasn't wrong
Dean.
for them, and then it wouldn't
here's the
always been
here's the
wrong.
ultimate irony. You are sitting up here
It
and
actually
saying,
isn't ironic. You said that
No, but-
slavery's always been wrong, but God says at the minimum that it was okay for these people at this time. So how could it be the case that slavery was okay back then, but it was also not okay back then, as implied by your statement that slavery's always
okay,
been wrong?
can I speak?
So was it wrong or not wrong for the ancient Israelites
me get
to
25
own
seconds.
non-Israelites?
Let me get 25 seconds.
I mean, you're just pivoting around
In
my
my
question here, John.
worldview, I can condemn slavery. In your worldview, it's all
John,
subjective.
was
To
it
which I
wrong for the
respond,
ancient
who
Israelites
cares,
to
bro?
own non-ancient Israelites
It
as human
doesn't
property for
matter.
life?
Who cares?
It actually does matter because I'm just
okay,
trying to touch
from
on
the next
description.
20 seconds, I'm
Was it
gonna be
wrong
mean.
or was it not wrong?
Who
for the
cares,
ancient
bro?
Israelites? Yeah,
Who
so you're just-
cares?
You're saying who cares because you don't engage with what I'm saying. I'm just going to go to make it
It's
explicitly clear what I'm
subjective.
saying. So in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, God tells the ancient Israelites that they could own non-Israelites as human property for life. So was it wrong for the ancient Israelites to own non-Israelites as human property for life?
Wrong and right. What do I know about these things? It's all subjective, bro.
So you don't answer.
That's your worldview. I can give you a Christian response, but I'm adopting your absurd worldview.
Yeah, so I've already explained to you that's not entailed. given
You
my
don't
worldview, but we
believe in
obviously are going to be
objective sub-
speaking from your.
You don't
from your
believe in
worldview.
objective morality.
Yeah,
Correct
I
or
don't think
incorrect?
that- I don't think that morality is objective. Meaning, I don't
Okay,
think that there's
then
an
why are
objective
you
standard to
condemning
measure morality
slavery as
by.
if it's objectively wrong?
Wait, I'm actually condemning it as if it's wrong in accordance with my preferences. This is what's going to be implied
Okay,
given
then
my
people
rejection
have
of objective
preferences that are
morality.
different than you.
Yeah, and I
Why
think
are
the
you
preference is
crying?
wrong annexed to my preferences. But are you going
Okay.
to pivot here?
Hit-
I'm obviously giving you an internal critique of your worldview, and you're unable to respond to it. So, like, you're obviously just being incredibly absurd here. So, once again, I'm going to go ahead and run the internal critique once more, and I'm actually going to ask you to engage in it in good faith. All right, so just like, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you all to be able to see. I'm going to ask him this question, and then he's going to find some way not to respond to my question. So in Leviticus 25, when God says that it was morally permissible for the ancient Israelites to own the non-Israelites as human property for life, does this mean that during the times of the ancient Israelites that it wasn't wrong for them to own the non-Israelites as human property for life? Everyone, watch him find a way to pivot around this. He's going to find a way.
Listen, I'm happy to answer the question that God has ordained even such things as evil in this world for a number of reasons. First and foremost, for us to not love this present world, but to cling to Christ, flee from the wrath to come, and that far
was it
from
wrong or
having
not wrong?
Listen, you want a response? I'm giving it to you. That we can cling to Christ and have our hope and our salvation secure for all eternity, far from the mere
Here's
80,
not
90
answering.
years of pleasure that we might find in this world.
See how he's not answering. Like, was it wrong or is it not wrong for
Secondly,
the own ancient Israelites?
all that God does, we do not have the rationale to condemn God's actions in this world because he is the ultimate standard for that which is good and evil.
Can't answer. So was it wrong
That
or
is
not
the
wrong
answer.
for the ancient Israelites to own non-Israelites?
I just gave you the answer. I mean, this is the thing. I give you an answer, then you just like parrot that, the same question, as if you're not.
You're kind of muting your mic again. So was it wrong or was it not wrong? You're muffling your mic, John.
Yeah, I'm saying when I give you an answer and then you parrot back the same question to the thing that I just responded to.
So what was your
it
answer?
shows
Was it
me you're
wrong or
not
not
being you're not being genuine with these discussions. You just have
I
a
am being
narrative to
genuine in
push.
these discussions. You're not just not answering my question,
But-
John. Was
okay.
it wrong or not wrong?
Now I'm going to go back to what you don't like me to do.
Okay, John.
It's
Yeah,
all-
you could go back to what you want to after you answer my question. So when an ancient Israelite would own like a Canaanite or an Egyptian as human property for life during like Levitical law, were they doing something wrong or were they not doing something wrong? It's very simple. Like, can you give
Hey,
me an answer?
Dean, I'm being serious. If you mute me one more time, I'm gone. I'm a 33-year-old man. I don't need to be muted like I'm a child, okay?
I mean, I think
will
you do
stop
because you're
talking.
refusing to answer the question.
I will stop talking, but I'm telling you, you mute me one more time, I'm happily going to go. You could talk to somebody else.
Yeah, so that's your way of running away. So was it wrong or not wrong for an
There
ancient
is-
Israelite to own an
listen.
Egyptian or a Canaanite as human property for life and beat them?
I would more soon run away from a blade of grass
Are you
than
gonna
run
answer or
away
not,
from a
buddy?
conversation from you.
Why won't you
Okay.
answer?
In that context, to Israelites, you have a false assumption of what that all entailed, first and foremost. Secondly, everything God prescribed for the nation of Israel
What's
was
my
a
false
Levitical
assumption?
priesthood. Listen, don't interrupt me.
Okay.
Is good by the standard that God had ordained it for a number of reasons, which I just went into. The glory of God, that we would not love this present world, that he would work out the redemption of humankind so that we would leave and hate this world and cling to Christ. Notice how you don't bring up, why is God evil for allowing people to die in old age? So you're condemning for slavery, but you know what the impetus is for every human being that has ever existed to die? It's God's ordaining power in his word. We easily condemn God for children dying, but what about the 90-year-old that's dying? All of that is under the hand of God, and his
I'd actually
plan
do
in
say that we
redemptive
could condemn
history
God for natural
is
law.
that we would not love this present world. We would cling to Christ and find hope for eternity. And that's my hope for you, Dean, that you
Yeah,
can lay
so-
down this childish
Hey, John.
mantra. You go back and forth.
Hey, John, I appreciate
And
you for
cling to
your
Christ.
response there. But I still feel as if you haven't answered very directly here. You kind of told me that like the laws in which God gave to them were good. So does this mean it was good for an ancient Israelite to own a non-Israelite?
If you just want like a yes or no, I will happy to say yes based on different assumptions. I have a different.
Okay, you want to pause, John. You have to be able to see me to hear me. So how can you say that slavery wasn't wrong for the ancient Israelites, but slavery has always been wrong? Isn't that contradictory? John, you're on pause, buddy. You got to come back to the app. All right. Well, I guess we're going to go to get another guest up in here while he's on pause. Let's go into what our next guest has to say. Let's go to get Cam. Oh, he left. He ran. Oh my god. Ah, man. Dude, that's too funny. We got a runner. Get fucking cooked. Get fucking cooked. See, that's what you got to do with the Christians. As soon as they learn that you can't muddy the fucking water, they run away. They run away. They run away. Sweet baby Jesus. He's a Drek star. If you're voting for Trump, let me see in that queue, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to our next guest at this point. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. We got our next guest loading in. If you're MAGA, let me see it in the chat. What's going on, Cal? How old are you? Cal, you're on the live, buddy. Can you use your vocal cords? You have to speak up, Cal. I could barely hear you. All right, Cal also left. Guys, if you're MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat with a MAGA down below. Let me know with that chat in the MAGA down below, y'all. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. We got Perfectly Flawed loading up. Dude, John got fucked, dude. John got fucking dunked on. What a satisfying feeling. What a satisfying feeling. Dude, I'm so fucking satisfied with myself right now. We're loading up our next guest, y'all. Everyone, do just give us a minute. We're having issues trying to get someone to load in. John got cooked. John got cooked like a medium rare filet. And that's why I ran, guys. Guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. I'm still looking for people to pull up. But specifically speaking, no one in the queue's loading up. Let me see a MAGA down below. Let me see a MAGA down below, y'all. We're waiting to see a couple MAGAs down in the chat to load them up. It looks like no one wants to join up right now, even though we have 4.2 thousand people, guys. In the meantime, while we are waiting on our next guest, make sure to double tap away in that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 200,000 likes. Also, make sure to share out this live with a couple friends, y'all. What's going on, Clap Daddy? How old are you?
I'm 25, brother.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am certainly voting for Trump.
All right, is there any way for you to go into a different room or mute the TV in the background?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, everyone, do give us a minute while Clap Daddy is doing exactly that. Awesome. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because I don't like Kamala's very socialist agenda.
What's socialism?
What is socialism? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Or what's socialism? Like, are you asking like what socialist policies?
Can you define socialism?
I would define socialism as a mild version towards communism, towards government-controlled production of all resources.
So communism actually implies no government. And then also socialism is where the workers mean the owns of production. So you're wrong. But yeah, what's one policy that like Kamala?
Wait, so you're saying socialism means workers own the means of production? Who regulates
socialism
that?
Is
Who regulates that?
worker co-ops.
Okay, so then someone has to be in control.
Worker co-ops are in control.
Okay, name one example where that actually happens, or is happening.
Socialism. Yeah, I don't know. I see that's a thing about
because it's just an idea and it doesn't actually play out like that ever.
Yeah, I agree with you. I disagree with socialism and communism. But you said that she had like socialist policy. What's one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that was quote unquote socialist?
I don't know a specific policy, but in terms of rhetoric, you have.
Wait, I'm so sorry. You said that they had passed socialist policy.
No, I didn't. I didn't say they passed any. I didn't say they passed anything.
You did.
I didn't.
Okay, so yeah, what do you vote for? Someone that more likely than not had raped a woman?
I don't see any evidence that he raped anybody.
Yeah, I'm asking you if you'd vote for someone. It's funny that you automatically link that to Trump, that more likely than not raped a woman.
I mean, yeah, because that's what you're inferring.
So would you or would you not vote for someone that more likely than not raped a woman?
If they're gonna make our country better, then yeah.
Okay, so you'd vote for a literal rapist. So it is the case that a civil court held Trump legally responsible for raping E. Jean Carroll, meaning that more likely than not occurred. But what if the Epstein files were true? What if it is the case that Trump had raped, imprisoned, and tortured 13-year-old Katie Johnson with Jeffrey Epstein? Would you still vote with him then? Vote for him?
Yeah, if he's gonna make our country better, then yeah. I would.
What if he raped your mom?
Well, then I'd probably kill him, but yeah.
Wait, so you'd kill him if he raped your mom, but you'd vote for him if he raped someone else's mom?
I mean, that's kind of like a weird scenario.
That's fucking wild, bro. That's insane. You'd vote for him if he raped a little girl, but you'd unalive him if he raped your mom.
I'm more or less just being ironic because you're just throwing out these scenarios that don't really have anything to do with the conversation.
No, actually, if you look at the Epstein files, DOE.
I mean, actually, if you want to get into
legally
if you want to
responsible
get
for
into
rape.
this, if
And
you
I
wanna get
absolutely
into
do.
this, the
Don't interrupt me. And it absolutely is an imperative for us to be discussing someone's character, right? Like putting a rapist in the Oval Office is just going to further perpetuate rape culture, right? And it's going to further perpetuate harm against women due to the social adoptance of a rapist, right? And just the pure denial of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but then literally proved it in a court of law, right? But yeah, you also said they had a good policy was going to make the country better. So what was like one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agree with?
Is my microphone on? Okay. What's one policy that he passed? The
That
wall.
you agree with?
The wall.
So what was the name of the policy?
I don't know.
Okay, so you can't name a policy. Can you name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree
No,
with?
bro, my bigger point here is the overarching ideology of the left versus the ideology of the right.
So you can't. So what ideology is Kamala
Are you-
Harris upholding that Trump isn't that you disagree with? That gives you reason to vote for Trump?
Are you familiar with the entire leftist ideology right now? I mean, you essentially have the same thing going on in Europe, which is why you're seeing such a far swing to the right. You have,
Can you be more specific?
okay, you have all of Europe being flooded by migrants right now.
We're not even talking about Europe. We're specifically
I
going
was
to be talking about the
comparing.
Biden-Harris administration
I was
and
comparing.
what they've done or what they're going to do
I
that
was
you think is
comparing.
worse than Trump.
I mean, bro, look at our border. Like, how many people have come in over the last 4 years?
Oh yeah. So specifically speaking, after Biden's executive order on the border, fallings have decreased by 55%, putting us at lower crossings now than at the end of Trump's term. And then also specifically, Trump shot down 2 bipartisan border bills through passing through Congress as early as 2 years after Biden and Harris assumed office for the reason
Well, I
that he
mean, look
didn't
at
want the
the numbers.
Democrats to
He
look
literally
good.
had-
And he also specifically said at one of his rallies to blame it on him if the border bill fails. And Nicole, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
I mean, sure, I haven't looked up that specifically, but if you want to look at the numbers over the past 4 years of how many people have come in versus came in under Trump, I mean, it's not comparable.
Right, but what I'm referencing here is that they've
Okay,
tried
so
to be
why is that?
they've tried to
So why
pass
is
border
that?
policy for
Why is
the
that?
last 3 years.
Just listen. Just listen for a second.
Hey, buddy,
Okay.
with all due respect, I'm speaking here. I'd appreciate it if you want to
No,
interrupt me.
bro, you're just like saying the same shit over and over again.
Wait, so I'm explaining to you how it is the case that Trump is to blame for the border crisis. right?
I'm speaking.
So,
over
we had like
larger-
bipartisan
over
legislation
an
influenced to get
overarching
passed.
idea.
Hey, clap daddy. We had bipartisan legislation influenced to get passed, right, by the Biden-Harris administration on the House floor 2 years after they assumed office. Trump called the Republican lawmakers in the House and the Senate, told them to vote against the bill because he, quote-unquote, didn't want to give the Democrats a win. Then he even said at one of his rallies in Nevada to, quote-unquote, blame it on him if the border bills fail, which ultimately they failed, meaning that we saw an extension to the crisis and Trump valuing political power and the Democrats looking bad over like solving the crisis at the southern border, right? Then after all those things fail and Biden was forced to sign executive order into law, we specifically saw that crossings declined 55%, putting us at lower levels now than at the end of Trump's term.
Okay, I haven't looked any of that up, so I'm not just going to take your word for it. But sure, let's take your word for it. Anyway, that doesn't really get to what I was saying. My point more so being is that, for instance, just look at this. If you take a map and you only have people who pay taxes vote, Democrats don't have a party. They get like 80 something electoral votes.
Hey, so it's actually
does that tell
illegal
you?
for
What does that tell
non-citizens
you?
to vote.
I didn't say citizens. I said people who pay taxes.
People
Taxpayers.
who pay taxpayers, like people
Yeah. Yeah, people that have jobs, you know? Yeah, you know, when you like make money, when you have an income, you pay taxes.
I definitely think that's false.
You can look it up right now.
Can you give me a source for that?
I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah, you could go on pause and like go on Google and find a source.
I mean, do you like?
Well, also, I can't hear you when you're on pause, so just go find the source. I'm going to go ahead and pull up another guest in the meantime, y'all. Everyone just do be patient while we get our next guest, Evan, up in here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient, guys. Also, do double tap away in that phone screen and do share that live with a couple of friends here. Everyone, just do be patient, y'all. While we do get our next guest up in here. If you are Mag and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat, y'all. Do let me know in that chat, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. What's going on? Shane, how old are you? Shan, hi, are you here? All
7959.43.
right, Shan's not here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. What's up, Brad? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right, why is that?
Well, first of all, you got cooked by John.
Yeah, it's just a
Number one.
lie, bro.
That's not a lie.
What's a transcendental?
Okay.
Brad, what's a transcendental?
What about everyone in the chat who said
Brad, what's a transcendental?
Eldeen, W.
I'm
John,
going to demonstrate
Eldeen.
to you why that's false.
Eldeen.
Abby, I appreciate you for the little ground.
Okay,
What's a
and
tran-
also,
what's a-
when
Brad, I'm
Trump-
asking you a question. What's a transcendental?
No. When Trump went right in office, what was one of the
Brad, you're on pause. Hey, welcome back, buddy. What's a transcendental?
Nope, we're off of this. John already
No.
wrecked you. John already wrecked you.
So the reason that I'm asking you what a transcendental is that's what our entire argument was surrounding. And the reason that I'm asking you this question is because you didn't even track that shit. Like, you just said that, like, John won because you probably was advocating for what you believe in as well, like Christianity, or maybe the fact that I'm just a liberal and you don't like me, right? You don't know what a transcendental is. Like, I mean, I could ask you this question too. Our debate primarily revolved around the presuppositionalist argument for the Christian worldview. Do you know what the presuppositionalist argument for the Christian worldview is?
Hey, John already wrecked you. Let's go on to a
You
different
don't know
topic.
what the presuppositionalist argument for the Christian worldview is. Do you know what the 3 classical laws of logic are? You just said that because you don't like me. But I'm completely willing to go to a different topic. I don't want to embarrass you like this. Yeah, so Jennifer, thank you so much for the baby dragon egg. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W Jennifers in that chat. Brad, unmute your mic, click on your profile picture, click the icon of the mic. Why are you voting for Trump? Yeah, that's so embarrassing.
There, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm down to stop embarrassing you on that.
I'm voting for Trump because Kamala wants to ban AR-15s, and tell me what banning AR-15s is going to do.
Yeah, well, particularly what she's advocating for the past is non-mandatory buyback programs, as well as the banning on importing of the pew-pews, which specifically I do think is a good idea.
Okay,
and
well,
I could
here you go.
detail it
Here you
too,
go.
so
I got you. Well, you do not have to get an AR-15 from a store. You can build it. You can buy it illegally. You can buy one from Panama or South America, one that's illegally imported. So what's it going to do if then all of our legal ARs are just banned and people can get an illegal AR and yeah, be more dangerous. If someone who illegally gets an if they ban legal AR-15s, what's that going to do if you can still get an illegal AR-15?
Well, it's going to reduce gun deaths. So if you could look up every town efficacy of gun laws, and we'll see that it kind of tells you all 50 states and how much gun deaths they have per 100,000 citizens, and it'll dictate how much gun legislation they have.
Okay,
The more
but
more gun control and the gun legislation that a state has, the less gun deaths they have per 100,000 citizens. Additionally, here she doesn't want to ban the legal ownership of an AR-15. She just wants to ban the imports of them to make them harder to get. That's also going to be through illegal means, right?
Okay,
Because if we decrease the
even-
supply of AR-15s, with a constant demand, even through illegal means, it's still going to make it harder for individuals to get their hands on them.
No, it
Another
won't.
point.
Anyone can get an AR-15 illegally on the black market or from South America. Also,
Hey,
if they do ban the import of AR-15, someone could still get a 9mm pistol with a 100-round mag and do just as much damage as an AR-15.
Right. So anyone can get a pistol, legally speaking. High round magazines are already banned, but additionally here,
No, they're not.
Right?
No,
So when
I
we
just
have
bought
a
one.
when we have a supply and demand curve, Diane, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get.
Woohoo! I'm making a living off Venmo. Woohoo!
Are you jealous?
No, I'm not jealous. I make more money than you. Do you want to see my house right now?
Oh, the fact that you even just said that you make more money than me really shows that you're a child and you are jealous about
You
me.
wanna see my house?
Diane, I really appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo though. Let's get some W Dianes in that comment section. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you for that love. You make more money than why did you say that? That's like super irrelevant. Like that was like so fucking weird, Brad.
You're
That
a
was
little,
like so fucking weird.
you're a little faggot.
And he starts slurring. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move on to someone with 4 brain
Let's
cells.
go, Bam.
We're gonna go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Also, Clap Daddy went on pause, never came back. I'm so sorry for his use of slurs. You know, the MAGA supporters are really showing their true colors today, ladies and gentlemen. The MAGA supporters are really showing their true colors, guys. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. If you follow the script, loses a debate, starts slurring. We're going to move on to our next guest. But guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in that bio. And yo, Kathy, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for making more money than the MAGA cultists. Yo, Kathy, thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Kathys in that comment section. I really appreciate you for that love, Kathy.
Hey, bro,
Massive
you're a
W
fat
Kathys.
dumbass nigger. You're a fat nigger, bro.
All right. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do give us a second, y'all. All right, really following the MAGA pipeline today. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. There's also Kathy with a K, y'all. Thank you so much for the love, Kathy. What's up, Gabriel? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, dude? I'm 29.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
Sure.
Okay. So
Yes,
you
yes.
said that really like you weren't going
Yes,
to.
yes.
All right. Why is that?
Because Trump's awesome, bro. Self-made man. Self-made millionaire.
So no, he got $400 million in inheritance from his father. And
Did
I
he
don't
get it from
understand
the
why you say
government?
that Grapus is awesome.
Did he get it from the government?
He got it from his dad.
There we go. Self-made, man.
Wait, you think that getting $400 million from your father is self-made?
Well, he could have thrown it all.
Tommy, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo for cooking magas like you're a chef. I appreciate you for the love. It's not self-made. You also said that he's awesome. So do you think all grapists are awesome or just this one?
That's a that's a messed up question. The answer is no, bro. The answer is no.
Well, yeah, if you don't think that grapists are awesome, why would you think that Donald Trump is awesome? Because Donald Trump is a grapist.
I don't know that. I don't know that information, though.
Oh, yeah. So he's held legally responsible for the grape of a lady by the name of E. Jean Carroll in 2022. Yeah, he was supposed to pay out like $84 million to her. Yeah.
On 2022.
In 2022 is when the decision of the jury had ended, and he was held legally responsible for the grape of her.
So so they convicted him guilty.
Yeah, he was found guilty. He was held legally responsible in a civil
Why is
court
he
of law.
not in jail?
Because he was in a civil court, not a criminal court. Damn. Okay. Hey, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with?
I'll tell you what. I'm not even Christian, but John pretty much made me feel like I should
Okay.
be a Christian.
What's a transcendental?
Bro, I'm Mexican, bro. I don't know what that is. You can move your head all you want.
You being Mexican has nothing to do with you not.
Dude, I just don't. I don't care about it, bro.
I don't.
I
what
just
the
think
hell
it's.
does
I
that
think
have
it's
to do with
funny
anything?
how mad you got that fucking John got your ass, and you're over here yelling and laughing at nothing, saying, "Oh, I cooked John," when everybody fucking saw how
Yeah.
nervous you were, moving your head. You just bob your head. It looks funny
Yeah.
when you're talking. You're bobbing your head, and you're
So,
mad. It looks funny as hell.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask you 4 questions. I want to see if you could just answer one of them. What's a transcendental? What are the 3 classical laws of logic? What is the precept argument for the Christian worldview? Or what is moral Platonism?
Are you against?
Can you answer one of those 4 questions?
Okay, yeah, cool. Are you against the
Hey,
amendments?
Gabriel, can you or can you not answer one of those 4 questions?
No, I'm not. I'm not as smart as you.
How
Are
can you say that
against the
John cooked
amendments?
me when that's what we were debating about?
He used your own logic against you, and I think that's what you hate. Is that,
logic?
and he didn't have to use no big words. He just had to use common sense.
So
And
what was his
he
argument?
put you on the ropes. Is the embarrassing part.
What was his argument?
He used your logic against you.
Like how? Like what logic of mine did he use against me to like what was his final argument?
I mean, you were there, bro. You can pretend like you didn't feel it, but
So
you saw everybody was on his side.
What was my argument?
Hey, are you against the amendments? Answer my question. Are you against? Just answer this question. That's it. Are you against the
Jesus
amendments?
Christ. Like maybe some parts of some of them. Are you?
Are you? I'm asking you. Are you against the amendments? Are you against,
yeah, like
against freedom of speech?
Am I against freedom of speech? No, I'm not against freedom of speech apart from hate speech.
So, yeah, okay. 10-4, I got you. So, freedom of speech is
Are
good,
you?
right?
Wait,
No,
so I have a question for you. So Trump
Yeah.
wants to make it federally illegal to burn the American flag. In fact, he wants to put anyone who burns the American flag in jail for a year. Right? So the Supreme Court has ruled that burning the American flag is upheld under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression. Right? So would you agree with me here that this is unconstitutional?
If someone burns the American flag, we need to bring back being proud for America, bro.
Yeah, but do you think it should be illegal
No,
to burn the
everybody
American
thinks
flag?
it's an awful place, but everybody wants to live here and make their own fucking rules.
Yeah, but do you think it should be illegal to burn the American flag?
It should be illegal, yes.
Okay, so the Supreme Court has ruled that that is unconstitutional. So are you against the First Amendment?
No, I'm not.
Well, like saying that
Well,
it
this
should
is
be
America,
illegal.
bro. It's America. Why would you burn the American flag?
Well,
Go
like one's
somewhere else
motivations
then.
for burning the American flag isn't relevant to if you do it, should you go to jail, right? Because the Supreme Court has ruled that that actually violates our first right,
Hell
our First
no,
Amendment
lock
right
'em
to
up.
freedom of expression.
You know how many people died so you could be here fucking ranting?
So, do you disagree with like the Supreme Court's ruling that burning the American flag is
You probably
protected
haven't
under the
even
First
shot a
Amendment right
gun
to
in your
freedom of
life.
expression?
What'd you ask me? Sorry.
I have. I unfortunately have a
Hit
very
your, you
Republican
hurt your little
family.
shoulder.
No, it didn't. It hurt my little my arm. No. So, do you agree or disagree with the Supreme Court's ruling that, specifically speaking, that the right to burn an American flag is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression?
Protect the flags. Yeah, protect the American flag.
Okay. So,
Hell
do
yeah.
you think that burning the Confederate flag should be illegal? Because people fought and died for that one too.
You know who died for it too as well? African Americans. Hope you know that.
Yeah.
Republicans were
Yeah, people like African Americans were slaughtered by the Confederacy. Absolutely.
Did you
But
know
can you answer
that?
my question? Should it be like illegal to burn that flag too?
Wait, yeah, it should be illegal as well. Check it out.
Burning
Did you
the
know-
Confederate flag should
It
be
as
illegal.
well, brother. Come on.
Wait, I should
Okay.
wait. What? Wait, should burning the pride flag be illegal?
Nah, burn that one.
What, dude?
Protect
So
the
why
first
should
one
it?
first.
Why should it be illegal to burn the Confederate flag, but not illegal to burn the pride flag?
Like, fuck the Confederate flag. The American flag is the only one that matters.
Then why should it be illegal to burn the Confederate flag?
Okay, do you know that the Republican Party was started by black people, right? Do you know that?
What?
Did you know that?
I don't know if that's true, Gabriel.
Dude, look it up. It got started by black people, the Republican Party.
What is this? What's the relevance? Even if that's true, I don't understand what the relevance would be. But I don't think it's true.
They stood with the South, bro.
Do you stand with this? What? So you understand that the South, like the Confederacy, they explicitly fought for states' rights to own slaves.
That's not all it was, first of all.
Yeah, that was made explicitly clear by every single state that had seceded from the Union.
Like,
and formed the
I'm
Confederacy.
against slavery.
Then why
okay.
are you against burning the Confederate flag?
But you do realize that there's black people that represent that flag as well, right?
I recognize that you're tokenizing members of the African American community that disagree.
So
with
do
you.
you. So do you. So that's all the Democrat Party does.
How do I tokenize members of the African American community here at home in the U.S.?
Huh?
How do I tokenize black people?
How do the Democrats do it?
How do
What
I
are you asking?
tokenize black people? You said so do you, like as in me.
Well,
How do
you're a
I
liberal.
tokenize black people.
You're a Democrat.
And what? So what? Can you like draw all the dotted lines here? How am I tokenizing black people?
Democrats have been
How?
by housing them, segregating them. That's all Democratic. That's all the Democratic Party.
Wait, what do you think? Okay, I mean, first of all, the Democrats are for racial segregation? Okay, why do the Proud Boys, the racists, the KKK members, and the neo-Nazis vote for the Republican candidates?
I mean, there's more than I mean, you're throwing neo-Nazi in with Proud Boys. That has nothing to do with them.
Okay, yeah, who's a racist gonna vote for, the black woman or the rich white man?
A racist? I don't know. I'm not racist. I'm voting for Trump. So what does that tell you?
Bro, how many
But-
how many continents there are, and which one do you currently live in?
7, and then I don't know which one you're living in. It's up your ass, probably. Get your
I'm
head out of
asking
your
you
ass.
which one you live in?
Just get your head out of your ass.
Gabriel, which continent are you
Dude,
in?
you didn't even know that the Republican Party was started by black people, and you're over here hating on them.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and explain a very simple concept to you. So I don't know if the Republican Party was started by black people. That doesn't change the fact that currently
Yes, it does.
The Republican Party stands for the reversal of like social change that we've achieved insofar as there being less racial inequality. The Republican does not stand for like allowing women access to healthcare and access to the most fundamental rights. The Republican Party stands for like the party of traditionalism, which we see like more marginalization of like already disenfranchised communities under. Right, and it's like I could just ask the most simple question. Of
Yeah,
all
I know
time.
Democrats are
Who-
heroes.
I'm just asking you like literally like the most simple question of all time, Gabriel. Right, and I'd appreciate your answer on this.
Go ahead.
Right,
You can
so the
squint your
racist-
eyes all you want. Go
So
ahead.
the racist KKK Proud Boys, who are they going to be voting for this year? The black woman or the rich white?
Why
woman?
are you like? Why are you putting the Proud Boys with KKK? I don't get it.
Yeah, because the Proud Boys stand for racism. Absolutely.
No, they don't.
Wow, that's okay.
It's
So
just-
we'll
that's
just leave
what-
that.
that's
We'll
what
just
the-
leave that word
that's
out.
what
So the
left-
racist.
That's
so,
what the left wants you to believe, and you eat it up.
Okay, yeah.
Eat
So
it up
like
like
the
a dick,
racist, like
it's
like
gay.
racist people, who are they going to vote for? The black woman or the rich white man?
I'm not racist. I just told you, and I'm voting.
I'm not saying you're racist.
Then
I'm
I
asking
can't
you
answer
who
for race.
racist
You're
people are gonna be
white.
voting
You're
for.
white, and you're closer to being racist than I am. So you answer that question.
Bro, I'm like literally just trying to describe to you. You're saying that Democrats are racist
just
and vote for
because
like
you're
racial
GAY doesn't
desegregation.
mean you can't be racist, buddy.
Okay, I'm like so lost. What the fuck is going on? I'm like so fucking lost here. What continent are you currently in?
North America.
Name the other 6 continents.
Doesn't matter.
Dude, name the other fucking 6 continents.
When was the Republican Party started?
name the other 6 continents.
Answer my question. You didn't even answer my
No, you don't know the names of the 7 continents. Hey, buddy, what's 2 squared? Gabriel, unmute your mic. Click on, dude. Honestly, I don't think that he has like the neurons required to figure out how to unmute his mic. Chat. What's 2 squared, Mike? Gabriel?
the size of your dick.
Which is? I mean, funny insult. That's quick-witted. I'll give you that. But what's 2 squared? What's 2 squared? I mean, like, yeah, that was seriously quick-witted. Good job, Gabriel. But like, you're still
That was
just not
pretty good,
answering
huh?
the question.
That was pretty good.
So
I'm not even
what's,
smart, and I'm getting your ass.
what's 2 squared? Do you not know what 2 squared
I'm not gonna
is?
answer that fucking question, dude. I'm an
Okay.
engineer. I hope.
I'm gonna go ahead and only talk to people that know what 2 squared is. We're gonna go to get our next guest Sky up in here, y'all. This is a fucking rough live today, guys. What the hell is going on? Yeah, guys. Woo! I'm not having. This is a fucking rough one today. This is a rough one today, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, if you are MAGA, if you are voting for Trump, let me see a MAGA in that comment section. This is a rough ass live, guys. What's up? How old are you?
42.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just me personally, thought it was a lot better with Trump.
While he was in office, right? So this is like a correlation causation fallacy, right? We can't just say because something
I'm not
happened-
going to answer what policy he put in. I'm not going to answer your little trigger questions.
Me asking you about the policy that a president implemented is not a quote unquote trick question. It's just literally making sure that you understand what a president can or can't do for us. It's just literally me wanting
I
you to engage in
understand that.
critical thought, not to mention that this is a debate as well. But anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So specifically speaking, this is correlation causation. It's a correlation
All
causation.
right, calm
fallacy.
down, man. Just ask me the question. You don't have to get all worked up.
So you saying that you're voting for Trump because life was better under him? This is a correlation causation fallacy.
Personally, yes, it was better for me under him. I could go put gas in my car and not spend $100 every time. I could go buy, more than 2 little bags of groceries for less than $100. Me personally, it was better.
So you're going to be referencing inflation and gas prices here. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation? Or how did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gasoline?
I just don't. I don't agree with. You never focused on. They don't get shit done. Liberals don't get anything done. They talk shit.
So So just to clarify, the Biden-Harris administration has passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the CHIPS and Science Act that has brought 20% of the global chip production here back home in America, the PACT Act that has invested $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, the infrastructure bill that has invested millions of dollars into renewable energy resources that will reduce inflation in the long term, or the infrastructure bill that is invested $1 trillion right into infrastructure here at home in America. They've also approved more drilling permits than Trump's presidency ever did, meaning that we're drilling for more oil now than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth. Then additionally speaking here, right, we've had the quickest global rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. All right, so you're saying they haven't got shit done? They've got the most shit done out of any modern U.S. presidency in history.
You got to say, I need to deal with my issues with me and not.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that, I do agree with the PACT Act.
It's like if you're
Bro, but you have yet to tell me. You said that the reason you're voting for Trump is because there are cheaper gas prices under him. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gas?
Let me ask you a question.
Dude, 5 brain cells. 5 fucking brain cells.
Oh, that's all you have?
No.
How's mommy's basement going for you?
I do not live in my mom's basement, sir.
Oh, really? Because your last stream, like 2 days ago, you told everybody you did.
No, I actually am currently living in her extra bedroom.
He was in this
Oh, that's a lot better.
I'm 19 years old.
You're 19 years old. Do you have any kind of college education?
I'm currently in college. I'm home for summer. That's why I'm living in my mom's house.
What are your credentials? What makes you an expert all the time?
Because I'm Dean fucking Withers.
Oh, okay. You know Harry, right?
Yeah.
I know you do. Yeah. When y'all get together, are you the pitcher or the catcher?
I have literally never met Harry in person.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's also like kind of homophobic. Just like I don't like bigotry out loud, MAGA supporter. I don't expect.
I am homophobic. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so why do you think it's wrong to be a member of the LGBT?
Sorry, I'm not. Liberal with your agreeing with your rainbow flags and your trannies.
So why is it wrong to be lesbian? Oh, that's a fucking slur. Get the hell out of my life,
That's not-
dude. Dude, I fucking can't, bro. Chat, listen. I'm having a rough day with these debates. I'm having a very rough day with these debates. I'm having this, bro. This is probably the roughest day of debates. All right, in the last couple months. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in here, y'all. If we are in the chat and we want to come and debate, let me see a MAGA in that comment section. Also, if you want to support me, right, for enduring this train wreck of a live, the Venmo, the PayPal's in the bio. Love you all. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone, just do be patient, y'all. If you're MAGA, let me see a MAGA in the chat. Let me see a me in the chat if you do want to come up and debate, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and try to get our next guest up in the live, y'all. Hit that follow button if you haven't already, y'all. All right, we're still just trying to get our next guest to load in. Lisa, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love. Yo, Leith, I appreciate you for the $2 on PayPal. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. W Leith and W Jessica, I appreciate the both of y'all. What's up?
Hey, how's your day going, Dean?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Me? I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Me? Nah, I don't want to vote for neither, to be honest.
What's up, Prometheus? How old are you?
Yeah.
Bro, how old are you?
17.
Okay, so we have to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live, as well as you have to be at least 18 to vote for Trump. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here, y'all. Roxy, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. That'll be Roxy in the chat. Just looking for some debates, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute while we're trying to get that next guest loaded up in here. Everyone do be patient, y'all. Yeah, so if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate, let me see a me in that chat, y'all. But only if you're already in the queue, ladies and gentlemen. All right, because I can't invite anyone new up from the queue. Make sure that you are already in that queue, y'all. All right, everyone, just kind of give us a minute, y'all, while we are getting that next guest loaded up in here, chat. Robert, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. C-Bar here. Love you, Dean. You make it look easy. Thank you so much for the love, C-Bar. Let's get some WC bars in that chat. And Trish with a $15 on Venmo saying you to get some self-care after dealing with these guests. Bro, I'm going to use that, Trish. Thank you for the love. Massive W, Trish, for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, BCB? How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, and why's that?
All right. So before we start talking on this shit, like.
Emily, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for better debates today. Thank you for the love. And Liz, thank you for the fireworks. Let's get some W Emily's and some W Liz's in that chat. Go ahead.
Listen, this is just out of pure experience from last year. Like, I mean, you can ask me all these questions on policies and shit. But, I mean, bro, if you think about it, like.
Thank you for the swan glass.
Bro, like, our economy wasn't that bad last year. Like, honestly, the only thing we should be worried about.
So Joe Biden was president last year.
Oh, I meant when Trump. My bad. When Trump was.
Catherine, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal to keep up the good fight. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some massive W. Kate's in that chat. Right. Thank you so much. That is Kate with a K. Thank you so much for the love, Kate. Massive W. Kate. Okay, we can't. What the fuck? Holly, thank you for the $5 as well. Massive W. Kate with a K. And Holly, thank you for the $5. Massive W. Kate for the $25. I really appreciate you for the love. What was that, Peter?
Say you're more than my motherfucking my nephews and shit.
Okay, flop. Okay, complete flop. So why are you voting for Trump? In the chat, you also call me a low beta. A low
T beta male. Yeah, that's exactly what I called you.
Oh God, you're so cringy.
How much do you bench? How much do you bench?
Right now, probably about 215.
Oh my God, my knees can do that shit. What the fuck? Hell no. How tall are you? How tall are you, bro?
Peter, 215 is not something that you're.
How tall are you, bro? How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
You're 5. You're lying. You're 100% lying. You're like 5'6", bro. Don't even sit up here and try to lie, bro.
Okay, Jessica with the $5 on Venmo for being annoying. I really appreciate you for the love, Jessica.
Bro. No way. You cannot compete. Not step with me anywhere in the ring.
Thank you so much for the love, Jessica. So, I mean, there's a couple of things here. So, I mean, like, first of all, I've spent the last 3 years of my life weight training every day for 2 hours. Second of all, I think it's absolutely hilarious that you have to come up into my live and instead of, like, engaging in what I'm saying, like, with critical thought, with reason and rationale, you instead just go for the low blow, saying, oh, he can't lift that much and he's obviously, like, 5'6", so therefore I could discredit anything that comes out of his mouth. This just shows your lack of intellect. This shows your lack of critical thought, and this shows your lack of ability.
Are you 5'6"? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
I'm 5'10". Anyways, so why are you voting for Trump, buddy? Nero with the $7 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And shut up, buddy. And Shelby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Saying for keeping up the resistance. I appreciate the both of you. W Nera and W Shelby as well. Let's get some massive W Neras and Shelby's in that chat.
I'm not gonna lie.
Shut up. And thank you for the Henry the Hedgehog as well. And Alexandra, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you guys so much. So go ahead. Why are you voting for Trump?
Holy shit. All right, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that, dude. I'm gonna get to that. I promise you, I will get to that. But you gotta answer this one question. I swear to God, we can get onto the Trump topic, please.
Yeah, go for it, man. Whatever could get us closer to debate. Yo, Lawson, thank you for the $5 and the 10 cents for being 5'10". I appreciate you for the love. W. Lawson's in that chat. Whatever will just get you to tell me why you're voting for Trump.
I swear to God, dude. I swear to God, I'm gonna get to Trump. But you have to answer this question. I promise you, dude. I promise you.
Just ask your fucking question, dude.
Okay, so have you ever thought about why do you move your head so fucking much when you're talking? Like that's something like my girlfriend does. Do you like men? No offense, dude. No offense, dude. Do you like men?
Oh, Peter. So, no, I'm going to be straight. And second of all, I probably move my head a lot when I speak, specifically for the reason that it's hard for me to stay still. And third of all, why the hell would you, let your girlfriend catch a stray like that?
No, you're coming up blank, what women do, dude. That's what women do. That's what women do.
You know what else women do? They absolutely destroy grapists, felons, fraudsters, and liars in the election in November.
What is Trump ever lying about?
Come on.
You're just sitting up here lying to these people, dude. You're not
even girl, thank you for the boxing gloves. And Stephanie, thank you for the $30 on Venmo for dealing with the cringy Peter Pan. Thank you so much for the love, Stephanie. I want to see at least 50 W Stephanies in that chat right now for the $30 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much, Stephanie. And India, thank you so much for the boxing glove. Also, you know what else women do? They outperform outperform the fuck out of men in school, getting better grades and getting more degrees. You know what else women do? They commit violent crimes at a significantly less rate than men. Men commit 95% of the violent crimes. Men also account for 3/4 of all suicides. Men also account
Where
for
are you
3/5
bringing this stuff
of
up
all
from? We haven't
specific,
even got into the conversation. You're just start saying shit.
Abuse
What are
of
you
hard
talking
drugs
about?
for the use of unhealthy coping mechanisms. They also,
What are
I don't
you
know,
talking
reckless drive
about?
less, drunk drive less, or better at being surgeons, etc. And yeah, you know, I don't know. Anyways, so you also
acting
said
like you act like I'm a misogynistic piece of dude. I learned that word like the other day, dude. But like you're acting like I'm one of those. I haven't said anything.
no with the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, and Jessica, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. WML and W Jessica in that chat, and Michaela, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for putting this weirdo in his place. Shut up. Michaela, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W Michaelas in that chat. I really appreciate you. Let's get at least 50 W Michaelas right now. Then you also said it's a lie that Trump lied, so he told over 30,000.
Yeah, dude, can we start the premise of a conversation first, dude?
Angela, thank you for the $5 on Venmo because Peter's insecure. Thank you for the love, Angela. What was that?
Insecure about what? You're just saying
Your
shit.
masculinity.
Can we have a conversation, please?
You're insecure about your masculinity. The reason I know that you're insecure about your masculinity.
Okay, test me right. Like, where are you getting this from? You're just pulling this out your ass right now.
So the reason I know that you're insecure about your masculinity is you specifically came up here and then you just made false assumptions about different traits about myself, such that I'm like 5'6", such as that, you know, like you asked me about my metrics insofar as how much weight I could lift. And obviously the only reasons that you ask these questions is because you hear a real man speaking that is smarter than you.
I'm gonna tell you why I asked.
You hear a real man speaking that is smarter than you and is actually advocating for what's good in this world, right? And then we have you coming up in here, instead of engaging with this disagreement logically speaking, you just say, oh, well, this guy is actually like a little quote unquote low T beta male, right? He has like no value, obviously, because I'm going to assume all these things that are false about him. Grumpy, thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, which is just showing your own insecurity. You can't cope with the fact that you have low self-value, low self-worth, and a low self-esteem, and there's a real man that's smarter than you that disagrees with you. So you perpetuate that insecurity onto me instead of engaging in real conversation and constructive dialogue to bridge that gap, right?
Okay, I want to engage in a real conversation. I actually want to get into the Trump topic, dude, but you keep on going off on these tangents, and that's why I think you're a low-key beta male. Because every time somebody says something about you, dude, you feel like
Jesse with the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W Jessies in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. I want to see at least 100 W Jessies in that chat right now for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you, Jesse. And Yvette, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well. That is YVETTE. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Let's get some massive W Jessies into massive W Yvettes. And Angela, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. And Davin, thank you for the $5. And Caitlin, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate y'all. But yeah, anyways, go ahead. So why particularly are you voting for Trump? Mycon with the $35 on Venmo to keep making MAGA mad. Let's go. Mycon, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. W Mycons in that chat. And Jennifer with the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W Mycons and some W Jennifers as well. I really appreciate you guys so much. And Darius with the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo as well. W Jennifer for the 20, W Mycon for the 35, and W Darius for the $6 and the 66 cents. I appreciate y'all. Let's get some massive W's in that chat.
All right, let's go.
But go ahead. Why are you voting for Trump?
All right, bro. Can we actually have a conversation, dude? For real, dude.
Yeah. I don't know why you keep interrupting me, like subtracting.
I'm not interrupting you, dude. But you're calling off donations. I get it, dude. I get it for real.
Listen, buddy, you probably don't. Listen, it's okay this one time. Just don't let it happen again. But anyway, so why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because people like me actually knows what's going on in the world, dude. People like Trump, he isn't a robot. He says what comes off his mind, dude, and I respect people like that. I can't respect people that read from strips. I like it raw. You feel me?
God, you're goofy. Okay, first of all, Jonna, thank you so much for Jonna, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W Jonnas in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. And then second of all, here you're saying that you don't like the fact that Kamala would use like a teleprompter to specifically like read off at her rallies, etc. So a teleprompter and Donald Trump reading off it at his rally in Pennsylvania is the
That's not what I'm going off of, dude.
Right. Then also, I just think it's absolutely hilarious that you're telling me that you can respect Trump. Please tell me why you could respect a man that was held legally responsible for the rape of a woman? Please tell me why you could respect a man that sexualized a 5th grader saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Please tell me why you'd respect a man that boasted about grabbing women unconsensually by the P word without even asking first? Please tell me why you'd respect a man that bought a Miss Teen USA pageant and then would walk backstage into these teenage girls' changing rooms while they were half naked to quote unquote do inspections? Please tell me why this is a man that is deserving of your respect.
All right, dude. First of all, dude, I'm gonna tell you all that in just one fucking second. But dude, you don't have to keep muting my fucking mic, dude. I get it. I'm not gonna talk over you, but I feel like it's disrespectful, dude.
Right. I'm sorry for muting your mic.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk over you, dog. This is level of respect. I'm a grown ass man, dude, for real. So
Okay,
first
dude.
of all, are you done?
Yeah, I've cooked.
All right, so I don't have that much time. I got 30 minutes. I go to a party with my boys later. But anyways, so the reason why I respect the man like that because it has nothing to do with him, as a president,
Yeah, so it absolutely does, because Trump has shown that he absolutely does not care about the thoughts, wants, needs, opinions, or feelings of women outside of the Oval Office by doing such things. So how could we effectively expect him to account for them while legislating in the Oval Office? Like what he did last term is he elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line. Also, accepting and normalizing SA and accepting a rapist to literally lead our country only permits harm towards women and further perpetuates rape culture and systemic misogyny, right? So your claim is absolutely false, and these character evaluations are absolutely something that should be done for the literal leader of America.
I'm not gonna lie to you, dude, but none of that shit really, it doesn't affect me as a dude, you know what I'm saying? So fucking what that my boys is that has nothing to do with me, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't really give 2 fucking rats asses.
Okay, so you're just saying that you don't care about you. You're just saying that you don't care about it because it doesn't affect you. So if Trump advocated for slavery for people apart from maybe you or other people that you love, are you just meaning that it didn't affect you in your life? Would you still vote for him because you don't give a fuck about that as it doesn't affect you?
What do you mean slavery? What do you mean people like me? What do you mean by that?
You're saying that you don't really care what he does if it doesn't affect you. So if he advocated for slavery and it didn't affect you or people that you love, would you still vote for him?
I mean, it depends on what. Not necessarily. That's really an extreme, though. We're talking about babies here, dude. Where you don't
Stephanie,
get that
thank you for the
from,
boxer
dude?
gloves. I really appreciate you for the love.
We're
Also,
not talking about.
Edwin, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you. Let's get some massive W Edwins in that chat. Thank you so much for the $15. And Karen, thank you for the $5. And Melinda, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Kate with the $25. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. Thank you guys so much. Let's get some massive W's in that chat. And holy fucking hell. Real quick, I'm so sorry, man. Tasha with the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Simone with the $50 on PayPal as well. Let's get some massive W Simones in the chat for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. So let's get some massive W Simones. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. That means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much, Simone. And Timothy, thank you for the $10 as well. Let's get some massive W Simones in that chat. Thank you so much for the $50
Okay, now when
on
you
PayPal.
respond, don't say anything that has nothing to do with the topic. Let's go.
Yeah,
Respond
can you name
to what
one
I
policy
said.
that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agree with?
Project Warp Speed, dude.
Whoa, good job. Hey, can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class more so than rich people?
Me personally, I don't really pay attention to the middle class. I'm not one of those people, I really don't pay, if you had sorts of money, you wouldn't be worrying about, other types of people,
Okay, we're just going to move on to our next guest, guys. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. If you are MAGA and you do want to come up and debate, just let me know in the chat. Bro, we are these guests today are estranged, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? How old are you?
53.
Okay, dude. Can you disconnect the Bluetooth on your phone?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Actual microwave, actual toaster. This is a legitimate toaster, ladies and gentlemen. All right, for the 4.7 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on this phone screen while he's disconnecting Bluetooth. Okay, what's up? Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm pulling over though right now.
Oh, okay, perfect. Right. You actually
Do
are
I?
pulling over. I could hear it. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
So are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, and why's that?
Mostly because of the border, because I think he'll put a stop to the border.
Oh, right.
And-
So do you think that? Oh shit! Why do you have the rebel flag in your profile picture?
It's the Alabama flag, the old Alabama flag.
Yeah,
original
yeah,
Alabama
with the Confederate Rebel War flag.
Yeah, that's the original Alabama flag.
Okay, I don't think that I don't think that like anyone should be touting like the Rebel War flag. Like, I mean, that just stands for slavery and racism.
I don't think it is. I think it's just part of history.
Well, that part of history was specifically made. Like, you understand, like, the rebel flag was made for the Confederate soldiers fighting in the Civil War. And what were they fighting for? The states' rights to own slaves.
But it's still part of history. It don't matter what it was for.
I mean, do you think it would be okay for a neo-Nazi to tout, like, the swastika because that's a part of history?
I mean, if they want to, I don't care. They don't bother me.
So do you think it's okay for members of the LGBTQ plus community to tout the pride flag because that's a part of history?
That ain't part of history.
Oh my god. Okay. We gotta really... Okay. You know what? Okay. Why are you voting for Trump?
I told you because of the border. Like, he'll shut the border down and keep
Okay.
the immigrants from coming. I wish he'd closed off. Like, don't let anybody come until we get the ones here sorted out and send back the ones that we don't need or don't want or shouldn't belong here or whatever, or don't belong here, and then, then start letting them come back.
Okay, so what undocumented migrants don't belong here?
Any of them that's undocumented that come here illegal, none of them belong here.
Oh, yeah. So we actually see that undocumented migrants come here through the legal process of asylum, basically meaning they could come into our country, then claim asylum. But regardless of that, do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border?
Absolutely.
We have less crossings today than we had in January of 2021.
I mean, that's because they just passed a little thing 2 months ago, but last year and the year before, like, it was out of control.
Yeah, but you said today we had a crisis.
Well,
You
not
also said that we
today.
had
I
a
mean,
crisis.
maybe not today. It's still a crisis if it's 2,500 or 5,000, however many they letting. That's still a crisis.
So you'd agree that we also had a crisis at the southern border at the end of Trump's presidency?
If they was that many coming in, yeah.
Okay, so then how would you expect Trump to resolve it if we had a crisis at the end of his term?
I mean, I would put the National Guard on the border, like line them up elbow to elbow, and anybody that tries to come across, handle business with them, and just keep them all from coming.
So you're literally saying that we should unalive undocumented migrants?
If they coming across the border illegal, yes.
Wait, do you think that we should unalive rapists?
You always go to that. Like, I don't give a damn who Trump. That woman was a fucking whore, man. Come on. I mean, ain't no.
Okay, so here's what the fuck you're not gonna do, and I'm gonna have you listen to me very closely. I'm gonna have you listen to me very fucking closely. Mirage, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. So first of all, I'm not gonna kick you, okay? Because I would rather absolutely school you and try to incentivize you to become a better person and demonstrate your flaws to 5,000 people than automatically kick you and just send you straight back to your echo chamber when you will never you're never engaging in conversation with people that are rational. Okay, and I'm getting a couple donuts right now. I'm gonna read those off at the end because I want to be important, right? I delegate my attention to this. So specifically, you're saying that the woman that he raped was a WHROE. Not only is that an incredibly misogynistic term that you're applying to her, but you're only applying this term to her not because she did anything wrong. She was literally raped at the hand of the man that you're voting for, that you're excusing, but you're rather applying this term to her to literally dehumanize her, strip her value away from her to make it seem as if when Trump raped her, it wasn't as bad. Right? And I'm going to tell you that this has literally led to an insane amount of harm against women. Like you said, that you want to keep the undocumented migrants out of our country because you think that it superimposes harm upon U.S. citizens. Well, what do you have to say about your own actions, calling this lady a WHORE, saying that she deserved it, devaluing her, saying that he didn't do anything wrong by literally inserting himself into her vagina without consent? How do you feel about the harm that perpetuates against people like your sister, against people like your mom, against people, all the women in your life that you supposedly care about? right? And then, like, additionally here, when you use this rhetoric, right, Kamala Harris, she's not going to hear it, right? She's running for president. She's better things to do. But you know who is? The 5,000 women and girls currently watching the live, the women in your life, your mother, your sister, your granddaughter, your family. What do you have to say to them about your misogynistic rhetoric that literally leads to more harm being perpetuated by your hand towards them? Unmute that fucking mic, bro. Edis, I appreciate you for the hand hearts. I expect a response out of you.
No, I didn't mute it. Somebody else muted it, I guess. I don't know.
I muted it for you.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. I mean, what happened, Trump might have done, may have didn't do in the 90s don't affect what he does today. I don't care if he raped a woman or not, and she don't even know if he stuck his dick or his finger in her. She must be a blowed out fucking whore. She can't tell if a dick's in her or a finger.
We're not gonna do it, guys. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. Dude, I like shit like that. It like legitimately makes me sad. Shit like that like legitimately fucking makes me sad, dude. We're just gonna move the fuck on. Yo, John, I really appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. And Purdy, it's so good to see you. And Bolivar, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for that. If you're Mag and you want to come up and debate, let me see a Mag in that chat. We're just going to move on. Like, they're just too far gone. Real quick, also, yo, Stacy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W Stacy's in that chat for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Stacy. And Purdy with all the boxing gloves as well. But let's get at least 100 W Stacy's in the chat right now for the $50 on PayPal. It means the world to me, Stacy. Thank you so much for the love. And Mycon with another $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mycon. And Angie, thank you for the money gun. Let's get some W Mycons in that chat. Yo, Purdy's still going with the boxing gloves. Holy shit. And Mycon with another $3 as well. Tasha with $10. With $5. I'm sorry. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you guys so much. Yo, Purdy's still going crazy with the boxing gloves. So let's get some W Purdy's down there as well. Anyways, what's going on, man? How old are you?
Hey, 35.
And you're obviously voting for Trump. So why are you voting for Trump?
Voting for Trump because I like that he's going to secure the border. I like that he has some ideas for making the government a little bit more efficient. I think that right now the country needs to be a little bit more conservative with how we're spending because we're heading for a recession. And I think we need to make sure that we can afford groceries first and foremost before things get too out of hand.
Yeah, so two things here. First of all, you're saying that he would like better handle the crisis at the southern border. Well, you could actually blame the crisis on him because he told you to. He called the Republicans in Congress, told them to vote against 2 bipartisan border bills that would have ended the crisis years ago. But he told them not to, so the Democrats didn't get a win, and even said to blame it on him at one of his rallies. Additionally, here, another point, you're saying that you want to vote for him to reduce the deficit, to reduce our spending. You know, Purdy's still going crazy with the boxing gloves. All right, so Trump added $8.6 trillion to our debt. Meanwhile, Biden-Harris added 4.2.
Okay, so for the first point there with the 2 border bills that, you know, Trump called in and had blocked, I looked into that a little bit further. I have a couple buddies. One works at the northern border, Canada, the other one on the southern. And you know, from what and I have to defer to them. I'm not well versed on how things work on the internal operations of the border. But from what they told me, it would have been accelerating the problem side of it. It would have been giving funding to basically accelerate more illegal entries, more of a catch and release type of thing, which would have actually increased the problems that we have. So that's more so why the bill was blocked. It's probably also a political play for sure, right?
Purdy, thank you for the boxing gloves. Holy crap, Purdy. Thank you.
I think that, you know, it's probably, you know, if the Republicans can use it as a ploy to make Biden look bad, I mean, at that point, it kind of makes sense. They're considering another 7 months of open border versus potentially 4 more years of it. So it probably got to the point where it was too little too late. You know, Biden should have been doing this within the first 2-3 years of his presidency. And
Dude,
not
this is actually, so I just want to make it known. So the first border bill was on the House floor 2.5 years after he was elected. So you're automatically wrong there. And then another question.
That's 2.5 years of open border.
You literally, first of all, it was not an open border. Name the policy that Biden-Harris administration signed into law that opened the border.
Well, it wasn't that they added anything additional to it. It was that they revoked the Remain in Mexico policy, which Trump had in there.
That also wasn't present under Obama's presidency. Would you say that we had an open border under Obama's presidency?
How far back do you want to go? Should we talk about the 50s?
We're talking about Obama's presidency.
Things change. Geopolitical things change. We have to talk about
Obama's presidency.
Did
we have an open border under Obama's presidency?
Do you want to talk about
Jack
the
and
last 8
Piper?
years?
Thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. Cooked. Anyways, so you also said that these bills would have accelerated the entry of undocumented migrants. So then why did they have bipartisan support with a lot of the leaders of the Republicans in the House and the Senate actually coming out and saying that this was a travesty that the Republicans, did not pass these bills?
More so, it's the fact that there's an incentive, right? There's this optics problem that they have where they, basically are saying we're going to provide free this, free that. And not only that, but they also have an app that you can download that basically is like Open Table, where you could schedule your illegal entry. So it's more like incentive. It's game theory, right? It's creating the environment where we're basically putting the carrot on the stick for people to come over, and that's what's causing people to get killed. That's what is causing families to be separated. It's basically this. Hey guys, we're gonna make this incredibly easy for you, and we'll take care of you when we get here. But without actually having the infrastructure set up to support all that, so they're actually causing harm. Right?
First of all, specifically speaking here, this was not causing the separations of families. If you knew anything, this is why Biden had ultimately revoked Trump's immoral legislation on the border to begin with. And then, second of all, you still didn't answer my question here. If this proposed border policy was so bad and it wouldn't have led to like a decrease in the amount of entries, well, then why specifically was it supported bipartisanly so by Republicans in Congress? And when it was ultimately defeated by Trump calling Republican lawmakers, we saw Republican lawmakers come out and speak up and say that this was a travesty and like the Republicans were just trying to nuke this bill with no good reason, right? And another thing here is we see that Biden's executive order on the border, or that he signed in because the legislation failed, was more limited than the policy in of itself, and it decreased crossings by 55%.
Here's the thing, right? It's tough to kind of be an armchair researcher when I have people that have experienced it firsthand and they're on the front lines with it. And if what they're telling me is that things were way better under Trump and they can't wait to get them back in because their system worked way more efficiently, then that's just what I have to defer to. I'm not an expert on the topic, but
Nicole, thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W Nicoles in that chat. I really appreciate you, Nicole. Let's get some massive W's down below for Nicole. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much, Nicole. Let's get some W Nicoles going on. Thank you so much. Well, I think that we're going to be evaluating the amount of like crossings and encounters. We have less now than we had at the end of Trump's term. But maybe like something else here, right? So, So would you vote for something that more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
Well, I think can we talk about the spending issue?
Oh, please. Yeah. So Trump added $8.6 trillion to our debt. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris have added $4.2 trillion. He spent more.
Okay. So do you have any experience with like running a business?
Yeah.
Okay. With employees and such?
Yeah. I managed a dog food production plant for like 2 years.
Excellent. So if you're going to acquire a business that doesn't have a net gain, it's upside down, what is like one of the first things that you're going to do when you acquire that business?
Like probably look at the way in which the business is run, how it's structured, and how to increase profit margins. But I don't see how this would be related to the way in which someone would run a country.
Well, a country is a business, is it not? Essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with that, but I mean, I think I understand the very loose analogy you're making here.
Okay, so obviously, yeah, I mean, I think we agree that probably the first thing you do when you look to acquire a business is you look to trim the fat, right? Where are we spending money? Where do we not need to be spending money? Let's, if there's any leaky holes in the system, let's patch them up. And time and time again, Trump has proven that he's able to do that, or at least delegate to people that are very good at that. And
no, he's actually gone bankrupt. He's actually gone bankrupt 6 times. And if we're gonna say that the U.S.
a lot
is
of serial entrepreneurs.
Well, then he'd drive the U.S. and the bank could.
I'm not going to dunk on.
What is up, Stevie, Shawnee, Kells, Mr. Cat, Lila, Shrink? What's up, Freddie and Julian Nathaniel? Everybody tuning back into the live, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a couple friends. I'm going to go ahead and let my main account up. Voting for Trump. So if you are voting for Trump and you do want to come on the debate, Hop in that queue, guys. What's up, Lisbon? It's so good to see you. For the first 500 people coming back in, make sure to let me know how your day's been so far down below in that chat, guys. Also, let's try to get up to 2,500 likes here. And Purdy, thank you for all the roses, and thank you for all the boxing gloves earlier. All right, we already have 6 guest requests here. We're going to go ahead and just start going through them. If you're voting for Trump, hop in that queue, y'all. Here we go. We got our first guest loading up in, guys. What's going on, Dave? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Hey, what's up, man? How old are you?
What was that?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
I probably will be, yeah.
All right, and why is that?
Because I do not like Kamala.
Kamala, and why is that?
I mean, look at her. She acts like a 5th grader.
No, I think she acts like an incredibly intelligent, powerful, and charismatic woman. She's the embodiment of who we should have running for president right now. And I don't think that you have any reason to assume she acts like a 5th grader. In fact, I have a feeling the only reason you're saying that is because of misogyny.
Okay, so my question is, why does she claim to be black if she's actually Indian?
Okay, so, buddy, I don't know if you've ever, like, engaged in abstract thought beyond a 2nd grade level. Do you know what it means to be biracial?
I don't care.
So she's simultaneously Indian as well as black. Her mom is South Asian. Meanwhile, her dad is Afro-Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really not that hard. Like that is like a 5th grader talking point. Like that talking point alone may lose the Republicans the election because of how stupid it is.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying I don't get much into politics at all. I just I kind of like to follow after and see what's going on. You know, what the Democratic side is like, what the Republican side is like. Personally, I didn't like the Democratic side for the last 4 years because of how Joe Biden was as dumb as a horse.
Yeah, can you name one policy that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
No, I can't. I said I don't know that much about it. I just know what I see, and that's it.
Yeah, but you literally are just like the embodiment of political ignorance. Like you just assume like the alt-right talking points are true, like saying that Kamala Harris isn't black, or like that Joe Biden is dumb and has done nothing for us, even though they've had one of the most like monumental and effective presidencies in modern U.S. history, giving us the quickest global rebound from like the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. But then you do want the rapist, racist, misogynist, fraudster felon that tried to overthrow our government in 2020 to lead. It makes no sense.
I mean, like I said, I only vote for Donald Trump because I don't like Kamala.
But you gave no reason why you don't like her?
No, I didn't.
So can you provide
I'm just
reason
saying
insofar as why you
Donald
don't
Trump
like her?
is definitely the lesser of two evils. There's no question.
So I have a
about
question.
that.
Why is the grapist better than the non-grapist? Why is the felon better than the prosecutor? Why is the racist better than the non-racist? Why is the misogynist better than the non-misogynist? Why is the person that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and particularly claim that the election is stolen when it wasn't and 60 courts disproved him, better than the person who actually cares about the American people?
Okay, here's my answer for that. I'm probably going to get kicked off, but let me respond. I go by religion. Trump's a Christian. Kamala's not.
So actually, would you say that the man who's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a peace star, and raped a woman, doesn't go to church, and sold a for-profit Bible with a U.S. Constitution in it is a good Christian?
Do you understand?
What is this guy gonna do? Is he gonna like die, then raise again 3 days later and bang another porn star?
No, definitely not.
Okay, like, so when you say he's a good he's not a Christian.
What makes you say that? Where's your proof?
Do Christians rape women?
Yes, they actually do.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well then, why would you want a Christian?
You can be forgiven. You know
Oh,
that, right?
wait. I have a question. Can you be forgiven for blasphemy?
In the Bible, it's called the unforgivable sin, but...
So you could be forgiven for like raping a woman, but you can't be forgiven for saying "fuck you, God."
Okay, listen, I wasn't done. Yes, you can be forgiven for that.
But I can't be forgiven for saying "fuck you, God."
What that means is, it means turning everything towards God and thinking you're better than him. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, and that's ignorance. Like, I don't understand why, like, you would say that this man is a true Christian. Also, I just want to put it out there that Biden is Christian, goes to church every Sunday. I'm not too sure about Kamala's religious associations. I just know Biden's. But how about this? If you're voting for Trump on the basis that he's more of a Christian than Kamala, would you vote for Biden if he was running against Trump because he's a better Christian than Trump?
No, I wouldn't vote for someone that's not even alive. Talking about.
Wait, but you literally told me that you don't care about the grape, the fraud, the felonies, the lying, the overthrowing our government because he's a Christian and she's not, right? So why would you say that Biden's old age, right, is sufficient in detailing why you wouldn't vote for him, even though he's a better Christian than Trump?
I don't think he is a better Christian than Trump.
He goes to church every Sunday. He's never raped a woman. He actually knows his Bible. He was asked what his favorite verse was in the Bible, and he said, "To Deuteronomy," which is actually a book in the Bible, not a verse. And yeah, like he raped a woman, cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a peace star. He sexualized a 5th grader, saying that he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He particularly said that he likes to grab women without consent by the P word. He said that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA because he owns the place. How are you going to say that he's a better Christian than Biden?
Because none of us is a better Christian than the other. We're either a Christian or we're not. You don't really seem to understand, so that's fine.
Okay. Wow. So you don't think that the Pope is going to be a better Christian than the sleazy pastors who take money from poor people and use it to buy private yachts?
That's not a Christian.
Oh, so taking money from poor people and giving it to rich people isn't a Christian. Will his tax policy actually decrease the after-tax income of the low and middle class and increase it for the top 1%, literally taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich? So would you say, therefore, Trump isn't a true Christian?
Good grief. I don't even know.
Cooked. I just cooked you. Because you said that taking money from poor people and giving it to rich people means you're not a true Christian. Trump did exactly that.
You didn't give me a good explanation why Kamala is better than Donald Trump.
So pivot. Before we pivot, you said a true Christian doesn't take money from the poor and give it to the rich. That's what Trump has done.
First.
So does that mean that Trump isn't a true Christian because he's taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich?
No.
Okay, so then why do you say... Wait, so then why would you say that the sleazy mega pastors that take money from poor people that are broke and use it to spend it on private jets aren't true Christians?
Oh, gee whiz. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. You're tripped up over your words. You don't know what to say because you've been caught. Yeah, but anyways, why is Kamala better than Trump? First of all, it's because Kamala wants to protect and preserve a democracy when he actively fought to overthrow it in 2020. Second of all, Kamala actually cares about American citizens and also non-American citizens, which I also think is important. Right, more so than Trump, the guy that put all of our rights on the line by overthrowing or attempting to overthrow democracy, and put all the rights of the 170 million American women and girls on the line by overturning Roe v. Wade. Right. Also, Kamala actually cares about the low and the middle class. Right. Like the Biden-Harris administration passed some monumental legislation that primarily benefited them. Meanwhile, Trump didn't pass or influence one piece of legislation that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%. She's also not a felon. She's not a rapist. She's not a fraudster. She hasn't cheated on 3 of her partners. She didn't tell 30,000 lies in the past 4 years. There's so many reasons here.
Yep, heard everything you said. Wanted to say something about where you said she cares for the people. What she said about 18 to 24-year-olds, why would she say that?
She said that 18 through 24-year-olds are stupid. First of all, I think that's harsh language. I disagree with it. I have an inkling that she was just saying that they're immature, they don't have worldly experience, which I agree with. But I don't think that this gives us reason to vote for Trump because Trump said that all Republicans are stupid.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and then also Trump said that 18 through 24-year-olds are smart. He played the clip of Kamala saying that they're stupid. And then he said that they're smart. Well, you know that 18 through 24-year-olds are predominantly voting for her, right? So the smart people are voting for her in accordance with what Trump said.
So I'm not smart. I get it. That's fine. I don't have to be smart.
Yeah. Was there anything else here that you wanted to go over before I move on to my next guest?
Nope.
All right, we're going to go to get our next guest up in the queue, guys. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat. Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Do share that live. We may have to do a restart here. We'll see, though. What's up? How do you?
I'm literally going mad because I don't want these things around me. It's not your fault. I'm not saying that you've done anything wrong. You're being very sweet, and I know you're trying to do something to connect with me. But
just leave my ice cream, Joe.
that was a sign of a knife, and he said that he was literally going mad. I hope they're good. What's up, TZ? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Also, 1 second. John, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, John. Let's get some W. Johns in that chat for the $25 on PayPal. It means the world. Thank you so much, John. Awesome. So, TZ, why are you voting for Trump?
First of all, Deanie Weenie, little peeny pinky, you are creepy, bro. You were just sitting there eavesdropping on somebody's conversation. You could have just jumped to your next person. That's pretty weird, don't you think?
Well, I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to listen to a husband unalive his wife. And I did move on, but I think you calling me a tiny, peeny, weeny, pinky dinky was kind of cringe, honestly, corny as all hell. But don't you think you should tell me why you're voting for Trump?
Dude, that was creepy. Why won't you admit that's creepy as hell, bro?
Bro, they requested to join the live. Wasn't my fault that they weren't present.
All right, so go back to the grapist thing. You don't find it... Have you busted any cheeks lately?
I don't.
Or ever?
I really don't feel I don't feel like talking about my private sex life with you, TZ.
Okay, but you don't find it a little convenient that she preserved a dress that long? You don't find that convenient at all?
No, I don't find that convenient. I find that typical. Victims of rape do this all the time because they want to bring it to the,
Bro,
to the
you're
authorities,
tripping.
and they know that's a piece of evidence. But like obviously, like they're kind of pressured, societally speaking, to not bring it to the authorities immediately. So she just kept it in the case that she would have ever done that. And this is something that a lot of victims do, right? Like, I mean, I had a lady up on my live the other day that explained how she even kept the clothes that she had worn when she was raped. Victims unfortunately do that because it gives victims an inkling of hope if they ever have the courage to bring it towards the authorities. that they'll have some evidence.
Okay.
It's actually like really sad. It's not convenient. It's sad. It's like
what's
it's like
the difference?
terrible.
What's the difference? But like, would you rather? Okay, so what's worse? Death? Can you say death on here?
Unalive.
Unalived. Okay. What's worse? Being unalive, or great?
Well, I mean, I'll speak for like myself. I won't speak for anyone else. Like, I mean, I feel like personally speaking, if I was like raped and then lived after, or unalive, you know what? Wait, 1 second. What's going on? Why? I'm so sorry. I was about to just like automatically jump and like answer that from my like perspective. But hold the fuck on. Are you serious? What are we doing?
Okay. Let's. I'm gonna add a little bit more context.
I'm so sorry. That's just like insane.
If you were accused of something, what would you rather be accused of? Of rape or unaliving someone?
I'd rather be accused of unaliving someone.
Okay, obviously. Okay, so basically, you're saying to grape is worse, correct?
I don't think that we could speak for which one is worse. Like this is like comparing like the Holocaust to
In my
like
opinion,
slavery.
in my
like what, like
opinion-
dude, like what is the fucking point? Like yeah, compare
getting
the
that.
Holocaust to the slavery. Like you sound like a super reasonable, sensible, like rational person. Like no, I don't understand what the point is in comparing hardships to other hardships, right? All that you're attempting to do here with a comparison is to relatively devalue one or the other with the use of like rhetorical
No.
strategy
I'm getting
of
there.
comparison.
Calm down. I'm getting there. Okay, so in my opinion, I would rather be accused of rape. I'm sorry. I'd rather be accused of unaliving someone than raping someone, okay? And I would not accuse someone if I don't know without a shadow of a doubt that they actually did that.
Yeah, so victims do only accuse people who grape them.
No. You're saying just because he was found not guilty, liable in a civil case, that he actually did it. When what is the percentage of reasonable doubt that you are found liable in a civil case?
It's more likely
that
than not to have occurred. So yeah, what do you vote for someone that more
What
likely
is
than
the
not had raped a woman?
percentage? What is the percentage?
Well, I mean, it's 51% and above.
Oh, okay. So you would accuse someone right? With that amount of margin.
Oh, I think that honestly, personally speaking, I think that this case could hold up in a criminal court, right? Because I think the preponderance of evidence was in severely right telling. Like him, first of all, like denying to provide his DNA to be tested against that on the dress when he would have so many good reasons to do so when he was innocent is severely telling that was a sperm on the dress. Additionally, like literal medical records indicated that she's kept this consistent story and dialogue since 1996 when she told her therapist prior to this man ever being within a massive public spotlight, such as running for president. Then third of all, like the 9 witnesses, right, that also had the consistent testimony from the 1990s as well, right? I obviously think that this case would be able to stand up in a criminal court, right? But the question I'm asking you here is, would you vote for someone that more likely than not raped a woman?
Hey, you can rattle off all that BS you want, but
It's not BS, it's facts, sir.
Hold on. You 51. You're 1% from flipping a coin.
Oh no,
You do
it's
realize
51
that,
or
though, right?
above. So so it's not that they have to make sure that it's 51, and if it's anything below that, they can't hold him liable, and if it's anything above that, they send it to a criminal court, right? They could have held him to a degree of certainty of 100%, and it still would have been the same determination.
Bro, your
That's at a
logic
minimum.
is warped.
Well, I think that your
warped.
logic is. I think that your logic is warped. Let me give you a hypothetical. So if you were pulled over the cops and they suspected you of drunk driving,
Listen,
and they
we're
said
not
take
gonna
this
play
breath away.
hypotheticals, little boy.
So I don't understand why you're calling me the little boy when I'm schooling you like your 3rd grade teacher.
Listen to me. Listen. How can I'm gonna jump off just to where I can give you more time with your guest because your
run away-
warped logic.
You
number
call me a
one.
little boy, then you
Okay.
run away. Very telling of your character.
Hey. And then you are you a Christian or do you have any religion? Are you religious at all?
I'm not religious, no.
Okay. My case in point, man. If you don't believe in any religion that this earth is perfectly made, right? I don't care what
are
your
we doing
religion
now?
is.
It's
I don't
not
care what
perfectly
your
made.
religion is.
People die from cancer. People get cancer
Dude.
because of the sun being slightly too close to the earth, right? People are born with particular diseases that make them dead in 4 months, right? You could stub your toe and have chronic pain for the rest of your life. People are born with
this is
one
my
limb
point.
and chronic pain until the day they die. You think it's perfect? Right? If we don't eat for 3 weeks, we starve to death, right? If God was real,
I'm gonna
he
let
could
you
have
cook
simply
that.
revoked
Keep
our
going,
ability
keep going.
to die if we don't eat, right? And you think the earth is perfect? Not to mention that none of this is relevant to the topic. I'm just, disputing your logic there. The question I wanted to ask you here, thank you for the Hanhart splints balance, was specifically if it is the case, right, that you were pulled over by the cops suspected of drunk driving, and they said all you have to do here is take this breathalyzer, and if you're sober, you'll be free to go. Would you take the breathalyzer?
Bro, listen, how can we trust your vote when you can't even logically acknowledge that God exists?
I mean, I think that logic
you
would acknowledge
understand what
that
I'm
God
telling
doesn't
you, right?
exist. Logic
All right,
would
I'm
literally
jumping off.
acknowledge that God
Have a
doesn't
great day,
exist.
baby boy.
No, you
Have a
could give
great
me
day, baby
before you leave. You could give me an argument to show that God logically exists if you want, but he'd rather leave because he knows he can't do it. The same logic that shows God exists showed people 300 years ago that the Earth was flat. Anyways, we're gonna move on to our next guest here, guys. If we are in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. Let me see. If you do want to come up and debate, let me see a couple MAGAs in that chat. Also, guys, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes. What's up, John? How old are you?
Me? I am almost 38.
Phenomenal, John. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, for last year alone, I spent $46,000 in taxes that I did not spend the previous year.
Yeah, John. So our federal income tax rates have not changed, and they were actually put into effect by Trump. We're currently under Trump's tax code.
So you think?
And so I know it expires in 2027, and the increase in the provisional tax rates from the federal government come from certain implementations of Trump's tax code, like sundowning, right? Which is again caused by Trump. It's tax code, right? And are you? John, you're middle class, right?
Yes.
You want to know how I know that? Because you
Yeah.
said that you're paying more in taxes under Trump's tax code. Over the 10-year lifespan of the bill, it shows
I
that the
didn't
low and middle
pay
class
more
will
in
actually have a
taxes
decrease in their after-tax income in
until
comparison to an
Biden
increase in the
got in
after-tax income
office.
of the top 1%.
Well, if you're so for Democrats, Biden, and everything else, why did I pay more this year in taxes? And these immigrants, are in New York City, I don't know what fucking $20,000 a month like go, you know, $14,000. We all seen the video that went viral with the food stamps and everything else. And I have family that is not middle tax, that is literally low income tax, that don't even make $26,000, and apparently they make too much for food stamps underneath the current, you know what I mean, administration. So like, how can you tell me that there's not a hike in tax or there ain't a law that's been changed? So yes, there's a law that Trump put in place. Yeah. There's several laws from several presidents that put in place, but never like this. How the fuck are immigrants getting $20,000 for a month? And my father, who has worked his ass off, who was above middle class, might I add, can't get shit.
So first of all, undocumented migrants are not getting $20,000 a month. Second of all,
did you not see the viral video of the girl that had $13,000 in food stamps and $5,000 in cash on her receipt? It's gone viral. And that's in New York City, where they're allowing the migrants to come over and stay in 5-star hotels and everything else. That never happened underneath Trump.
Okay, so
that never happened underneath Trump. It never happened.
So
in the 4 years that he was presidency, that never happened. No, there's not going to be a piece on it. Let's talk about that. You like to talk over people. That has never fucking happened.
So first of all, sanctuary cities have always existed, and I think it's funny
not like that. Not until this administration got aboard. See, I'm damn near 40. You're what, 24, 25? I've been paying attention to this longer, 15 years longer than you. Absolutely not. Like, there has never been that somebody got that much food stamps.
Do you know what a sanctuary city is?
Yes, I do.
What is a sanctuary city?
Okay, so that's the same thing that you run to the embassy of any embassy across the fucking the country, that you say, I don't feel safe, and they sanctuary. Okay, that's fine, because my country is going on with blah, 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 that I need to feel safe. Doesn't give them entitlements $20,000.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what a sanctuary city is. Please just listen without interruption here, right? So sanctuary city is essentially like a city, a place where like the local leadership, rather that be the governor or the state level Senate and Congress, just choose to ignore federal legislation that would like say that they have to remove like undocumented migrants that aren't currently seeking like processes of asylum and
stationary is what they're seeking.
Right? They just simply ignore like that federal level legislation and allow undocumented migrants to stay in the particular cities, right? And I think it's hilarious that Republicans find issue with sanctuary cities, as it is the case that Republicans advocate for smaller government, better states' rights, and anti-federalism. Well, you understand that like sanctuary cities implies that like the state level legislate actually ignores federal legislation, putting more power into their hands to legislate over their state as well as the people in it, right? This is an anti-federalist wet dream, right? And it's so funny that you contend it just because you don't like undocumented migrants, probably because of your xenophobia or racism, okay? Then further yet on top of that, any legislation at the state level in the state of New York to give undocumented migrants benefits is not coming from the federal government. This is going to be unconcerned, rather there be Trump or Kamala in the presidency. And if you have an issue with this, well, then maybe you should take it up with Trump, because he's the one that called the Republicans in Congress and told them to vote against the 2 bipartisan border bills, which meant that the crisis didn't come to an end until years later. Thank you for the sunglasses. John, I don't know. I don't know if like he's gonna figure out how to unmute. For the 3.6 thousand people in here, guys, make sure that we were double tapping away in that phone screen. John, click on your profile picture, then click the microphone button. I don't know if he's gonna be able to figure out how to unmute y'all. My standard here is like so incredibly low. So I guess we're gonna see. We'll give him like another 20 seconds here before we inevitably just do move on to our next guest, y'all. But everyone just do be patient. If you're MAGA, just make sure to let me know in the chat.
No,
wow,
I'm right here.
Figured it out.
I'm not stupid, dude. So my problem is, it's not just about people coming across the border. I'm all for immigration. But when an immigrant is living better than I am, and I work my ass off, like I said, I spent $44,000 last year in taxes. And then when I go to file, I still owe money. I have a huge fucking problem when I see a receipt of, $14,000 plus $5,000.
I think it's incredibly,
no, you're wrong. Why don't you look into it? You are a young kid.
It's incredibly ignorant and selfish of you to assume that undocumented migrants in the state of New York are living better than you are. That is incredibly like.
What do you mean? They're in 5-star hotels.
And do you know what's outside? And do you know what's outside of those quote-unquote 5-star hotels? Lines and lines and lines.
Yeah,
lines,
that's where you're.
Lines and lines and lines of like Lyft scooters and bikes, because the only work that these undocumented migrants who are here through the legal process of asylum can get is through like apps such as DoorDash or Uber Eats, specifically for the reason that they don't ask for current like proof of like citizenship. So yeah, these people are staying within these gutted 5-star hotels, right, with the bare necessities to live, right, with high rates of violent crime, high rates of SA, high rates of DRUG abuse, right, and specifically they have to like go on these like little bikes and these scooters all day just to make enough money to pay for their family, to pay for their children, to pay for the people that are stuck in these like southern Latin American countries that are economically deprived because of the pandemic. And you're gonna say that they're living better than you are? It's a lie, dude. It's obviously false. You are a middle-class white man living in America. There's absolutely no worldview in which you live a better life than the undocumented migrants in New York City. And then additionally here, I don't even understand why this would give you any reason to not vote for Kamala, as it is the case that is all legislated and controlled at the state level, not the federal level. So what the fuck are you talking about? It has no relevance to this conversation about who we're going to elect come November. Mama J, I appreciate you for that, a mustache.
You turn off my mic again. Thank you. You turned it off twice.
Sure did.
Yeah, because you don't like a good argument. You're
No,
not
I
all
just wanted to be able to
that.
talk.
And why shouldn't a veteran have that over an immigrant any damn day? Somebody that died for this country should have that money above anything else. They're homeless without no goddamn money underneath this democracy that we have now.
I got a question. What did Trump do for you for the veterans?
First of all, I was never for Trump. Know this. When it first started off, I'm a gay man, and I did not like the way he came off in this presidency the first term. But since I was always been Democrat until recently,
Okay, what did
I'm
Trump do for the
actually
veterans?
more than what the fuck that.
Name it. Name it. What did Trump do for the
Okay, what did
veterans? I want
Trump
you to name
do? He set up a couple places that was for them. And not only that, the blacks and everything else. Colleges, everything else.
Hey, but I
but
just-
like, what
John, I'm
did
gonna
Trump
interrupt
do
you. I'm
for
gonna
the
interrupt-
immigrants? Not
I'm
a
gonna-
damn thing, and good
John,
for him.
I'm gonna interrupt you real quick. Do not call African Americans black with an S at the end.
I know
That's it.
blacks.
Yeah, okay, John, I'm literally, dude, okay, please, do not call African Americans black with an S at the end. That is a racist term. That has
No,
been
it's
historically
not.
used-
No, it's not. If you need a filter, then hide.
That is a racist term that has been historically used to dehumanize black people, right? Like in the same way that the term Jew with an S at the end has been historically used to like dehumanize Jewish people, like in the context of World War II, right? Like we consider the like this language derogatory, and we should not use this language because of its historical use, right? It's dehumanizing. You can say black people, you can say African Americans, but don't say black with an S at the end. Okay, I mean, if you're receptive to this education, we can continue our conversation. If you're not, we can move
Obviously
on.
not. Obviously not. Like what I look at is a little spoiled, privileged kid trying to make his little mark on the media train, and doesn't realize what's actually going on. I've spent more taxes. See, I grew up in poverty. I don't understand why all these immigrants and everything have more fucking rights than I do. They are getting more money
what
paid
rights do
for and
immigrants
everything.
have that you
Social
don't?
Security will be gone, blah, blah, blah. We got Camellia, who doesn't know if she's black or
Camellia?
fucking Indian.
Oh my
Well,
god.
blacks. And everything else. The Democrat Party.
Okay, well, I mean, he just wasn't receptive to education on this obvious racism, so that means he literally wants to be racist. So we're just gonna move on to our next guest. Dude, Camellia, bro, get a fucking grip. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest, guys. If you do want to come up and debate, just let me see a MAGA down below. Yeah, like that was like literal racism, bro. And Ashana, thank you so much for the blue mean. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, that's where the Trump supporters really show their true colors. It's just literal fucking bigotry and racism. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. If you want to come up and debate, let me see a MAGA down below in that chat, y'all. We're still trying to load up our next guest here. And if you guys do want to support me, right, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Someone says that's all they got. Absolutely, dude. We're going to still just try to load up our next guest right now. Looking for our next individual in the queue. It's kind of taking a minute here, so I do apologize. Everybody's spamming MAGA in the chat. I'm inviting them all. None of them are, like, actually joining. It's crazy. Hey, what's going on, Monty? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Rebecca, thank you for the cuddle. And why's that?
One sec. Wait, someone's calling me.
Oh, you're not? Okay. Josh, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, 100%, man. 100%.
And why's that?
100%. I tell you one thing: the only time we see the Democratic Party is every 2 to 4 years.
Yo, Jack and Piper, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for that love.
That's all they do is they try to use the Black and Latino community, like my community, every 2 to 4 years. Oh, we're going to help your community out. We're going to help your community out. But what policies has been changed since the Democratic Party tried to take, the so-called Black and Latino community to a better, prosperous life?
Yeah, for sure. Like one thing, they increased funding to HBCUs by 1,600% in comparison to Trump's administration. Or also, like Trump would particularly advocate for Christian nationalism, and inside of Christian nationalism, we see high levels of racism and xenophobia, which particularly would impact like the Black and like Latino communities like very like poorly, right? Which and there's like good reasons for us not to implement it for that reason, right? And apart from like those two attributes, we also just see the fact. I could ask you the question, who are the racists going to vote for, Trump or Kamala? What would your response be?
The racists?
Yeah, like racist people, like KKK members, Proud Boys, etc. Who are they going to vote for in this election?
Well, make sure when we say races, we make sure there's on both sides now. Let's just don't put it on the Republican side, because that's the talking point for the Democratic Party.
Who are they gonna vote for? Just answer my question. The Proud Boys, neo-Nazis, KKK members. Who are they going to vote for?
They're going to vote for both parties.
Okay, that's obviously false and absurd.
So you're telling me that the Black community that despise Trump don't like Trump because of racist comments, but they want to just white nationalist everybody? Like, for example, man, the Democratic Party put the white cops or cops in general in one category as racist pigs. Give me a break, man. Don't try to bullshit me, man. Like,
so I mean, the only movement that I've seen from the Democratic Party in like the context of like police. First of all, Chase, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Chase. Let's get some massive W Chases in that comment section. I really appreciate you for that love. Massive W Chase in the comment section. You were so kind. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. So the only movement that I've seen W Chases in the comment section from like the Democratic Party that has been institutionally supported is going to be all cops or bastards, which particularly is going to be attacking the system for like the underrepresentation of like the like 1 second, or the overrepresentation of like cops within predominantly Black neighborhoods. We're going to also see the fact that like more Black people are arrested and are disproportionately exonerated for their crimes because of like institutional racism in the context of the police force, etc. And there's a lot of good reasons to propound that. You're just ignorant to them, doesn't mean they aren't real. Then also here, this was a massive pivot away from what I was saying. And then of course there's really good reason to assume that Trump is a racist here, bro. Like in 1973, he had civil litigation against him for literally not granting housing to Black people, putting a C on their housing applications and denying him. He ended up having to promise the federal government that he'd never do it again, right? And then also he propounded the birther movement of Barack Obama, saying that he was born in Kenya just because he's Black, even though he was born in Hawaii with a birth certificate with no sufficient evidence. Obvious racism, right? He also said that the Central Park Five, even though they've been exonerated for their crimes, should be put to death, right? Like we see so many instances of this time and time and time again. What the fuck are you saying?
See, this is the problem with you and like the other guy, like last guy that you had on live. I don't know what the hell his problem was. I don't that dude right there. He don't, that motherfucker don't know left from his right. Is that another thing I want to touch on is, because like I said, I'm get on and get off of your live, let you have other people on here, because I'm not
You're
here.
just not responding to what I'm saying. You're literally pivoting around at all. You will not engage with a single claim that I'm making. You don't know what to say because you know that you're wrong.
You act like cops just target Black people. You're just a white kid.
Earl, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. Let's get some W girls in that chat for the boxing gloves. No, I'm not acting like it's a fucking fact that Black people are disproportionately targeted.
Then you want to talk about a third world country, how them people living in poverty. Kid, you live in America. You have the rights to be on this app and do it. So don't sit there and talk about a third world country because you've never been to a third world country and have seen poverty in your face. I'm talking about real, true poverty. This is the problem, is that you freaking white little privilege on the left-hand side want to just talk and talk and talk. And then you want to talk on behalf on you know what socialism is. You want Medicaid for all. You want this and this, buddy. It don't work like that in a socialist world, man. It doesn't work that in the real world. So stop sitting there and telling people on this platform that you are know-it-all about a third world country and what they've been through, because you never been to a country
What
like
are
my
you
father
yapping
had.
about? What are you referencing? With like the
You
whole
was
like.
talking to you was
what are you
talking to the dude
referencing here?
earlier. You was talking to the dude earlier. You was talking about a third world country about poverty.
I don't.
Dude,
I don't think
we
that. I
live
don't
it,
think
dude.
that
We
third world
we
country is going to be good.
we
terminology to use here.
understand that. See, I'm a conservative Latino. I would never vote for a Democrat because all they're doing is pathetic people. They're just pathetic people.
Wait, I'm so sorry. So first of all, Josh, I have no fucking clue what you're referencing here, right? If you want to reference poverty, I mean, first of all, I grew up in poverty. My fucking mom was homeless, bro. Get a grip. Most of my childhood was spent growing up in the sunroom of my best friend's house. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Secondly, here, right? I don't even know what you're talking about in the context of like underdeveloped countries around the world. Like, what the hell are you even saying? I don't know the relevance of this. And then third of all, you're saying that the people on the left are bad, delusional people. Yeah, but yet you vote for the rapists, but yet you vote for the misogynist, but yet you vote for the racist. But yet you vote for the man that sexualized a fifth grader by saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. But yet you'd vote for the man that specifically boasted about grabbing women without consent by the P word. But yet you specifically vote for the man that said that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA because he owns the place. But yet you vote for the man that cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a P-star, and tried to hide that from the American public by paying that P-star off. But yet you vote for this man, and you think you have any moral authority, but yet you think you have high ground to be speaking on these issues? No, you absolutely you lose that high ground. You don't have it. You absolutely fucking lack. You absolutely fucking lack it.
You fucking talk about the same damn.
Yep. There you go. As soon as I tell you exactly how you're wrong, and you have no sufficient reason to be perpetuating the narrative that you say, now you ultimately say
fucking damn live, and you don't know nothing about the Latino community. I watch you night after night talk about, oh, you understand this, you understand this. You try to
bro,
get facts about
if you
the Latino
recognize,
community.
listen,
You are
listen, you have one foot in the right
kid. You are ignorant.
You have one foot. You have one foot in the right door, one foot in the wrong door. You recognize that white privilege exists. You recognize that there are forms and systems of and systems of power that give white people more power, more opportunity, and more access to more wealth in America than other underrepresented and marginalized groups, right? But then I don't understand how this would lead you to the conclusion that therefore you should vote for Trump, because this man just wants to propel that further. He wants to increase, right, like unequal income gaps through his unequal tax code, unequally benefiting the top 1%, serving as a detriment to the low and the middle class. He wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs that will also significantly and disproportionately affect the low and the middle class. Will only further perpetuate racial income gaps based per race, as we already see socioeconomic disparities that unfairly would benefit white people, and that's only going to widen further. Right? You want to benefit the man that advocates for Christian nationalism that will only open the door to more racism, more misogyny, more xenophobia. Right? Will only reinstitute white privilege and give it more systemic power, right? What the fuck kind of conclusions are you yielding here? It's unreal. It's unbearable.
First of all,
and you don't even know how to respond to my points here. You don't know what the fuck to say.
First of all,
You're
you
getting
little
ate
white
up.
shit. White privilege does not fucking exist. Tell
Then
me
why the
how
hell did you
fucking
say I have white privilege?
Why? What? Because you are a little white privilege. You
I thought you
try
said
to
it
come
didn't
on this
exist.
damn app and talk down to fucking people.
Wait, how could you
and
say
when
that I have
people
white
know
privilege
shit
and then in
you
the
get
same breath
fucking
say that
corny?
white privilege
Dude,
doesn't
you're
exist
just-
when I
you're
described to you
just
exactly
like-
how Trump would be proponent it?
Dude, you're
No.
like
Your
Harry.
main fucking talking point was coming up here and saying that I have white privilege, but you didn't expect me to be like, fuck yeah, I have white privilege, and that's what we need to solve, because that is one of the biggest issues that our society is presented with, and voting for Trump will only make the issue worse, and then you say white privilege doesn't exist? Make up your mind, brother.
You don't know what you're talking about when you start talking about the Latino community. You don't know nothing about the black community. And you sit there and then they were like, oh, the fucking white privilege exists, buddy. White privilege does not exist in this fucking country. Anybody can be what they want to fucking be. So don't sit here and tell me that white privilege exists, that cops are racist, and that, oh, well, I'm voting for Donald fucking J. Trump, right? Because as a Latino, that's the worst thing there can be, is a conservative Latino voting for a fucking damn president who actually gives a damn about my community, unlike the fucking Democrats, where they only come out 2 to 4 years just to use our votes and put us back on welfare and food stamps, buddy. Don't sit there and tell me you know what that shit is. So fuck off. How about that? You and Harry just a fucking
Could you calm down a little bit? Can you calm down a little bit? So, I mean, well, first of all, I think it's hilarious that you say that this man actually cares about marginalized communities, right? Because if this man truly cared about marginalized communities, well, then why would his tax code disproportionately benefit the top 1%, furthering to serve, right, like income-based inequalities to those that already experience like socioeconomic issues? And then you're like telling me that you also think that he cares about, right, these problems when, like, socioeconomically speaking, Kamala Harris over here wants to increase the child tax credit while raising taxes on people making over $400,000 a year while decreasing our deficit. You're telling me that this man cares about marginalized communities, but she advocates for Medicare for all? You're telling me that this man cares about marginalized communities when he stripped the rights away from all 170 million American women and girls in our country? You're telling me that this man cares about marginalized communities when he propounds his platform and his agenda off of xenophobia, scapegoating undocumented migrants as terrible criminals? Come on. And he left. He ran. We're going to move on to our next guest here. He didn't know how to respond to the facts. Honestly, I should have expected that. We're going to go and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. If you do want to support me, by the way, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are going to be in my bio, y'all. I did get a couple donations. I'm going to go and refresh those pages. Hey, what's up, Josh? How old are you?
21.
Awesome. Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. My first vote would be for Trumpster, man. Cannot be for Kamala the Stallion, bro. Couldn't be ever.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala the Stallion, you mean?
Yo, Clyde, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And Tristan, thank you so much for the $13 and the 12 cents on Venmo. Hey, one second, buddy. I'm reading off the donor right now. Tristan, thank you so much for the $13. I really appreciate you for the love. And Chase with the $25 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W Tristans and some W Chases in that chat. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all so much. Anyways, go ahead and continue.
Before we start, I'm not sure if it's true, but did you hear that like Donald Trump said he was going to do the debate now, and now apparently like she's the one trying to back out. Because,
I mean, actually, you're just misled. He pulled out of the debate that they had agreed on at ABC on September 10th.
Well, he said why. He explained why.
He said it was because there's ongoing litigation with ABC, so there'd be a conflict of interest. Where was this ongoing litigation with ABC when he made this deal in the first place?
In the public notice, he also demonstrate that it's because she wasn't the quote unquote all the way the official candidate, and
he wasn't the official candidate when he debated Biden.
It doesn't matter. That Biden got destroyed. Okay.
Wait, if this idea of not being the official candidate doesn't matter, then you just conceded and said.
But bro, no, because I feel like the real reason is because why even give Kamala the platform to even prove her point when Trump is already going to win? Like what? Like if Trump's already going to win, why even give her the chance?
What grounds do you have to say that Trump's already going to win when Kamala's up in literally every single way possible? Up in all swing states, up nationally speaking, she's a 78% of winning.
Biden barely won. Like honestly, and then also her percentages are lower than Biden was, so it really like just because it's like up just a little bit doesn't.
Biden actually didn't barely win; he won by like over 60.
Okay. So the reason to not support my reason that we're voting Trump and I'm not supporting Kamala is 100%.
Dude, you're just getting. Do you understand how like you keep on bringing up these dumpster fire points? I keep destroying on them all of them. And then you just pivot to another
points?
Yeah, you brought up the dumpster fire point that you don't think Trump should debate Kamala for the reason that he's up on her in the polls.
No, I was just talking about it, bro. It's not that serious. I'm just giving some conversation before we get into actual debating.
Okay, buddy. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because he's going to close the border. He's going to stop these illegal immigrants from coming in. And it's just a matter of like, we have immigrants that contribute to society, whatever, but there's too many that are coming in here that are obviously just undocumented. And they're coming in like you have pedos coming in, you have people with diseases, you have too many people that like with just no information about coming into a country and taking what is rightfully ours. We're supposed to protect Americans first, and you're just letting all these illegal immigrants skip the line of the people that are actually waiting and respecting the law that we have in place.
Yeah, so Josh, here's your big issue, because when you start to vilify and like demonize the undocumented migrants by calling them P3Ds, etc., well, then it makes Trump look really bad, because he like stopped 2 bipartisan border bills that were supposed to pass through Congress because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win. Which, if it was true that the undocumented migrants were so bad, all that this is telling us is that he valued political power more so than protecting the American people.
Look, all I know is.
Also just are you a natural born U.S. citizen, Josh?
Of course.
You are 4 times more likely to be a pedo than an undocumented migrant.
I guess that means the same for you.
Yes. Any natural-born U.S.
Okay.
citizen is 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant.
That's just because of the percentages of like people that we have in America. That's not an exact.
No, that's proportionately speaking in likelihoods.
Okay, but you're telling me it doesn't matter what the percentage is. You're telling me it's still okay for them to still come here like illegally, bro. Like it's not okay for us to do that in any way, shape, or form. Why is it okay for them to like Harris?
I think that we should
was
have
vice
safe
president
legal
for
ports of
4
entry.
years, and she is the one that helps pass bills and do all this, and she has done absolutely nothing.
Okay. Hey, real quick here. She's actually been the most effective VP in history, casting more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP we've ever had. Additionally, do you trust J.D. Vance when he says that Kamala's track record is Biden's track record?
Wait,
Raj, I appreciate you for this
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
So J.D. Vance said that Biden's track record is Kamala's track record. Do you agree with him there?
Like, in what way? Like
political track record? Do you agree with him there?
I'm not 100% sure. I can't really give an opinion on that, to be honest.
Oh, because if you agree with J.D. Vance, then she's actually been one of the most effective legislators in modern U.S. history, passing some of those monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. The PACS Act, $800 million invested in expansion of VA healthcare benefits. Chips and Science Act, bringing 20% of the global chip production here back home in America. Like the infrastructure bill, $1 trillion invested in infrastructure here at home in America. Or like, what else do we got here? The Inflation Reduction Act, investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation.
Why is it that, like, okay, so she was sitting in the background doing all of, like, apparently doing so much good stuff, right? We cannot take her word for anything. This girl swore up and down that Biden was perfectly fine. Like, he there was nothing wrong with him. Nothing's wrong with his brain. He could do everything. Like, why did he drop out? He obviously dropped out because he knew he couldn't beat Biden. He wasn't going to win. So he needed someone new that could come take some votes and do better. So it's like, oh, let's get this woman empowerment. Let's do like obviously, like if we're gonna trust this woman, we need to be able to take her word. She should have been able to come out a long time ago. She knew that she could just run for him. That maybe Biden isn't the best fit anymore. But no, she can't say that. But now, like,
yeah. So
what do you think the real reason Biden dropped out?
This quote unquote girl is going to be your president.
No, she's not, bro.
So,
and even
I don't understand what the disrespect is all about.
So it doesn't matter.
I don't understand what the disrespect is all about. Calling her a girl and calling this piece
that
of shit
woman got
rapist
to
a man.
her position because of who
calling
she
the
locked up.
calling the you're saying that she got to her position because of who she slept with. So when she was running for AG in the state of California, she got 80,000 votes through democratic processes. How many of those 80,000 people did she sleep with?
Huh? What kind of? We're talking
zero.
We're talking about
zero, motherfucker. Zero. You know how this man got into the position he is? Through lying. You know how this man got into the position he is? Through deceiving. You know how this man got in the position he is? By hiding his past of raping a woman, hiding his past of sexualizing fifth graders, and hiding his past of making crude sexist comments such as the idea that he could unconsensually grab women by the P word, and you're going to support him moral. You have absolutely no moral standard to be making the bullshit claims that you are. You're just absolutely pissed off at the fact that this woman absolutely intellectually dunks on this piece of shit little boy. You are mad that she's a prosecutor and he's the felon. You are mad that she's not the rapist and he is. She's not the misogynist he is. She's not the racist he is. She actually cares about our country, cares about our democracy, and cares about the American people and wants to fight for our rights and freedoms, and he will do everything to destroy them. You only have your emotion, you don't have fact. And I have a question here. You said you couldn't trust a single word that came out of her mouth, so why can you trust a single word that comes out of his? Earlier you said that undocumented migrants are bringing over disease in our pedos. What's your source for that? Because as far as I'm concerned, the only source for that is word of mouth from Donald Trump.
Be for real. Okay, like the disease, look, that's a hit or miss, but everybody can be sick, anybody, but where'd he go? Oh, you're right there, my bad. But pedos, 100%.
Yeah, so what's your source that these people are violent criminals, pedos, etc.? Where's your source?
Bro, I don't need a source. It's a
Oh, you don't need your source. You only need your emotions. That's what the fuck I thought. Then one last question here. How come that it is the case that you think because undocumented migrants are violent criminals apparently that you want to keep them out of the country, but then this violent criminal, this rapist, you want him to run the country?
Bro, there is not 100% proof that this man did what he did. She decided to wait so long. Yeah, we could be like, oh, like people feel pressured and they don't want to come out with it immediately, blah, blah, blah. No, I know people that have been falsely accused of things and they ended up going to jail. They got out and then they ended up not being prosecuted for it, but whatever, right? They're still going through the whole process, but it's 100% a real thing where people, they wait a long time until the person gets rich or they're trying to do something big for themselves and then they put a false accusation on this person. This lady held on to a dress. Oh yeah, because she maybe
Terrence, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Terrence. Let's get some massive W, Terrence.
Maybe one day I'll have
Terrence, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W, Terrence, in that comment section. Thank you for the love, Terrence. He just muted himself.
You want to know why I'm voting for Trump? Because everything that's brought against him is a false agenda, and they're just trying to stop him from actually making America great again. Because the proof is in the pudding, bro. You got to realize that if Trump really had all these things true about him, bro, he would have never ran for president. Because you know what he would have thought? This man's already a billionaire. He could go live his life. He doesn't have to do nothing for this country, bro. But you know what? He decided that he's going to actually make a change. But if he was actually smart, which he is, if these things were true about him, when he wouldn't have ran for president at all, because he would have realized all this stuff would have got drug up. And
Sharp, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some massive WM Sharps in that comment section. Thank you.
Tried to get drug up on him when so like if he actually did those things, he would have never ran for president because he knew it would have got drug up from the bottom. It's not true, bro. It's false allegations. They do the same thing to multiple people that speak the truth and do the truth. Same thing with Andrew Tate. I don't care what nobody got to say. Back in, they did the same thing to him. They did the same thing to him. No proof, no proof. They held him captive. He's living his free life now because he realized it's not worth it to try to help all these people because he's only getting attacked. They do the same thing to my man Trump, bro. They just trying to attack him. They create false agendas to stop him. They putting him in jail for the most.
Joe, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W Joes in the comment section for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Joe. Massive W Joes down below. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I proved my point. Like all I know is this stuff is real. Like when someone is powerful enough to make a good change and change the matrix and change the script that the news has for us and everything, that's who they want to stop. That's who they want to quiet. Democratic Party is only demons, bro. Antichrist, want to bring LGBTQ into classes and bring drag queens into 2-year-old fucking second graders classes to speak to them, bro. It's terrible. That's how the country loses its value. And if this country was ever ran by Kamala Harris, she does not have respect from Putin, Kim Jong-un, none of these other world leaders. She'll never be able to compromise with anyone. No one's going to respect her, bro. There are a million reasons why.
Candy, thank you so much for the $10 on Vimeo. Please scream super loud, insufferable guest for real. Thank you for the love, Candy. Let's get some W Candies down below.
Dubs, bro. But honestly, bro, like Kamala is a straight demon, bro. She is like, she's going to ruin our country, bro. You're going to realize it once it's too late. She's allowing, she could have been saved, stopped illegal immigrants from coming in and taking our own jobs that we deserve, taking away our money. Because look, it's true that illegal.
Hey, buddy, do you mind if I respond here, Josh?
And I'll let you talk. I'm making a point and I'll let you talk. I promise. Look, illegal immigrants are coming into this country. It's true. They're getting food stamps. They're getting everything that they could ever need. And so you know what? They take the jobs that we need. And you know what? They're taking it for less money. They go take these jobs and they do it for $15 an hour. $15 an hour sucks for the average American. But you know what? For an illegal immigrant that comes into here, doesn't have to pay taxes, got a whole bunch of food stamps, Medicaid, all this stuff for free. $15 an hour is great to them. And you know what? Why would they pay the person that's been there for a certain amount, an actual American been there for maybe 5 years, 10 years? They started making $20 an hour, right? But the company's going to realize, oh, maybe we shouldn't. Why would we pay this dude $20 an hour when we can just keep the illegal immigrant that's
Yo, Pretty Kiki! Thank you so much for the $42 to make this guest shut the fuck up on PayPal. Let's get some W Purdy's in the chat for the $42 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love there, Purdy. Let's get some massive W Purdy's down in the chat. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. That absolutely means the world to me. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W Purdy's for the $42 to make this guest shut the fuck up on PayPal. I really appreciate you. Yeah, Josh, buddy, I gotta actually respond to the shit that's spewing out of your mouth. Do you mind if I have the mic now?
It's true. It's true. Why would...
You're still go. Hey, Josh. Hey, Josh, buddy.
Okay,
Josh, I don't... Dude, calm down.
Buddy.
Calm down.
I'm not your buddy.
Okay, well...
I'm your brother in Christ.
Okay, speaking about brothers in Christ, you said that all these same things happened to Andrew Tate. So he tweeted on August 3rd of 2020, "I come on Christian girls day after day." He tweeted on 8/17 of 21, "You can point at females at random and force them to have your sons. Fun." He tweeted on the 18th of November 19, "Wife ain't listening. Need Islam. Feminism, Islam. Divorce, raped, Islam. Woman took your kids, Islam. There's no problem that the modern man faces in the West that couldn't be solved with Islam." Let's see here. This was actually, I don't have the date for this. So let's see. He also tweeted out on May 4th of 2020, "I will have sex with a woman a few times for free. Proof of goods. Thereafter,
he likes to have sex.
Thereafter, she either gives me absolute control of her life and complies absolutely. She works for me on webcam and makes me money. I have zero interest in sex for sex sake. It's a tool I use." That's also something that he tweeted out. He also tweeted out on 8/16 of 21 that the Taliban will fix all of your problems to do with women. He tweeted...
Oh, bro, that's why I love him. He's such a funny guy.
He tweeted on the 4th of May of 2020, "Beautiful women work for me and make me millions of dollars. They obey me because they love me. They clean my house and make me coffee and get naked on demand. That's how I make over 300K a month," because he owns a webcam studio. Let's see. He also tweeted, "If I was forced to move back to London, I'd instantly convert to Islam." I mean, that one's not super imperative. I don't shit on a religion here. So we'll stay away from the ones referencing Islam. I'm more so just talking about the ones where he likes to talk about raping women and treating women as tools. It says, "Remove freedoms. Women shouldn't be able to leave the house without permission. Women should have to cover their faces now. Quote unquote, you're a girl now. Property, put that mask on." So, I mean, you said that, like, this guy was great.
Please
let me that this way was, like, phenomenal, and all the same things that have been happening to Andrew Tate have been happening to Trump. So I just read you off tweets of him, like...
Bro, please let me talk, bro. Obviously, everybody knows Tate is a funny man. Half of those tweets that you just quoted to me were obviously in a sarcastic manner.
A funny man likes to say that he likes to literally grape women. A funny man likes to say that men should force themselves on women and make them have their sons. A funny man says that women shouldn't be able to leave the house without permission because they're property. A funny man also, this one, he posted a picture of him with an 18-year-old girl. Quote unquote, "She's 18, I'm 33, and I'm her first ever lover. Does this upset you?" He's funny?
Bro,
this is funny to you?
Big team, what does it matter? What the fuck?
So yeah, I don't think that we should be like, you know, like accepting and normalizing 18-year-old girls on their birthday being like coerced into relationships by a multi-millionaire men. And
she started OnlyFans anyways, my brother. It was too late.
Oh wait, and what's
She's
her
just
name?
doing what she loves to do. A blown out whore.
Okay, hey Josh, so you are like incredibly like misogynistic.
That is not misogynistic.
Do you know what her name was?
Bro, like I'm
so you don't know her name, but you
comedy
think that
of it, bro. But if that
WHORE. No, you're just a piece of shit misogynist. You don't know your left from your right. You probably lack critical thought, abstract thinking ability. You concern no one but yourself, and you've been absolutely shit on by men that's smarter than you. And this modern alpha male movement, it like uplifts piece of shit little boys such as yourself. But I'm here to tell you that no, you're worthless. Quite frankly, I don't mind telling you how it is. You don't have worth in this world, Josh. I in fact think that this world would be better if people with your ideologies didn't exist at all. I am a real man. You are a little boy. Okay, and I think that's the truth, and that's what we all need to recognize here. Megan, thank you for the hand arts. Right, you uplift narcissism, you uplift misogyny, you uplift harm against anyone but yourself, and you uplift ignorance, Josh. And that's ultimately the truth.
Quit blaspheming my name.
No, go on pause, go on mute, little boy, until I could tell you that you could speak. The real man has control of the room now. Okay, right? See, this is like the same type of shit that you just said was funny when Andrew Tate said about it. Targeting women. So is it funny when I use it to target you?
No, Daddy Dean, I'm sorry.
Oh my fucking god, you're gross. Honestly, I feel like you don't like Kamala because she's a woman.
No, that's not true. If it was what's that lady's name? That other real black lady, I would vote for her.
Oh wait, so Kamala Harris isn't a real black lady? Her dad?
No, her dad is actually. I forget what she is, but her dad is not no Afro Jamaican, bro. That man is Hindu. That man is Hindu.
Okay, so where's her dad from?
I don't remember. Look. There's this dude. Look it up on TikTok, bro. There's a dude that knows him, known him for a long ass time. Was talking about it.
Yeah, I don't care about your yap. So yeah, her mom is South Asian. Her dad is Afro-Jamaican.
Not true.
Right? Not true?
Y'all like Sanford and Son, y'all? Sanford and Son funny, bro. But yeah, I'm not a misogynist, bro. Like, I have a girlfriend, and my girlfriend loves me, and I'm so nice to her. I'm so nice to my mom and my grandma and a whole bunch of...
So that's her dad.
Yeah. There's people that get that dark, but they're not black, sir.
So he's Afro-Jamaican. So he was born and raised in Jamaica. And particularly the reason that we had like Africans in Jamaica in the first place was because of the slave trade. We saw like white colonizers from places in Ireland go to Jamaica, and which they then colonized the land. And they bought slaves, and they were enslaved people, and they were shipped to Jamaica. Right, so this is how Africans had originally come to live in Jamaica, the same way Africans had originally come to live in America by force. That's how that worked, right? So she's both black as well as she is Indian, as her mother is South Asian and her dad is Afro-Jamaican.
Okay, so
why can't I select the green screen here?
Here's the thing, though. Like, okay, say she is black or whatever. It's still wrong for her to use it as like, oh, because I'm black, y'all should vote for me. Basically, because I know.
Can you give me a quote of Kamala Harris saying that?
No, but that's basically what she's trying to do. Like she got Megan Thee Stallion.
Can you give me a quote of her saying anything similar to that?
She got Megan Thee Stallion only because she is black.
Can you give me a quote of Kamala Harris saying anything
No, she didn't
similar
say
to
that. She didn't say that. But you don't have to say things in order for
You know what she is saying? She's saying that you should vote for her because she actually
But
cares
I'm
about
not,
democracy.
because she's a
you're saying that
demon.
you're saying that you should vote for her because she actually wants to reinstantiate rights for all 170 million American women and girls. She's saying that you should vote for her because she's a prosecutor and he's a felon. She's saying that you should vote for her because he attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020. She's saying that you should vote for her because she's not a rapist, not a felon, not a fraudster. She's saying that you should vote for her because she's not going to send America back into the dark ages, right, with further persecution against the already marginalized and disenfranchised communities that we see within America. She's saying that she should vote for her because she's going to introduce a prosperous economy. Meanwhile, he wants to replace our federal income tax with tariffs, which are inflationary and will serve as a detriment to the low and middle class and will only increase inflation. Bro, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agreed with?
I know Trump did a lot for not only the
name a policy. I don't care about your yap. I want you to name a
No,
policy.
it's not. Look, I've looked it up before. I don't know the name of the policies.
Okay,
Look.
so you don't know the name of the policy.
No, but I know things that.
So can you go out and name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
bro, it's not all about the
So
politics.
you're politically ignorant. You don't know the policy. You don't know the people. You don't know the character. They don't know what they've done. You don't know what they want to do. You're just a piece of shit little boy that has came up onto my life, talking shit, being racist, being misogynist, saying false shit. You lack critical thought. In fact, I'm just gonna go and move on to my next guest. Honestly, get dunked on. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. And just to clarify, he said it's not about policy. It's all about policy and character, folks. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. I can't stand these little kids, and the only reason I kicked him there isn't because I wasn't having fun. I was having a lot of fun, but I already got a flag for bullying. Like if I keep doing that, I'll just get banned. So yeah, unfortunately, we just have to move on. We can't have too much fun with him. If you guys are MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me see a MAGA down below in that chat. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. In the meantime, y'all, if you are a MAGA and you do want to come up and debate, let me see a MAGA down below, y'all. Phenomenal. Yolanda, thank you so much for the couch potato. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much, Yolanda. Moving on to our next guest here. I'm inviting up people that are spamming MAGA, but it doesn't look like any of them are accepting, so I guess we just got to see everyone. Just do be patient. Do give us a minute here. All right, what's going on? How old are you? Thank you for that, a mustache Trish, thank you for the comments as well. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Yo, Purdy, thank you so much for the boxing glove.
Wait,
let's go. Let's get some W Purdy's in that chat. Thank you so much for the boxing glove. That means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With the 2 boxing gloves. Thank you so much for the love. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Hello, can you hear me? What? Hello, am I on the live?
You are. Are you voting for fucking Trump?
Yo, this is sick. Okay, so, actually, I'm calling in from Amsterdam, and
all right, appreciate you for coming up. That means you are not voting for Trump. What's up, Jordan? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Yeah, can you disconnect me from your Bluetooth?
Yeah, give me just a second.
Awesome. What's up, JK? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right, phenomenal. All right, Jordan, what's up? Are you driving?
I am not. No, I'm sitting in my car.
Okay. Well, y'all are both voting for Trump. I'll go ahead and let y'all take it away. So why are y'all voting for Trump? And the nod. Thank you for the $3 and the 33 cents on PayPal. I really appreciate you for love there. And as well as Mackenzie, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. Let's get some massive W Mackenzies in that chat. And Alex and Alexis, thank you for the $5. I appreciate y'all both. And Gail with the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. Thank you so much, Gail. All right, take it away, guys.
I'll let you go Jordan, first. do you want to go first?
I'll let you go first, JK.
Yeah, because I'm going to be pretty quick.
Right.
For me, I'm voting for Trump just because I'm so afraid of the war. And I feel like Trump has good relationship with Putin. And Putin in his interview said that he would like to, because Trump said that he wants to find a way to make peace with the Ukraine, in between Russia and Ukraine. And Putin in his interview said that he would like to hear Trump's propositions to that.
Well, do you think that Putin wants war?
I think, I don't know, probably not. It's damaging to him. But no, actually, you know what? After
Well, he's
the
the one that
sanctions,
he's the one that invaded Ukraine. The answer is yes.
Of course.
And the thing here is, well, then Trump isn't going to be able to do jack shit because Trump doesn't go against what Putin wants. That's why Putin respects him more. You think Putin respects Trump because he makes the United States more of a threat? No, he doesn't like threats. That means he wouldn't like Trump if he made the United States more
but that's
of a threat.
good.
He particularly respects Trump because Trump is his puppet, right? At Helsinki, right? Particularly speaking here, Trump went up to Putin, asked him while he was interfering with our elections. Putin said, "I'm not," right? And then he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry for ever assuming that you do such a thing, right? I'm so sorry, Daddy Putin. I'll never say that again." Even though Putin gave no evidence, and particularly speaking here, is even proven within the Mueller report that there was Russian collusion. Also, right, if it is the case that he'd be able to get more done diplomatically speaking, then why is it the case that both Biden and Harris were able to get prisoner swap achieved that Trump was never able to achieve in his 4 years and even campaigned on in 2016?
yeah, I'm not sure about that. But what I know for a fact is that right now in the state that we are now, it's better to just not get into conflict. Like why? Okay, like why would we want that? Would you want to get drafted? Would you want it to escalate? Because the U.S. and Russia, like they're two atomic superpowers, right? They both have like they're the biggest threat to everybody in the world. Why would we like? Maybe Putin is not going down. We know that.
Bro,
Trump is
you
his
don't have any
puppet.
facts. You don't have any facts to justify if Trump was elected that it would decrease our chance of entering into a third war.
Yeah, but like I would like to take that chance. You know, I feel like I'm so scared of that, and like you know, I feel like all my life decisions I have to base on like, will there be like this huge ass war? And I would rather play it safe. You know, if there is a small chance that Trump, okay, let him be the puppet. We will all
Give
like.
me,
Why
give
does
me
it
any
matter?
reason to believe that if Trump was reelected, we'd be less likely to enter into World War III.
No, because as you said, like that he is the Putin's puppet, and it's right?
You accept that Trump is Putin's puppet? You want Putin's puppet to be leading our nation, the world's largest military,
do you know
our
why?
nation with the world's largest consumer base, our nation with the world's largest fucking and biggest economy. You want Putin's puppet, self-admittedly so, to be running it?
Yeah.
Hey, what time is it
but
where
I
you're
can
at right now?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm traveling at the moment.
What time is it?
It's 1.
Huh. Yeah.
No, like,
What?
and
Where is
I
it?
understand.
So where are you traveling to?
I do. Yeah, just in Europe.
Oh, super cool. Okay.
But
yeah.
like the thing is, I completely understand what you mean. Like that Trump is a horrible person. His like what he wants to do, like all this how you call it, the conservative things. It's horrible. I know that, right? But it's possible to deal with that. You know, it's possible, but it's not possible if there will be an escalation to the conflicts that we already have.
Is it like? Okay. Just one in. Okay. Sorry.
In a
just go ahead
lot
and
of
repeat that.
countries. Sorry?
But like, so you're like voting in the election. So like you're.
Yeah.
You live in America.
Yeah.
You live in America.
But
you're just
you know,
traveling.
like
Okay.
I would if I were to hear like you know, I feel like I just need like, for example, like I would apart from that, I feel like of course I would never vote for Trump, never, but I would rather live because like I would rather not worry about the conflicts like wars
Can you
and
name
stuff.
one policy that Trump influenced to get passed last time he was president?
I'm like no, not at all.
How
But
about
you
just
know
one
that
policy that was passed while he was president? What's one thing that happened in America while he was president that you liked?
that I liked.
Yeah.
I don't know. And probably I don't know. I'm not like I'm not.
You don't know
but
anything
that's
that
the thing.
happened
Like
in
most
America
of the voters.
while he was president that you liked?
Most of the voters.
What's one thing that's happened in America while
They don't
Biden and
know.
Harris have been president that you haven't liked?
I don't know. I just don't like. I see. I'm not into. But like, listen to
I'm
me
just
for a
asking you for
second.
things that are happening in America while they're president.
But listen to me for a second. Like you know, most of the voters that will like not most of, but a lot of voters that will be voting, they will be like me. They don't know. They get like they just read.
Yo! You said it's 1, right?
What?
You said
Yeah,
It's 1 a.m.
yeah.
It's currently 1 a.m.
Like at night.
It's currently 1 a.m. in Kaliningrad, Russia.
Oh, you think I'm from Kaliningrad? You think I'm Russian?
That's just no. That's not what I'm saying. That's just where it's 1 a.m. right now.
Yeah, but look at all the countries where it's 1 a.m. It's like in the Netherlands.
Yeah,
as
so,
well.
I bet. Yeah, for sure. It's probably okay. Yeah,
In
no, for sure.
Spain.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I like I would love for something to change. I would love for Camila to say, yeah, we're not gonna go into war. We're not gonna do any crazy type of shit. And then I will be like, okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, but like
But
the
she's
thing,
not
but the
saying
thing
that.
is, but the thing here is, you are literally telling me right now that you
Yeah.
want to vote for Trump because he's Putin's puppet. You self-admitted that and said that that would be better for our country.
But not because of that fact that he's his puppet, just because that means that there will be no escalation.
Yeah, so when are you going to be voting for Trump?
In October, probably. There will be the results, so in like September. But what do you think? What do you think? Like, do you think that Camilla will do? Do you think?
So you want to vote for Trump in October or September, even though you don't know anything you literally don't know anything that happened in America while he was president that was good, and you don't know anything that happened in America while Biden and Harris have been president that was bad, and you're currently like on vacation and like Kaliningrad, Russia. Yeah, currently on vacation. And
no, I'm not allowed to enter Russia. I don't have visas for that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, I really want to go to Europe soon. I would love to go to Europe. That sounds like
you should.
And
it's
then
expensive.
you said that you wanted to vote for Trump because he would have better relations with Putin, and you even said
just because
that
of that.
But you think that you said that it's because he's Putin's puppet. Like I said that he's Putin's puppet, and you said that's a good reason.
But you're like focusing on that, but it's not because.
Wait, when you say the fact that Trump is Putin's puppet is a good reason why we should vote for him?
You're funny.
No, that's what you said earlier. You told me that he respects Putin respects Trump more. One second, I just want to say something. Want to say something. So earlier you said that Putin respects Trump more than Kamala, and that's why you want to vote for Trump because you're really scared of World War III. And then that's where I came and I said, well, the only reason that Putin has more respect for Trump is because Trump is literally Putin's puppet, right? It's because Trump bows the knee to Putin, right? With his world's largest consumer base, world's best consumer policy, biggest economy, world's largest military as well. He bent the knee at Helsinki, disregarded facts, and conceded to Putin on the basis of hearsay. I don't understand why this would be better. Plus, there's even diplomatic abilities and things that the Biden-Harris administration has done that Trump was never able to do, like the prisoner swaps. And that's all reason to vote for Trump. Because of Putin and being his puppet.
What do I don't know. Maybe it's not. That's just my personal scares, what I'm afraid of. That there will be an escalation to the war. That's it.
So obviously you're saying here, unless Trump is elected, then Kamala's going to lead us into World War III, and you're really afraid of World War III, and we should vote for Trump because he has better relations with Putin.
But see, I'm not into politics. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
Do you think that Putin is a good leader of Russia?
Of course not. And
Okay.
obviously he is near to a dictator, and people in Russia, they're it's really sad what's happening. They get imprisoned. The LGBTQ is illegal. There's a lot of people who get into it's a horrible situation there. You can't even imagine what's happening. But the thing is, there, it's impossible to change it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I asked you just to name one thing that has happened under Biden-Harris's administration in America, or one thing that happened in America under Trump's president. So you couldn't name anything, but you're very specific with things that happened in Russia.
Yeah, because obviously that's where I'm from originally, not from Russia, but from the post-Soviet country. And the thing is, of course I know, and I know that US is the main leader of opinions for Europe as well. For we all know that what US says Europe will do. You know what I mean?
We're gonna move on to our next guest here. That was interesting. We're just gonna move on to our next guest. That was interesting. But at the same time, chat, I don't think that we should engage in prejudice or yield conclusions that we don't have any evidence for. So be considerate, but that was a lot of things there. There was a lot of things there. What's up, Robbie? How old are you?
18.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
However long you want. I don't sound 18, but I am 18.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Chet. That was weird. Okay, I'm so sorry. That was so weird. That was so weird. That was so weird. Chat, that was so weird. I'm so sorry. We're just gonna move on to the next guest. That was so weird, bro. Dude, that was insane. Bro, all right, what's up, nothing? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 31. I'm from Australia. So I just wanted to say you're doing a great job. I've been watching.
I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W guests. Base, thank you so much for coming up. I do apologize for kicking you. I am just looking for people to debate with. But hey, I love you. Thank you so much for coming up and spreading some positivity. I don't get enough of that. Thank you. W guests. What's up, Jays? How old are you? Jays, you're on the live. Hello, how old are you? Okay, they're not here. Guys, if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat. Also, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just do give us a minute. What's going on? How old are you? ELV Infinity, are you here? Okay, dude, you were literally spamming MAGA in my chat. Now you're quiet. We're just going to move on to our next guest. Also, Danny, you just swiped into live. Hope you're doing well, man. It's been a long time since we've chatted. Hope you're well. What's up, Mad? How old are you?
Oh shit! What's happening? I wasn't paying attention.
No worries. How old are you?
I'm 24. Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm in a match of COD. I've been sitting here trying to get in for like the last hour or so. Let me leave this real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right. And why is that? Also,
How
one
you
second.
doing?
Hi, Sharon. Welcome to the live. Are you voting for Trump?
Most definitely.
Okay, I'd love to have you on the live to talk, right? But I'm also wanting to talk to Mad, so maybe I could talk to both of y'all simultaneously.
So-
but we'll start off with Mad. Why are you voting for Trump? And then I'll
I'm
get around to
voting
you,
for
Sharon.
Trump. Just in all honesty, I like what he's wanting to do. I'm not saying, for sure he will do it. But for a lot of reasons, the country's been to shit for the last 4 years, well, 3.5 years to be exact. And Kamala followed a lot of that, and if she had any play on making anything better, doing anything, she had say. It wasn't,
Yeah,
the
so
country following
the
call.
country like went into like economic hardships because of the pandemic, and this happened in literally every country around the world, right? But the U.S. actually had the quickest global response and rebound from like the inflation and the economic recession, right? Like right now, Joe, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, saying appreciate all that you do. Let's get some W Joes down there. Thank you so much for the love. Like we had the quickest rebound from the global inflation from a peak of 9%. Now that we're down to 3%. Quickest rebound from like unemployment. We had a peak of almost 15%. Now we're down to 4.1. We had the quickest like economic growth to quarter per quarter out of any country in the G7, right? And then we're also seeing like stock market all-time highs now. Like when we kind of put it and frame it in that perspective, you'll actually see that we had a damn good administration to be dealing with the economic disparities onset by the pandemic.
I mean, yeah, it is the pandemic. I will say that, but there's a lot of things that don't need to be happening as well. Like when people talk about immigration and things like that, and immigrants getting a lot of help or jobs. I work for a company that works for other companies, and in the last few months, I have noticed a lot more. I'm just going to flat out, they're Mexican, and they don't speak any English at all. That you cannot speak to them in English. Now, it confuses me because these companies we work for, they hire these other contractors. These contractors go under, it's like, Verizon, right? Phone company. They hire other contractors to do their jobs. Now, why do we have people working in the U.S. that do not speak English at all? Now, they live better than me. They make more money than us, and they're getting food stamps on top of that. A lot of these people come across these borders and get free help and free food stamps and all this other shit. Now, you can sit there and smirk all you want, but the thing is like, what class are you living in? Because I've paid for food for the last 5 years of my life, and I've noticed how shitty it's become. Food stamps.
Okay, well, first of all, let's just go ahead and just address like what the fuck is going on here.
You're voting for someone that
Are you
slept her
saying
way
that you
to the
shouldn't?
top.
Oh
She
my God.
slept her way to the top. Are you going to talk about the mayor?
let's deal with one ism at a time. We're gonna deal
So
with
the
the
mayor,
racism,
right?
and
All right, go
then
ahead.
and then we'll do with the sexism.
No one's racist. I can
So-
say Mexican.
So
Mexican is
we'll
a
respond
race.
to the racism, then we'll respond to the sexism.
What is
But let's
racism? I
first-
said Mexican. There's other terms I can use that can be racist.
Oh my God.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
so,
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, then also, like, Mexican is not a race, right? I want to recognize that. I was more so just saying that if anyone that's not of your race, you seem to not like.
Spanish,
because
you
you're
want
saying that
me-
these individuals should
Spanish
be able.
people?
that you're saying that these people shouldn't be able to work. Also,
it's
everyone's saying that
ethnicity.
Mexican isn't a race. I obviously
It's an
fucking know that.
ethnicity. Yes, ethnicity.
Right.
I know.
Anyways, so yeah, then you're saying that they're Mexican and they can't speak English, therefore they shouldn't be able to.
I corrected myself. I corrected myself. I said Spanish
Wait,
is the race.
so what do you say? Anyone that can't speak English shouldn't be able to engage in like?
It's not. I'm saying like in America, I think you should know
Labor
some form of English to work. I mean, now if you come across
Yeah,
why
so
is
I
it
mean,
said
so
that-
bro, this is so fucking crazy. So here's the big issue with this. So first of all, it's funny that you are first associating like yourself with the Conservative Party fighting for less restrictions on the free flow of market, libertarianism, more states' rights, less federal government, less restrictions on the market, free economy. But then at the same time, you want to restrict people from joining the labor force that can't speak English.
I don't want
What the
free.
hell?
I don't want
and
free.
if it all just matters, right? Oh, you should speak the language of the people that were here first. Well, I mean, wouldn't you say therefore that no one should be able to really work in the workplaces that don't know the languages of like the ancient or of like indigenous tribes that existed on these lands prior to the colonizers?
My point of it was they are taking a lot of jobs. That was my point.
Well, I mean, it's just really funny that you're like
I'm
that
not
the
at all
white
racist,
colonizers should be able to come over here, force out the natives, and you have to now speak the white colonizers' languages. But you know, anyone else that wants to come here because of economic disparity in their countries, all of a sudden they can't be in the workforce because they don't speak English, bro.
It's not that they can't be in the workforce. I'm saying they are taking a lot of jobs up, and this is because of the border issue.
Bro, taking
Now-
jobs up, bro, dude, literally, fucking, what the hell? What is it? Do you want a low unemployment rate? Do you want more people to be at work? Do you want us to
Our
have a more
employment
prosperous
rate for
economy? Do you
American
want us to have a
citizens-
more prosperous economy? Or in the same way, like, oh, they got to come over here and not work a job, but like, you know, still get these government benefits? Like, what the fuck is it? You're complaining about the government benefits. You're complaining about these state level like resources and safety nets, and then also at the same time you don't want them to work and provide to the economy. What the fuck is it, bro? They're not taking your job, right? They're engaging in the workforce like you should be, right? Don't blame your laziness on the undocumented migrant that has worked for everything they have in their life 10 times harder than you ever have. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But hey, let's just assume that every single word that is coming out of your mouth is point blank spot on, right? Why don't you blame Trump for it? He's the one that shot down the 2 bipartisan border bills that were, proposed to Congress by the Biden-Harris administration, influenced to get passed by them. But then he called the Republicans in Congress, told them to vote against the bills because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win. Like, you can't assume that, like, the undocumented migrants are the worst thing that's ever happened to our country ever, and then say that you want to vote for Trump because he was the one that restricted border policy because it made the Democrats look good. There's so many contradictions in this deluded ass worldview. And it's funny because you're like, if you can't speak English, you shouldn't be able to work a job here at home in America. But if you raped a woman, you should be able to work the most important job here at home in America. Pukes.
I didn't know I could unmute myself, my bad. No, and I mean, you keep calling him a rapist, but Kamala, however the fuck you want to say it,
Kamala.
Do you consider sleeping with a married man adultery?
I consider sleeping with a married man,
Is that adultery? Is that not the term of adultery? Is it not adultery?
I don't use that term in my day-to-day life. I think that's more like a religious
Okay,
term.
but
You could define it for me.
adultery is if you're married or sleeping with a married person. That is what adultery is. Now, do you know she slept with a married man?
Oh,
do you know she slept her way to the top?
Willie Johnson, huh? So she's committed adultery, and that makes her really bad, right?
But that's proven, right? But Trump's
so actually, it's been actually specifically
51%.
Hey, Mad Sweaty. Actually, specifically speaking here, it's been disproven. They were legally divorced for years. Secondly, Trump has cheated on 3 of his wives. Damn,
But
you didn't know that?
So we want to talk about how she slept her way to the top, right?
Well, actually, she didn't sleep her way to the top. That's a misogynistic lie. There's a couple things
we could
here.
talk
First of
about
all,
how she brings Megan the Stallion.
Maybe
and he
you
has
could.
everybody sing Amazing Grace.
Hey, Mad Sweaty. So maybe what we should do is touch on one topic at a time. I'm in the middle of explaining to you how your misogyny is like morally decrepit, and then you interrupt me 2 words in and pivot to Megan the Stallion. Calm the fuck down. Like, do you have a coherent thought?
Go ahead. Go ahead on what we were talking about. Go ahead on that. I want to hear your point
sleeping
of view
away
on
at the
it.
top. So that's like literally just misogynistic lie. I don't understand why you would assume this of her, of anything, right? You should assume this of men because men actually have higher body counts on average than women. And then additionally here, even if it was the case that she slept her way to the top, maybe instead of victim blaming and being like, why did she sleep her way to the top? Maybe you should question why the system will not like effectively allow for women to have access to power and to gain power in the same way in which a man would. Maybe you should be questioning why that would be necessary if it did occur, but it didn't occur. Right? Because let's think about her run for AG, her first public office in the state of New York. She had 80,000, Californians vote for her. How many of them did she have to fuck?
I'm not saying recently.
I'm talking about her first run for public office as the AG of California. She got 80,000 votes from citizens of California. How many of those 80,000 people did she sleep with?
I mean, logistically, she definitely probably slept with a few of them.
0. She slept with 0 of them.
But I do want to know. I want to ask this because I want your point of view on it. If she's been VP for the last 3.5 years and has done nothing, has done nothing for us, has done nothing.
She actually has. She's been the most
Biden.
She's been the most effective VP in U.S. history. Their official job is to cast tie-breaking votes in the Senate. She's casted more tie-breaking votes than any VP we've ever had. And can you name one thing that Mike Pence did while he was Trump's VP?
I mean, no, I cannot.
Okay, go ahead and continue.
Do you know how she said that they're disloyal to our country? I mean, I want to know how. Okay, so he's served as a U.S. Marine, correct? How does that make someone unloyal to the country? Serving for your country, that's not just something you wake up and you can fucking do, especially as a U.S. Marine. It's
Who are
not.
you talking about?
JD Vance.
Oh, yeah, the reason that we'd say that JD Vance is disloyal to his country is because he said publicly that he would have overthrown the election for Trump in 2020. He would have signed the false votes casted into the Electoral College by the fake electors that Trump sent to 7 different states.
I mean, I was here yesterday and you said that there was no fraud or anything, but then you went on to say that dead people always vote.
Okay, why are we going topic to topic? Can we have like a confluent conversation? You asked me why I'd say that
you brought
JD
up
Vance
the conversation
doesn't stand
about
against,
the voting.
So you're saying that JD Vance, so you're saying that I'm saying that JD Vance stands against his country because he would have overthrown the election in 2020, and then you pivot off of this to dead people
I would
voting.
have too.
Okay, so you don't stand for the democracy either.
I mean, I understand democracy. I'm just saying this country's been fucked, and there's been a lot that we could do about it. Now, the thing that I don't get is like
you literally just said that you'd overthrow
president-
you just said that you'd overthrow the outcome of the election in 2020
because
and rig
the
it for Trump to win.
election was bullshit.
Yeah, but that actually wasn't. You don't have any evidence of that.
How is an election? You go to bed, Trump's winning. You wake up, a state got more votes than they had voters to vote.
Because what state got more votes than they had voters to vote?
I mean,
see how it's just lies. See how you just like actively lie. See how you just actively lie.
When I stopped watching the fucking election, Trump was up by a landslide.
Oh, and then people counted votes, and then Trump wasn't up.
It's weird, right?
No, it's actually not weird. It's how our electoral processes work. Do you understand that this was audited by so many third parties? Trump brought the case that the election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown to 63 different courts. How many of those courts ruled in his favor, sir?
I don't know. I didn't fucking pay attention to the last.
Zero out of the 63 courts. Purdy, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. W Purdy in the chat. 0 of the 63 courts that he brought the case that was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown to told him it wasn't, including 17 courts that judges that he put there. What you're engaging in right now is
he
called
wasn't
big
allowed
lie.
to bring up evidence.
So what?
Okay.
Actually, no. He was allowed to bring up evidence. It's what
They denied it.
No, they denied his court cases because he had no evidence.
But he did.
Okay, and what was it?
We literally. Why do you like people repeating themselves? Because you know what it is. You had this whole conversation yesterday with someone else.
What
you
is the evidence that shows that the election was sufficiently
like,
rigged to be overthrown? There's none.
So you only pay attention to the bullshit that Kamala is telling you. The falsely black person that she is not.
Okay, wait, really? She's not black? Why?
She is Indian.
Lexi, thank you for the. You're amazing.
She is Indian. She's
Okay.
100% fucking Indian. She has no.
So Mad Sweaty. I don't know if I don't know what happened in like second grade. I really don't know what happened in second grade.
Well, why is all the black community saying the same
people, they're not. Actually, they're not.
They're not?
They're not. They're not. So, hey, real quick, buddy. Hey, real quick. I'm actually talking. So, first of all, India is a place. You know, we reference that as Southern Asian, right? South Asian. And do you know that people can be, like, biracial? Did you know that?
Oh, I know what biracial is. Yes.
Yeah,
my
like her
girlfriend-
mom's
my
South
girlfriend-
Asian and her
yes.
dad is
Yes.
Afro-Jamaican. Her dad is black.
My fiance is mixed. Yes, I know this. I know what biracial
Okay,
is.
then you'd understand the fact that you could, like, you know, use at least 2 of your active neurons firing inside of your head. Isabel, I really appreciate you for the boxing glove. I thank you so much. And come to the conclusion that she's both South Asian and black simultaneously. Isn't that crazy? That's like a crazy fucking concept, huh?
I still don't think she's black.
Okay,
But-
really. So that's
Another
Kamala's
thing-
dad. So this is Kamala's dad. He is Afro-Jamaican. That's actually Kamala right there in his hands. So please explain to me while I have this picture behind me. She's not black.
Man must be adopted then. She's not black.
No. We have her birth certificate. This is her biological father.
You have her birth certificate? Show me.
Yeah, look it up. Literally, look it
Why
up
do I
online.
gotta look it up? You're looking everything up? Where's your proof?
Oh my God! Literally, go on Google, look up Kamala Harris's birth
Where's your
certificate.
proof, Mr. Prove It All? Come on. Why do I gotta go on Google when you gotta prove it? You have all these pictures ready. Where's the birth certificate?
You know what? If you go on Google and you look up,
Why do
so
you
the first
want?
thing that'll pop up is from Business Standard. It's called Kamala Harris's birth certificate shared online after Trump's questions race, and then it gives a picture of their birth certificate.
So you looked it up, right? So I can see it. So you can show your phone, right?
I mean, I have it on my laptop screen, and it cuts out behind the green screen like that. That's why you'll have to look it up on your device.
All right. Well, one other thing.
No, let's not pivot.
I will look it up. I'll look it up while I talk.
I mean, like, first of all, I can't hear you while you're on pause, which is actually quite nice. So while you're looking that up to debunk yourself, I'm going to go ahead and respond to your bullshit claims. So this is literal racism. Absolute fucking racism. Racist. Racist. You are a racist piece of shit. Point blank period. That's the facts. She is black. Her father is black. And I think what you were doing is incredibly harmful because you're looking
Black
at
is racist to you?
who's absolutely, yes, absolutely you're racist.
Are you soft-hearted? I feel like if we had a draft, you would be upset. You would fucking cry. You would be one of the ones sitting in a foxhole crying.
Hey, buddy, was I talking? I was.
I
I'm gonna go
served
and
in the
continue
U.S.
talking.
military. You'd fucking
Hey, buddy.
cry.
Hey, this guy dodged the
You called yourself a man earlier, right? You called
Hey,
yourself
Bad
a
Sweaty.
man, right?
Hey, Bad Sweaty. I'm still talking. This guy dodged the Vietnam draft. He claimed that he had bone spurs when he didn't. He literally cried at Vietnam.
What would you
So
do
are
if we
gonna
had a
call him a
draft?
soft man
Because if
too?
we vote for Kamala,
Are you going to call him a
what
soft
is
man too?
happening?
Just recognize what I just said. Are you going to recognize that he's a soft boy too for dodging the Vietnam draft?
We're
Purdy,
talking
thank you
about
so much
me
for the
and
boxing
you.
gloves. I
We're
really
talking
appreciate
about
you for the
me and
love.
you right now.
You know, we're
me
just
and
we're just
you.
showing an extension of your logic. Is he a soft man?
But
Is he a weak
you
boy?
argued earlier. Now,
Okay,
were
so you
calling
don't want
Trump-
to. So you don't want to. Yeah. I'm gonna go and put you back on mute because at least when you interrupted me, you didn't even engage with my logic. You just got fucking refuted. And no, I'm not a soft man for calling out your racism. If anything, I stand for what you won't. Okay, Debbie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Debbie says thank you for what you do. I really appreciate you for the love, Debbie. Like I'm sitting here taking this bullshit in one ear out one other by these soft little boys just like you, right? You are a plague to society. You don't know your right from your left. You actively perpetuate harm and marginalization against already suppressed individuals that exist inside of our country with no good reason apart from your own emotions. You feel threatened by a woman for the first time in your life, so the first thing that you will hop to is supporting the rapist and denying her identity. And that's the facts, sir. That is the fucking facts. And that is all that the MAGA pipeline is achieving. Y'all are losing your shit over the threat of a woman. And this is why Trump is losing support. This is why he's losing steam in the polls, is because he's going around screaming, she's not black. Wah, 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 racism, racism, racism. When in all reality, while a surprisingly large amount of our society engages in those same obviously racist behaviors, a lot don't. Because a lot look at her and they're like, oh yeah, her dad is Afro-Jamaican. This woman is a black woman. And then they look at that rhetoric even being propounded at the hand of this man, and they're like, holy shit, why have I ever supported him? And they look at his supporters, people like you, brainwashed into buying the rhetoric, brainwashed into buying the narrative, and they're like, damn, you are DUMB as shit, buddy. And that's the fact, sir. So please tell me how this woman with a black father that went to a historically black university and, you know, was in a black sorority isn't black. I'm waiting.
If she claims, and if there's,
Yo! Emily Allard! Yo! Emily! With the $224 on Venmo! What? Emily! Holy shit! Yo, Emily with the $224 on Venmo. That's insane. I want to see at least 1,000. See where it says most sent W Emily 126? I want to see at least 1,000 W Emilys in that chat. You are joking. Oh my god, that is so kind of you. Holy shit, Emily. That is absurd. Thank you so much for the love. I do not deserve that. I know the MAGA supporters could be like, yeah, dude, you don't deserve that, blah, blah, blah. But it is real. I do not deserve that type of love. That is outrageous. I didn't believe that. Thank you so much for the love, Emily. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. W fucking Emily's, dude. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. I gotta like double check that on my computer. Make sure that's real. Holy cow, I'm losing my mind. Thank you for the love, Emily. Anyways, W fucking Emily's, keep them coming. Mad Sweaty, you've been silent for like 5 minutes.
I've been waiting. You've been rambling about your gifts. I didn't want to intrude on that.
Yeah, so were you silent or silenced?
I don't know. I was reading stuff about the birth certificate shit.
Birdie, thank you for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love.
The only thing I'm seeing is her mother's, but I did see where it says her father is Jamaican American.
Yeah, and then also another funny thing, when I showed you the picture of her and her dad, her Afro-Jamaican black dad, you said, well, she's probably adopted. Well, isn't the whole reason why you think that she's not black is because her mom is South Asian? But if she was adopted, that would mean that her South Asian mom wasn't biologically related to her either.
I mean, I don't know. If he is, he is. But I did want to... The only other thing I really wanted to bring up is you said, like, you had a problem. Now, I don't think he's really Putin's puppet. But you were saying, like, that's a whole issue. Now, being one of the only presidents who's ever shook hands with fucking Kim and kept peace there as well... do you want a society with no peace between Russia and North Korea?
So what peace did he achieve between us and North Korea?
I mean, Putin respects him and so does Kim. So
how do you know that Putin... how do you know that Kim... Right,
Putin came out and said if he is elected, he will respect what he says.
How do you... Okay, well, first, I'm asking you about Kim. How do you know that Kim respects Trump?
He shook hands with him. Shit stopped when he went over there.
So he went over to North Korea to strike a Lexi, think of the money gun. He went over to North Korea to sign a denuclearization agreement with Kim Jong-un. Then particularly speaking, he was unsuccessful in this agreement. All that he gave was a photo op for Kim Jong-un to then take those pictures and use as propaganda against, the persecuted North Korean citizens. And then turned around, Trump continued to call him Rocket Man. One of the most craziest guys on earth. Then about Putin, I have a question. who's Putin going to respect more? A person that would fiercely lead the world's strongest country that would pose a great threat against his tyranny of the world? Or someone that kind of holds the same beliefs as him? Someone that he could reason with in their very twisted way? Someone that doesn't pose a threat to him?
So, like I said, if she's been VP and this whole thing happening with Ukraine, all this shit going on, if it could have been resolved with Kamala and Biden.
You didn't answer my question. I answered.
That's what I'm answering. That's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. You think, with what you just said, that shit can be reasoned after it has already proceeded when she has been VP?
Okay,
What
so
is
you're
being
actually
called
you're
a
actively
VP?
not engaging it with my question, so I'll just go ahead and answer it for you. The reason that Putin respects Trump more than Kamala is specifically for the reason that Trump bows the knee to Putin. Trump, like at Helsinki, addressed Putin, came up to him and asked him why he's interfering with our elections. Putin said, "I'm not interfering with your elections." Then Trump said, "Oh my God, Daddy Putin, I'm so sorry for ever assuming that you do that. I'm never going to do that again," even though it's proven within the Mueller report. Trump absolutely bows the knee of the world's strongest military, of the world's biggest consumer base, of the world's most booming economy, to a foreign dictator that has been persecuting his own citizens since he assumed office and has been committing war crimes against the innocent Ukrainian children, right? Of course, I'm going to vote for the person that is actually going to pose a threat to his tyranny. I'm going to vote for the person that's actually going to put that motherfucker in his place, okay? And of course, he's going to respect Trump more because he knows that Trump doesn't pose a threat to his narrative because Trump agrees with his narrative. And that's the facts of anything. The fact that Putin is more afraid of Kamala serving a term than Trump serving a second gives us big reason to vote for Kamala. 110%, because Kamala stands for what's right. Kamala stands against oppression, against tyranny, against a dictatorship, and Kamala will keep it at peace because he knows if he steps out of bounds, if he continues doing what he's done, that they will respond with force, right? Such as supporting Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum that we signed with Ukraine in 1994, and that is what is important. Not someone to bow the knee to a dictator.
So you much rather stay in war?
No, I'd much rather protect the innocent Ukrainian individuals that are being killed because we have an obligation to do so through the Budapest Memorandum to end the war.
So Trump's idea is to end it without violence. You're
How do we
saying
know that
you
he's going to
want
end it? How do we know?
with
How do
violence.
we know that Trump is actually going to
We
end
don't
that
know
shit?
either. We don't know that Kamala or Trump is going to end it.
So that's why I don't use the talking point that Kamala's going to end the war as a reason to vote for, dumbass. Wow, good job. You're right. We
I
don't
know you
know
didn't use
if
that. I
either of
was
them.
saying-
We don't know if either of them are going to end the war. Point blank. Period. Amazing. You're correct. We have no evidence to assume one way or another. That's why this shouldn't be a talking point why we're going to vote for one candidate over another.
But you just said, so you said Kamala wants to would send people over. That's your reason.
No, false. We supply them with weapons and funding because of the obligation.
And what
we have
would
to
that
do?
do? What would that do if we supply?
Yeah, so it shows other countries around the world that we're actually reliable and credible because we signed a denuclearization agreement with them in 1994 stating if they give up their nukes, then we'll protect them if they're invaded. So we're merely just honoring that end of that contractual agreement that we signed with them. So it opens up the door to us entertaining the possibility of other denuclearization agreements with countries such as Iran or North Korea in the future. Because if we don't and we dishonor that, well, of course, these other foreign adversaries won't even step in the negotiation room with us because they know no matter what we do, there's a high potentiality that we'll just discredit it and disavow it, right? So that's why funding Ukraine, right, and taking Kamala's approach in comparison to Trump's actually puts American first.
But you're saying, so you don't think Trump will do anything? That's what you're saying. But
Bro,
tell
I'm
the-
saying that
you can
we have
say
no
that to
facts
ISIS.
to assume that this war wouldn't have happened if he was elected in 2020, and we have no
Say
reason
that
to
to
assume that if he
ISIS.
was elected in 2024, that this war would come to any swifter of
So-
an end than if Kamala were to be elected. It's
So
ultimately
you-
a failed
you- so
talking
you're
point due to the
saying-
lack of reason to assume one position over another.
You're saying that what happened with ISIS, that Trump signed off on and did, and ISIS quit. You're saying he never did that.
Wait, where?
You're saying, do you not understand? Do you remember
What?
when?
Okay, first of all, I'm asking you for further clarification of what you're talking about, and second of all, what the hell does this have to do with Russia and Ukraine?
That's what I'm getting to. If you let me fucking speak.
Bro, you have
You just
5
said
brain
Trump-
cells. Do you think I value
you
a
just
single
said
word that comes
Trump.
out of your mouth?
You're a fucking Democrat. You have 4 fucking brain cells.
Really? How many
Listen to what
continents
I'm
are
fu-
there?
Let me talk then.
No,
Stop
no.
being
How
a
many
fucking pussy,
continents
let
are
me
there?
talk.
Wait, okay. Now we're using derogatory
talk.
rhetoric, referencing like a female's
So let me
reproductive
talk
system.
then.
More misogyny. What are we gonna do?
You're
now?
asking me to answer a question, and every time I start talking, at the end of my fucking sentences, tell you the answer to the question, you intrude. You want me to let you fucking speak, so you let me speak.
Yeah, so say something of value.
That's what I'm getting to. I'm telling you that if the shit with ISIS, when they were gassing innocent fucking people and Trump stepped in, why are you looking like that? You don't fucking know this? Is that something you don't know? You're saying Trump would not do anything. Go ahead. You wanted me to use Google earlier, so go ahead and look up the shit that Trump did with ISIS.
I know.
Go ahead and look that up.
Can you inform me like where and when did this happen?
I want you to look it up. I want you to look it up so you can fucking get knowledge for yourself about the shit that you don't know.
Okay. So
when they were gassing innocent people and Trump stepped in and did something about that, you're
what did Trump
saying
do?
that Trump's not going to do anything.
What did Trump do?
Do you not, him bombing a fucking ISIS base? Do you not know that?
Where was the ISIS base?
Look it up. That's all I want you to do is look up.
Okay, so you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Look it up for you. Look it up. You want me to
Mad
look
Sweaty?
stuff up.
Mad Sweaty. So I want you to be able to provide your own claim. Like I almost said, like provide evidence for your own claim, but you're not even providing information about the claim. Like, no, I'm not gonna do your homework for you. You made a claim. You provide evidence. I guess while he's looking for that, we're going to get our next guest up in here as well. For the 4.7 thousand of y'all, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, y'all. Do double tap away in that phone screen. If you're MAGA, make sure to let me know in that comment section if you want to come up and debate. Well, Mad Sweaty's trying to do fucking something. I have no clue what the hell Mad Sweaty's trying to do. He's really annoying, though. He's, like, annoying the shit out of me. I also do shout out that live. And if you do want to support me, by the way, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. And it supports me greatly. Guys, if you're MAGA and you want to come up, let me know in that chat. Let me come in there. All right, Brayden, I got you with an invite. What's going on, Brayden? How old are you, Brayden? Brayden, you're in the live. Are you here? All right, Brayden's not in the live. Mad Sweaty, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Okay, well, I can't hear you when you go on pause. Honestly, I'm done with you. We're just going to move on to the next guest. Guys, if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me see a MAGA down below in that chat. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the queue right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say at this point, y'all. What's going on, Zach? How old are you?
Holy, I'm 20.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
And why is that?
Have you read Agenda 47?
I mean, I'm familiar with parts of it.
Well, I've read the entire thing, and I do really like almost everything that he says in there.
Okay, so like what specifically?
Okay, let me pull it up. I've got my computer here, so I can pull it up without leaving the live.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for your reason why you're voting for Trump.
All right. One thing I did see is I do really like the rollback on the like electric car. You know the electric car thing. By 2025, it's supposed to be like 75% electric cars produced by all automakers.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, A, that's never going to stop because that's what the shift in the market has done. B, I don't think those by 2025, those by 2035. And then C, I don't understand why you would say you wouldn't like that. I mean, that wasn't like a federal regulation. It was just an incentive program through like tax breaks.
Well, there's a lot that I don't know, and I really do. I love watching your debates. I watch them almost every day, but I really didn't even think that I was going to get picked. Hold up, let me pull this up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Real quick, would you vote for someone that's more likely than not a rapist?
Okay, so this is a harsh topic. I'm not voting for a person. I'm voting for policy. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, but would you still vote for Trump if the Epstein files were true insofar as him raping, imprisoning, and torturing a 13-year-old with Jeffrey Epstein?
If the Epstein, the what?
If he had raped, imprisoned, and tortured a 13-year-old with Epstein, would you still vote for him?
No. Child rapists are pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but why would we hold a different standard between a child rapist and an adult woman rapist?
I'm voting more for our policy, not
Right, but like, what? Why do you hold a different standard? Because obviously he's still gonna have the same policy if he were to have raped Katie Johnson, but you ultimately wouldn't vote for him in that scenario. So I'm asking you why you'd hold a different standard here. And one
True, but
scenario
if
you would,
if
in one
that
scenario
if
you
that had happened, then he would be in prison. There wouldn't be no Trump presidency.
Well, I mean, what we're assuming here is that that would also have been proven in a similar fashion, like a civil court, as it was that he had raped an adult woman.
But this is all, just it's a theory. It's not
No,
something
it's
that actually
just a-
happened.
No, he actually did rape an adult woman, right?
No,
You're saying you're still gonna vote
that
for him.
yes, but
Right. Well, yeah, because you said that you're gonna vote for him because you care more about the policy than what he did. So I'm just like clarifying here. Well, what if it wasn't an adult woman? What if it was a little girl?
yeah, that would be awful.
So,
That would be-
so you wouldn't vote for him if he raped a little girl, or you would still?
I don't think I would.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for him if it was a little girl, but you would vote for him if it was an adult woman. Why? What's the difference there?
You see, I don't know. I feel like an adult and a girl are very different. Either way, it's terribly
I don't know.
awful. But that's not really. I'm not.
I don't know. I think grape is grape, and the reason I asked this question is because I think that the right dehumanized E. Jean Carroll and has turned her into a monolith of the left. Right? Even like villainized her as well. Like you don't really care about what happened to her. No one really does. You don't even look at her as a human. You don't recognize her experiences as being real.
I
So the
don't.
reason I
don't
kind of
really know
supplement E.
anything
Jean
about
Carroll
her.
with a little girl is because you have a much more hard time to demonize and dehumanize a little girl in comparison to E. Jean Carroll, right? But in all reality, grape is grape. We should be holding the same standard here because he entered into a woman without their consent. We should not be putting a rapist in the Oval Office. This only puts women in further harm's way because by accepting a literal rapist, a proven rapist that you accept into your social circles, voting him into the Oval Office, you're just telling men that they could go out and rape a woman, be held guilty for it in a court of law, and then the men around them will still accept them and deny the experiences of the woman. It also tells women that if they get raped by a man and prove it in a court of law, that no one will give a shit. Right? So this only further perpetuates rape culture, uplifts systemic misogyny, and is a really good reason why we shouldn't be voting for Trump.
Yes, that is a good reason why we shouldn't be voting for Trump. But I feel like there's a lot of reasons why we should. Agenda 47. I mean, I don't know how much he can come through on Agenda 47. I don't know how much of this stuff is going to actually, be put in to what he does because presidents don't do a lot.
I feel like if I give you more context on the one point that you've referenced from Agenda 47, you disagree. So the reason that he doesn't like EVs, right, is because he doesn't believe in climate change.
Okay.
Do you think that climate change occurs because of human influence?
I do. Yes, I do.
And 97% of scientists agree with you. He disagrees. He's delusional. He doesn't think that climate change can happen at the hand of humans. Right? He disagrees with 97% of scientists. He disagrees with any rational human. That's why he doesn't like EVs, because he thinks that they're just propped up by liberal propaganda saying that EVs are like necessary to reduce our carbon impact on the world. That's why he pulled out the Paris Agreement, right? That upholds particular like goals for long-term self-sustainable societies to reduce the amount of like impact put onto our climate. Like that's a really bad reason to be voting for Trump.
Well, I do have Agenda 47 pulled up here. Give me just one sec. I read through this a while ago. But do you know what Kamala, right? Kamala Harris is going to. Do you know what policies or what plan she has in place for when she does become president?
I mean, like we have a good idea, right? I think her track record definitely really speaks for her, though. Like such as the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Deal, the Inflation Reduction Act, some of the most monumental and impacting legislation in modern U.S. history. She's been doing it for the past 4 years. She's definitely going to do it for another 4, right? She also particularly wants to introduce new gun safety laws to reduce gun deaths, which is the leading cause of death in children. She wants to raise taxes on people making over $400,000 a year to particularly reduce our federal deficit that was increased by Trump and to increase the child tax credit to $500 a month, making the lives of parents less difficult, right? There's a lot of things in here. And I just don't understand why you'd want to vote for the rapist, felon, fraudster, election denier that denies climate change, that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and election in 2020 over her. Like, what's one policy that he influenced to get passed during his first term that you agreed with?
Okay, you see, I'm 20, so when he was president, I was what, 12?
I'm 19.
Yeah, 12.
I'm 19.
So I don't really know that much of what he's done. I'm looking at his plan, you know? And I haven't looked at Kamala's plan. I don't know like what she has to do, but just what I've looked at, because I was raised Republican, and what I've looked at, I see that, you know, I like there's 20 things that are 20 sentences of big plans for Donald Trump's presidency, and I just really
you're
like
just
them.
not giving specifics on the plans. You're just saying that you like his plans, but you're not telling me what they are. And then second of all, I don't think that being 20 is like sufficient reason to be ignorant towards what he did in his first term, as it's really relevant to this election, especially if you're voting for him. Like, I'm 19, I'm younger than you, right? And I could tell you that when the main bills he predominantly influenced get passed was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which sent 83% of these tax cuts to the top 1%, you know, footed a bill of $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending onto our economy, increased the deficit so much, right? And it's ultimately only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%, right? So he's, you know, paying $1 trillion for a 0.01% increase in our average annual GDP.
Has there been a GDP increase under Kamala Harris or Joe Biden?
We've had the quickest rebound from the global inflation and economic disparities onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7.
Okay,
We're literally the world's leading superstar. Yo, and Melody, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you, Melody, saying thanks for righting the wrongs. I really appreciate you, Melody. And Hugo with the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W Melodies and some W Hugos down below in that chat. Thank you to the both of y'all. Let's share some love to Melody and Hugo. Thank you guys so much. And that's Melody with an IE at the end. Thank y'all both so much. I really appreciate you guys. W Melody, W Hugo, y'all are sweet as all hell. Thank you both very much. But was there anything else you wanted to go over here before I move on to my next guest?
Yeah, so I really do like the tax cuts for workers and the no tax on tips. And then also I do love the, it says, see, everyone thinks of it as a ban for Muslims to come into the country, right? That's the plan, right? So banning Muslims to come into the country. But it's not banning Muslims, it's banning countries that don't have criminal background checks to come into the country. And I do love that.
1 second.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
And when is that video from?
8 years ago. He did it during his first presidency.
Okay,
He wants to do it again.
so
He wants to do it again. He wants to do it again. Yeah, Agenda 47 wants to do it again.
Well, it's just what it says in Agenda 47 is countries that don't have criminal background checks, which, you know, happens to be mostly Muslim countries.
I'm
But
so sorry. Do we need to listen to it again?
Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country.
and then what do you think about abortion? So abortion on the ballot.
Okay, well, it was a Muslim ban. Okay, the only reason it wasn't legislated like a Muslim ban is because that's unconstitutional. That's discrimination. So they
Yeah.
got to use other language, but he was very forthcoming about it being a Muslim ban. Oh, what do I think about abortion? I think that it should be federally protected. I think that all 170 million American women and girls should have the same access to healthcare, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of their reasons, or regardless of the point in their pregnancy prior to the third trimester. I think that him electing 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line, and at least in 12 states, even women who get pregnant as a result of a rape can't access healthcare, and in 23 states they can access healthcare for elective reasons. Okay, right?
You said prior to first trimester.
Prior to the third trimester. It's a travesty, right? It destroys the family unit. It shifts the American focus from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family and consent to having children to these 18, sometimes 13, 14, unfortunately, to these 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls being forced into starting a family because, the state is forcing the woman to provide bodily resources to the unicellular organism growing in a womb without her will. I think that it's a travesty to the state of our economy. It increases rates of poverty. It decreases levels of employment, income, and education. And it ultimately serves as a travesty to the bare human rights of all women in our country.
No, Dean, you actually do make a lot of good points. You do. I hate to say it, but I actually don't hate to say it. You make a lot of good points.
I appreciate you, man. And I mean, I feel like that is probably one of the biggest and most important pressing issues that we're facing right now. And if Trump loses re-election, that's going to be why. It's because we need to vote Kamala Harris into presidency to reinstantiate federal protections for healthcare for all 170 million American women and girls. Even if you think that, like, oh, like maybe people shouldn't get elective abortions, well, then maybe you should consider the fact that you have no reason to think that, apart from maybe the fact that you want to punish women for engaging in actions that you think are irresponsible. Like the pro-life worldview basically says, well, oh, she engaged in sex without the intention to raise a kid, that goes against traditionalism, and because she violated the code of conduct that I think all Americans should follow, well, now we're going to force her into raising and just into starting a family, right? And even if you don't care about the woman that much, maybe you should care about the child, because, well, guess what happens after she's forced into pregnancy? She gives birth, and then the unwanted child is forced into an unready household that is ill prepared and is ill ready to actually raise them into a cohesive, functioning society.
Yeah. So do you think like Kamala Harris versus some of the other Democratic nominees that ran in I don't know what it's called, where they were choosing Democratic and Republican
2020
nominees?
primaries?
Yeah, the primaries.
Danielle, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo correcting me there. 44 states ban abortion and 14 have no exceptions. Thank you for the correction, Danielle. Yeah, what about it?
Do you think there was any better? Sorry, I'm just kind of asking questions at this point. I'm not even debating, but do you think there was any like better nominees, or would you pick Kamala Harris out of all of them?
In a vacuum, right? Like, just ignoring all externalities, I'd pick Pete Buttigieg. Man, dude, oh my God, I love that guy. But now that we're actually in the position that we're in, there's nobody better to run for president apart from Kamala Harris. Okay. She's already served as a VP on a ticket that has passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. She has served the American people well, giving us the quickest global rebound from the inflation and negative impacts to our economy onset by the pandemic. Right? She was able to consume over $100 million from Biden's campaign fund, and she's able just to start her campaign off well with already being in the White House. I mean, she's raised historic amounts of money, $300 million in the last month. She's had one of the quickest rebounds in the polls in like U.S. history, bro. I mean, she's leading in the popular vote. She's leading in the Electoral College in all 6 swing states. She is killing it right now. Of course, there is nobody better fit to be running right now apart from her. But I really would not be mad with Buttigieg running in 8 years. I fucking love that guy.
Yeah. Well, Dean, it was super awesome to talk to you. I will definitely have to do some more research before voting day. It was awesome. Thank you.
Hell yeah, man. And I mean, if you're open to like constructive like dialogue and critical thought, seriously, feel free to join my Discord. Links in the bio. We always have good conversation there. But
for sure, I'm always watching your debates, so I'm sure I'll probably end up joining.
Yeah, and I appreciate you for coming up here and being open and honest, man. It's rare to see that.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well, Zach. Have a good one. God, you know what I mean? Like, that's the real conversation, ladies and gentlemen. That's the type of dialogue that we should be having, and that's the type of dialogue that is thwarted by, the MAGA lunatics. That's just, that's not a MAGA cultist right there. That's someone that just doesn't have the necessary information to come to the conclusion that he's not best fit to run our country, right? That was good. That was good, guys. We're going to move on to our next guest here. If you do want to come up and debate, if you're MAGA, make sure to just let me know in that chat. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the bio as always. What's going on? How old are you? What's up, FXY51? How old are you? All right, they're not here. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Yeah, but I appreciate him for being open-minded. Because I like those conversations because we actually get to go somewhere. You know what I mean? We actually get to have something constructive. And it's awesome. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Zach, you're on the live. What's up? How old are you?
23.
23. Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, I am.
And why is that?
Why are you voting for Kamala?
Oh, I mean, sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and answer your question. Because, if you, believe J.D. Vance when he says that Biden's track record is her track record, she's passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the PACT Act, investing $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits to serve to over 1 million new veterans, or like the infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into our infrastructure here on the U.S., or like the Inflation Reduction Act, investing in renewable energy resources, particularly to reduce inflation in the long term, or, things such as the Chips and Science Act to bring 20% of the global chip production here back home in America by 2030.
You're
when
reading
we're
off a
currently-
sheet on the DNC talking points, man. Like, do you believe when Kamala says that he's a...
Hey, buddy.
No.
I'm sitting.
Like you talk to other people,
I'm
dude.
sitting alone in my room playing with a deck of cards. I'm not reading off a sheet. In fact, there's nothing in front of me. I'm just giving you my talking points. Insofar as why we should obviously be voting for Kamala, as you asked. But you know,
You're not gonna talk over me like you talk over other people, dude. Just to let you know.
I mean, I literally.
Are you
will if I want
done?
to.
Are you done? Are you done?
I mean, I was just showing you that
Okay,
you were wrong.
when Kamala said that JD was a traitor to the country, why do you feel that way with JD?
Yeah, because JD publicly said that if he was Donald Trump's VP during January 6th, that he would have legitified and like ratified the false electoral certificates of authenticity and verified the election.
So
insofar
JD joining
as-
the army, joining the Marines.
He would have overruled Joe Biden's winning of the 2020 election and falsely
So
certified the vote for Trump.
JD joining the military after 9/11 makes him a real fucking just a traitor to the country, right? But
Yeah,
let's talk
so
about
even
let's
veterans can be
talk about
traitors.
Camilla. No. We're gonna talk about Camilla right now.
Her
You know,
name's
Camilla
Kamala.
wants a mandatory buyback for firearms,
Her name's Kamala.
like Australia. You know she wants one of those, right? You know what
She
Australia
doesn't,
did?
but I
You know
would
what
support
Australia
her if she
did
would.
during COVID? They had camps for people that did not take the fucking shot, dude. That's what happens. That's what happens with people like this. Kamala has no ground to stand on. She didn't do shit as an AG. She did not do shit as a senator whatsoever. She did not pass legislation. Her legislation did not make the fucking floor whatsoever. There's not one piece that made the floor with her. So I do not want to hear anything from you regarding Kamala. She did nothing. We had 3 years of Trump before COVID. You know
Hey,
what?
so do you trust JD
me and my
Vance when
wife
he
did
says-
so much better under.
Do you trust
Trump.
JD Vance when he says that Biden's track record is Kamala's track record?
How do I get on there? Okay, what's that now?
Do you trust JD Vance when he says that Biden's track record is Kamala's track record?
Biden's track record is Kamala's track record. Anyway, so
do you mind answering my
under
question?
Trump, under those first 3 years, man, my 401k was doing great. Like my groceries were down. They did not double my gas. I did not cost me double. All these things that were going on across the world. We had no new wars. We had all this going on, man. And
So,
under
a lot
Biden,
of the things that you just said were false
under
there, but
Biden,
I'll let you finish.
you always want to talk. You want to talk about Putin and all that. But you know what?
hormones
Under
are
Bush, under Bush,
Nancy, thank you so much for the 50. Shut up, buddy. Shut up, Nancy, for the $15 on Venmo and M Sharp with the boxing gloves. Let's get some W Nancy's for the $15 on Venmo and M Sharp. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo, Nancy and M Sharp. Thank you so much for the love here on TikTok. Sorry, Zach. Go ahead and finish.
Anyway, under Bush, Putin.
Nancy with a $15.
Under
Seriously,
Obama,
thank you once again.
there
Thank
we
you.
go. There we go. Yeah, under Bush, Obama, under Bush, Putin made a move. Under Obama, Putin made a move. Under Trump, he did not make a move. Under Biden, he did make a move. Dude, all this shit you're saying right now, Kamala, you have DNC talking points. You're not saying a single fucking thing that's true about her. She wants to have buybacks for guns. She wants open borders. She wants to abolish ICE is what she wants. She wants to give free health care to illegal aliens. I know how you like to call them immigrants. They're not fucking immigrants, dude. They're illegal aliens that are taking jobs away from Americans.
Yo, Ty with a $10 on Venmo as well. Dakota's yapping up. Ty, thank you so much for the $10. That is very kind of you. Thank you for the love, Ty. W Ty's in the comment section. Go ahead.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Okay, well, I'm guessing that you're done because you ran out of talking points there. So, I mean, first of all, you said that Kamala Harris has advocated to abolish ICE. That is just as absurd as...
No. It's
Hey,
right
buddy,
in front
do
of
you mind
me
if I
right
finish?
now, brother. No, don't even give me that. She has so many videos right now out, and all you want to do is ignore them.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris does not want to abolish ICE. That is a lie that Donald Trump told, just like the lie he said.
That is
that, like,
a lie, Kamala
particularly
Harris-
Democrats do want to allow abortions after 9 months. But what's your evidence that she wants to abolish ICE? Just out of curiosity. If you like a video clip, can you play it for me? And Garrett, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Garrett. Zach, you're on mute. I mean, I had to mute you because you wouldn't allow me to speak.
Hold on.
What did you just say? Okay, he went back on mute. I guess I'll go ahead and respond to like other claims that you made there. Yeah, so when we're referencing ICE, she just wants reform, not abolishment. Second of all, I don't think that you have any grounding to be talking about any crisis at the southern border when you should be blaming Trump for that, specifically for the reason that he, right, told the Republicans in Congress to vote against the
You know what an omnibus bill is? Do you know what that is?
Buddy, I was
Do you
in the
know
middle
what
of
an
talking.
omnibus is?
I was in
do you,
I was
do
in
you
the
know
middle
what
of
that
talking.
is?
What are we doing?
So under that
Zach,
bill,
if
it
we're
would
gonna-
still
if we're gonna
allow
engage in-
8,500 people per day across the border.
Crossings have fallen.
While giving multiple countries across
Mira,
$3
thank you for the
billion
$5 on Venmo. I really
dollars.
appreciate you for
That's
the love.
what
Thank you so much.
omnibus bill is.
Jin, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo,
bill,
Jin.
omnibus.
Let's get at least 100 W Jins in the chat for the
Yeah, come on,
100 for the
omnibus
$50 on
bill.
Venmo. Thank you for love. And Donna with the $100. Holy shit! Donna with $100 on Venmo. Holy crap! That is absurd. Thank you for the love, Donna. Let's show some love to Jin and Donna in the comment section right now. I really appreciate y'all for that love. Let's show some love to Jin and Donna right now. I appreciate y'all both. That is insane. I want to see at least 200 W's for Donna in that comment section and at least 100 W's for Jin. Thank you both so much. That is crazy. Y'all are popping off right now. I don't deserve it at all, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, anyway, so Zach, I mean, I feel like I've
You
actually
understand
been
what an omnibus bill is?
Hey, buddy, so I'm going to just go and put you on mute. I'm going to ask that you listen. I've been trying to respond to your points this entire time, and every single time I speak, you rudely interrupt me, and you just yap for about 10 minutes. So now I'm going to take control of this, and I'm going to get us back on track here. So, A, you were talking about immigration. You should be blaming Trump for the crisis that we've had over the course of the last couple of years, because he's the one that called the Republicans in the House and the Senate and told them to vote against the two bipartisan bills that were set forth to Congress by the Biden-Harris administration, then even told you to blame it on him at his rally in Nevada. And after Biden's executive order on the border, crossings have fallen 55%, putting us at less than 2,300 crossings per day, lower than what we saw at the end of Trump's term. Also, your claims about her wanting to abolish ICE are false. Also, your claims about her specifically, I don't know, you're just kind of yapping. But here's a fact.
Understand what an
She
omnibus
doesn't.
bill is? Do you understand what an omnibus bill is?
You could explain it to me if you'd like.
Well, you know what an omnibus bill is.
Nashana, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Nashana, I really appreciate you for the love. Let's show some love to Nashana in the chat. Shut up, Nashana. I really appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's show some love in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, Nashana. Thank you so much for the love. Go ahead. Thank you for the love.
Omnibus bill say like, hey man, I want to have an anti-kicking puppy bill. And then, you know, you just throw in some billions of dollars across seas, you know, to Israel, to Ukraine and all that. Then people are like, nah, we don't want that. We're like, man, you are against kicking puppies, aren't you? That's what an omnibus bill is, dude. You're being dishonest. That's what you are.
Oh, a bill that would account for
That's
multiple
what
things.
the fucking bill was, you fucking retard. That's what it
and
was.
there he goes, any slurs.
That's what it was.
And there he goes, any slurs. Yeah, well, the second border bill was standalone. It was not an omni bill, and it only had border policy in it. But unhinged Trump supporter. By the way, guys, we just talked to two Zachs in a row. Wasn't there a big difference between them two? You know what I mean? I just think it's funny. You know what I mean? But anyways, he showed his bigotry. He shows what MAGA stands for. Zach was a baby. The slur was crazy. I know. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We're going to see what our next guest has to say, guys. If we are in the chat and we are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in that queue. Also, y'all, guys, is Parker live right now? Right? Because we could probably just do like another couple of debates here than raid Parker. Anyways, let's go and get our next guest up in here, guys. If you are enjoying the debates, do double tap on that phone screen. And I really appreciate y'all for the insane levels of love that y'all have been showing me. Thank y'all so much. Right? But yeah, guys, if you are MAGA, right, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here, guys. Let's go ahead and just see who's in the queue here. If you're MAGA, please do request to join up. Renee, I did just send you an invite, and it looks like you're joining as well. Sunshine, thank you for the hand hearts. And if you do want to support me, of course, my Venmo, as well as my PayPal or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's up, Renee? How old are you? Hi, Renee, you're on live.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can. How old are you?
39.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Well, I know you talk a lot about policies. I've watched a lot of your lives or whatever. But mine's based on life experience, I guess you could say, and I know a lot of people have said that. But I mean, I lived through a few presidents back when Trump was president before. I own businesses, plus I do work full time as well. Choose to work full time, don't have to. But I had a lot more money, pay bills easier to buy groceries, fuel.
Yeah, for sure. I understand what you're saying here, right? And I recognize on the surface level how this would be a good argument. But I think we need to understand that no, the Biden-Harris administration isn't the reason your life has been harder. They've actually prevented it from being worse. And the Trump administration was never the reason it was good in the first place. So my first question to you would be, well, can you name any policy that the Trump administration influenced to get passed that made the economy better? Or could you name any policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that made it worse?
Well,
Yeah,
like I
think of the
said,
galaxy.
well, I mean, like I started out with, don't keep up with the policies. You know, I know how it is from my day-to-day life. You know, as
Okay,
far
perfect.
it's how you
So-
live.
Yeah, so this is where we get on to the next step. The pandemic had insane, right, economic effects on every country around the world. And we were not the only country that's been experiencing the results of inflation, of higher gas prices because of global shortage of oil, economic recession, etc., right? Every single country has. But if we compare America to every other country in the G7, America has had the quickest response from the pandemic and the inflation, right? We're from a 9% time high to a 3% now. Quickest global response from that. We've also had the quickest global response in the context of economic rebound and growth, right? Our stock market is at an all-time high, and we are the superstar on the world stage. I understand that your life has got worse, right, during their presidency, but that is not because of them. That's because of the pandemic, and they have given you the quickest and best response out of any other leaders in the world.
Okay, so explain to me, or how you would explain to somebody during Trump's administration, you know, even before, because even in Obama's administration beforehand was not as good as what Trump's administration was.
Actually, if you look at economic growth, we actually see less economic growth under Trump's presidency than we did in comparison to Obama's. Obama set him up for a pretty stable presidency for the first 3 years. But once again, this is all just correlation and causation, right? Like, would we be able to reference the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of Trump's term and associate that with being caused by Trump? Can I blame him for that?
All right, one more time, I'm sorry.
Can I blame the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of Trump's term on Trump?
I thought it was lower than that, actually. But at the end of his term was also COVID as well. So
Yeah, but in the same
I
way you
mean-
blame like the things like the high rates of unemployment or the total net loss in jobs on COVID, we do the same thing for the inflation observed under the Biden-Harris term. And then there's also other like factors to consider here, like the fact that Trump like took your rights away, Trump raped a woman, you know, Trump committed 34 felonies. Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020 by sending fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false votes into the Electoral College. Trump wants to usher in like Christian nationalism, which would only increase rates of like violence and harm against women and other like minority groups.
Okay, well, I will say, you know, obviously, you know, I am a woman. So to go on the point where you were talking about taking my rights away, and I know that's leading to the Roe versus Wade abortion type issue. I myself was a teen mom, had my first child at 17 years old. Did I want a child at 17? No, I did not. But that was my responsibility. I helped create that child. It was my responsibility to take care of that child. So which is-
17-year-olds literally can't consent to sex. So are you saying like victims of rape should be forced into maintaining pregnancy?
never said I was raped.
Well, I mean,
it was willingly. So
it's a logical. It's a logic. It's like, listen. I don't know how I'd like classify like a 17-year-old engaging in intercourse with like another 17-year-old. But what I'm specifically saying here is no 17-year-olds can't consent. But what I'm saying here is on like a logical tangent here. Well, like other people that can't consent to sex, right? such
Now,
as
well,
victims that
well,
get raped,
hold on.
right?
You
Should they
didn't-
have should they have to maintain pregnancy?
Okay, well, you didn't let me finish. I was telling you my situation. Now, I fully agree if you're raped, abortion, you know, even though I am a very religious person, so it is a touchy subject to me, I will, you know, admit, but someone that is raped, yes, that's a horrific thing. So if there is a child that is conceived of that, and you want an
overturning
abortion,
Roe v. Wade
yes.
has led to 12 states restricting the access for victims of rape to seek health care. We saw 65,000 pregnancies in Texas over the last 3 years, right, that have specifically been caused by rape, and those mothers not being able to seek health care because of their total outright abortion ban. This also
Well, I
exists
do
in
know
11
that
other
you
states
can.
as well. And I just
You
want to
can
finish
go
here,
to a
please.
different state and have it done.
Renee, you have to let me finish. Are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to like listen?
Go ahead.
Right. Then also another consideration here is you're saying that abortion's wrong because of your religion. Renee, I'm going to cut to the chase here. You have no reason to believe that your God exists. You have no reason to believe that probably the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's morally good and bad. You only have your faith. Faith isn't a reliable metric. But I'm not here to tell you that you shouldn't be a Christian. I'm here to tell you that you shouldn't use these unfounded, unjustified beliefs to tell other people what they can and can't do with their body. I see no difference between you saying, well, Bible says baby killing bad, therefore I think we should enact pro-life legislation controlling women's bodies and telling them what they can and can't do with it, and like white supremacists during antebellum era slavery saying, well, the Bible says that owning slaves is good, so therefore I'm completely morally justified in owning enslaved individuals, so therefore, I'm going to fight for the Confederacy and the states' rights to do exactly that. I see no difference there. Could you tell me what it is?
Well, I wasn't that. I said that was my personal. I didn't say that it's wrong. If it's anybody's choice, I will say that. Do I agree with all of it? No. I do not agree with using abortion loosely. As you say, 18 to 24-year-olds don't need a child or not prepared for a child. Bringing a child into there is adoption. There's plenty of people in this world that cannot have children.
So there actually isn't any alternative to abortion. Adoption is an alternative to raising a kid, right? Nothing can supplement for the 9 months of trauma and pain associated with pregnancy and childbirth. Then also, I don't see why the fact that there's millions of people waiting to raise a kid to be put in the foster care adoption system, which ultimately do lead to higher rates of crime, SA, drug abuse, violence, etc., right, should be a reasonable standard to force women to be incubators for 9 months against their consent without their will, okay? Right? That makes no sense. Then also here, you're saying that you think it's worse when you think the woman is being irresponsible. This tells me that you don't really care about the unborn. You just care about controlling women that are engaging in actions that you think are bad.
No. See, it's not that I care more about the unborn or disability. The child didn't have a choice.
Okay, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. The child can't make a choice because it doesn't have first-person subjective experiences. It's a clump of fucking organic material, and it is as such until 24 gestational weeks when it develops the thalamocortical connections that allow for first-person subjective experiences. In no way, shape, or form should we be legislating what people like you and me, right? Well, not me, like you and the other 170 million American women shouldn't be able to do, right? When you have first-person subjective experiences, you engage in cognitive, conscious decision-making processes, right? But yet you should be forced to do certain things because of the life of a unicellular fucking clump of cells? No.
Do you know that there's a heartbeat within a week
Do you
of
know
conception?
that did you know that you probably eat meat every single night? Meanwhile, the cows in which are slaughtered for exactly that have heartbeats as well. It's not the heartbeat you value. Also, you're descriptively wrong in the sense that no, it develops a heartbeat at 8 weeks.
Well, all I'm saying, like I said, if a woman wants to do it, that is their own choice. But my opinion is, I've heard that you say that you do not justify murder. Do you not consider that murder?
No, I don't think it's murder. I define murder as the unjust termination of a human life. Crystal, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Brad, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W Crystals and some W Brads down in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Crystal and Brad. No, I don't think it's murder. I think murder is the unjust termination of a human life. And I specifically think it's justified to terminate the life of the fetus because the mother not only has property rights on it, but the life of the fetus is invaluable in all regards whatsoever because I don't think it's valuable until it can deploy first-person subjective experiences. And then also, if you do it ultimately think that it should be left up to the individual decision of the woman, then you should disagree with him overturning federal protections for the individual decision of the woman.
Well, like I said, I mean, as far as that goes, that's that. I mean, it is somebody's decision. I don't just.
Well, Trump took that away. It's not somebody's decision. That's not a decision for every 1 out of 3 women in America of reproductive age because of Trump.
Well, I do know that you can go to another state and have it done. If you have a neighboring state that allows it, you can. I'm from Mississippi. I'll go ahead and say it. I'm from Mississippi. When I got pregnant at 17, my family is very religious, but my mother did say if I wanted an abortion, she
So,
would
so
take
you'd
me
be, so
somewhere
you'd
to
be
have it
okay.
done.
So just to clarify, I get it. Yeah, they could go to another state. That's why it's okay. So you'd be okay with like, you know, Trump like appealing like federal protections for women's rights to vote and just push it back to the state, because if you're a woman in a state that won't let you to vote, you could just go vote in another state. Or what about this? What about gun owner? What about gun ownership, man? Would you be okay with 2A being appealed and like some states outlawing their citizens' right to bear and own arms? Because if you don't like it, you could go to a different state and buy a gun. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, honestly, and I mean, I will say it because of where I live, I don't think I'd ever have to worry about that being an issue. But, I mean, that I don't see that being an issue ever going to any state, honestly.
Yeah, but I'm asking you if you think that a woman's right to vote and anyone's right to own a gun should be pushed back to the state, or do you think that those two things should be federally protected?
That's what I said, though. You bringing in something that really isn't relevant to the other.
It is. It is. You just lack the abstract thought, but I'll draw the dotted lines after you can answer my questions.
It's like I said, it's not. I don't see where one's relevant to the other. They're completely different
Really?
things. Yes.
Really? You don't see
because
the
they're not gonna go back
Wait,
and revoke
Renee,
women to
I'm so
vote.
sorry. How can you not see the relevance between me saying that this is a legitimate form of healthcare in which every single woman and girl in the context of the United States should have access to, because there's no reason that women in California or Colorado should have more access to healthcare and rights than women in Louisiana or Kentucky, right? Like, and like me making a correlation between this human right and like a human right to like vote in a functioning active democracy. There's obviously a correlate there. You do not think that a woman's right to vote should be put back down to the state. So when you make the claim, well, you think that each individual woman should have the right to choose if they want an abortion, and if they don't like that their state has a ban, they could travel to another state. This is just you absolutely like not recognizing that your own logic is bullshit. Like, I'm so sorry, but like there are some serious issues that we have as a collective, as a society, to recognize real systemic issues in which legitimately impact harm onto our citizens. And it's like, it's so crazy that you cannot see the logical equivalence here, right? Please justify, right, 12-year-old girls in Ohio having to quote-unquote travel to New York to get an abortion because their uncle raped them. Please justify that.
What I would say, well, I said I don't disagree with, them. It's their choice if they want one. Now, how
it's not. That's
done-
dude, Renee, you keep saying it's their choice if they want one. It is not. It is not for every 1 out of 3 women residing in the United States of America that is of reproductive age. It is not their choice. Because of Trump, that choice has been placed in the hands of all the white men running our country in Washington, D.C.
It's not all white men. I know you
88% of them are so. You latch on to the least important part about what I'm saying, and you will not respond to it. Renee, what continent do you live in?
Excuse me? I just told you I live in the state of Mississippi.
Continent.
North America.
How many continents are there?
Well, I don't know, 7?
Okay, well, you got it right. I'm so fucking surprised about that.
Yeah, I did graduate high school and went to college. Actually graduated with a 2-month-old son in my arms. So
I don't think that like formal education and like or lack thereof is going to be a good measure for like intelligence. So I wouldn't have assumed that you did or didn't do that. Like I actually think that's a bad metric. But anyways, so can you engage with what I'm trying to say here? Right? Like you're saying that you're okay with it being passed back down to the state, even though you think that this is healthcare that all women should have because they could travel to a different state. Right? Do you see how that's false? Because this still restricts women from getting access to abortion. We will still see a disproportionate amount of women for one reason or another will not specifically be able to get access to said healthcare. Do we still understand that this will end up restricting women and girls from accessing healthcare? You could say that they could just travel to another state, but first of all, they have the right to have that convenience right there at home, there in their home state. Right, the same way you have the right to vote in your home state, the same way you think anyone should have the right to own a gun in their home state. And ultimately, if we place barriers between women and accessing healthcare, such as travel, that ultimately some women will not be able to like leap over those barriers. Rather it be for financial reasons, rather it be for work reasons, interpersonal reasons. That this will still disproportionately reduce the amount of women that have access to healthcare.
I know what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. But that, I mean, that, and that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. But like I said, I don't disagree with it being done. And as far as what has happened, I mean, I don't know. I really don't. I mean, how many states are there? Has it even been voted on yet? And that's why I'm asking. I know how many states in the United States there is.
Yeah,
As far as the abortion.
Yeah, sorry, that's funny. Yeah, so 24 states, we have restricted or no access to abortion for women. 12 states, no access at all, even for victims of rape. 1 out of 3 women of reproductive age here at home in America don't have access to abortion.
Okay, now I'm going to ask this because, like I told you before in the
But
beginning.
I just want to clarify, if there's even one woman in the United States of America that was impacted by Trump's decision, I'd still be fighting for it just as hard. I do not think that we could say that because the sample size of individuals that are disproportionately affected like this is lower, that it no matter is relevant. It absolutely is.
Okay, well, I mean, all I wanted to say was, as far as it, are they going to allow any states? Because I told you in the beginning, as far as policy goes, no, I don't keep up with all the policies. Like, I have a busy life running businesses and working. So I just see what affects my bank account, if that makes sense. So, okay, what issue with that?
Well, I mean, so like, first of all, just absolutely ignoring like harm and oppression and like the stripping away of rights from others because, quote unquote, you think your bank account will be better.
No,
off
I wasn't
is absurd.
ignoring that. You see, you wouldn't let me finish. So what I was going to say, as far as when Trump had did this, or you say he hired people or appointed people in place that had this done, is there a way, or has there anything been said that's going to allow a vote to be done?
Yeah, so it's called congressional legislation. But real quick, Gregory, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W Gregory's down there in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the for the love, Gregory. Massive W Gregory's down below, y'all. And Coral, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo as well. I'm so sorry, I'm just seeing these, y'all. Coral says, thank you for what you're doing, Dean. I appreciate you so much for the love, Coral. And Gregory says, keep up the good fight. Gregory and Coral, I really appreciate the both of you guys. Thank you both so very much. Let's get some massive W Gregory's and Corals down below. Thank y'all both. Renee, I'm not really understanding what you're saying.
These states that you say have restrictions on it or won't allow it at all, is there going to be any open vote in these states for the people to vote on it?
What do you mean, open vote in the states for the people to vote on it?
Okay,
I'm
so
confused on what you mean.
So it's gone down to the states, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so once it goes down to the states, aren't the people supposed to be allowed to vote on it?
Will they just vote for representatives who will or won't impact certain legislation?
So it's not any type of incentive or anything like that that would be put on a ballot for these states.
Yeah, but we're gonna go ahead and just move on to our next guest. I'm so sorry, Renee. Can y'all comment at Parker get a real job in that comment section? We're honestly just gonna go ahead and send him over a raid. We're gonna probably co-host with him for a little bit. And yeah, Renee, I'm sorry, but anyways, comment at Parker get a real job in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and send him a raid. At Parker get a real job. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. Also, if you guys do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, just putting that out there. Get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. But y'all head over to at Parker get a real job on TikTok. Spam Dean Raid in his comment section. I'm going to be joining him very, very, very shortly. We're probably going to be coasting there for a little bit. But I'll see all of y'all over there very shortly. Yeah, see you guys there. Bye-bye. At Parker get a real job. Dean Raid in the chat.